Bruv! What's up, bruv? How you doing, bruv?
Bro.
Oh,
What's up?
it's good to be back, and very interestingly enough, we will have a lot to talk about, but today it's gonna be an AEW heavy episode. Actually, I take that back, because a little bit later on, we are gonna have a WrestleMania heavy show, half of the show, but you're like, guys, WrestleMania is a couple of weeks ago already. Why are you talking about WrestleMania? That's because in just a little while, we're going to chat with one of our Patreons who was at WrestleMania, get us that first hand. Like, it's one thing to watch it on the screen. We all know this, right? It's one thing to watch wrestling on the screen, but to be there live at the showcase of the Immortals, I reckon Justin feels a little bit like that guy in the office. You know, that one guy who, does something really cool and then suddenly everybody's, hey, so how was it? How was it?
Yeah. I mean, we are lucky. We are lucky that, we have a Patreon member who actually not only went to WrestleMania, he discovered us this season. So he's a relatively brand new listener of the podcast.
Which is crazy. So yes, shout out to Justin. And of course, shout out to everybody. Oh, we forgot. It's Mr. Young.
And it's foreign in the building.
Bruv. Okay.
You know what? We haven't gone live for a while. Maybe that's why we need to kind of get the gears going.
No. It's all good, man. Maybe it's a bit of a shift today. Maybe you're doing things a bit differently because you're going to hear something very different. Something you haven't heard, Mr. Young say, in a long time. But then again, I'm just being fair. I'm being objective, right? I think I should just spoil things for everybody. Okay, Dynasty. AEW Dynasty is what we're talking about today, right?
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed the hell out of it.
Oh,
Bro,
Gaddafi. Come on, let's celebrate.
Wait, hang on. Let's see. That's the thing. People like to shoehorn and put people in boxes. Or Mr. Young is the anti AEW guy. He's the hardcore. Like, excuse me. At the end of the day, we all love professional wrestling, right? And
yes,
I can call a spade a spade. I calls it like I sees it. Do I have problems with it? Of course I will, and we'll get down to the nitty-gritty in just a bit. But all in all, I enjoyed Dynasty. And I always say this. I've said this for the past couple of years already. When you buy an AEW pay-per-view, generally got value. You know what I mean? You spend $35 on like Triller TV or whatever, right? You get 4 hours of entertainment. I can argue that's a bit long. To me, it was too much. There are a lot of matches you could have cut out, honestly. If this were a 3-hour pay-per-view, it would have been perfect. But in terms of value for money, yes, these guys and gals always deliver.
Awesome. So top of the episode, Mr. Young already up front say this is going to be a generally positive review on our end. So, okay.
Yeah. But okay, first things first, let's, as always, shout out the lovely people in chat. What's up? If you're here in chat, please sound off. Let us know you're here. Okay? Let's shout out to the people in the Discord. Come join the community. Discord link is in the description. And of course, our lovely Patreons. Thanks for keeping the lights on. And also to the wonderful people of Mirage Advisory. Yes. Always gotta, show them some love because they are showing us some love. They are our sponsor for this podcast.
Yeah, for sure. And they are, right with us in this new era of wrestling. We are also in the Mirage Advisory era of Kick to the Gut. They're the ones keeping the lights on.
Yes.
And please do us a favor and give them a follow on their Instagram and their social media. Yeah.
Yeah, just go to their Instagram page, look for MIRAJ Advisory, and drop them a follow because they love pro wrestling like we love pro wrestling. They get what we're doing. Let's show them the love right back, okay? Go to their social media, drop them a follow. They are the best there is, the best there was. And the best there ever will be. That's right.
Okay, there you go. Okay, it's really cool that we are here live because I know I see a lot of heart pain last week because a lot of people were expecting us to go live and comment on the AEW All In scenario, but we are here live today, and I think Mr. Young, you owe our listeners something, bro. Before we talk about Dynasty.
Hold on. What do I owe people, bro? What are you talking
about? Don't forget your bet, Mr. Young.
Oh, why you have to remind me? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Like, this for context, those who didn't know or didn't hear previously, I made a bet. I was like, if the Young Bucks actually reveal the actual footage, I will watch Dynamite for a month because I was convinced it would have been a skit. Actually, it would have been funnier if it was a skit, to be fair. Like, now I wish it was a skit, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Here's the thing. I still maintain that Dynamite is not a very well-booked show. Dynasty was a good pay-per-view because it was the blow-off/start to a lot of things. The wrestlers do what wrestlers do. We've never disputed that they have talent. They have talent that can do good things, great things in the ring in certain cases, right? But their storytelling on Dynamite has been absolute dog shit. Honestly, if not for the fact that I love our audience, and because I promised I was going to watch Dynamite, therefore I might as well watch Dynasty, right? That's the only reason I bought Dynasty. If not, I would not have bought Dynasty. I'll be very honest with you. The Dynamite before the Go Home show did nothing to make me want to watch Dynasty. I don't even. Here's the thing. I don't even remember what happened. I have to pull up the actual card to try to remind myself.
Yeah, I mean, I know the big thing is people talk about Osprey and Claudio. I think that was the main event.
Yeah.
But again, in the vacuum of it being a good match, it was a great match, right? But for me, I felt like, again, the biggest issue with AEW, and I think I'm aligned with a lot of people, their pay-per-views always deliver, right?
Yeah.
But you have to assume that you have no idea what's going on during the Dynamite leading up to it, because the packages, I've seen an improvement in the packages, because when I watched the opening package for AEW Dynasty, I was like, oh damn, okay, Bryan Danielson, I'm getting hype. But when you actually see the day-to-day or weekly shows, nothing in the promos make me feel like anything, bro. So
it's really an indie show on TV vibe. And look, I think I've resigned to the fact that that's okay if that's what you want. So their pay-per-views are always going to be banger. But let's not forget, at the end of the day, Tony Khan needs to get the TV rights renewed. So for this to be sustainable, this indie model, to get banger dream matches, you need to be able to produce TV that people will come back to watch. Yeah. And that's why, like, I know people are like, there should be space in the world for indie style wrestling. Yeah. If you don't care about having TV rights renewed, like people, whatever, like your diehards who are in this camp, don't seem to understand the fact that if Tony Khan doesn't get a TV rights renewal, right, all of this shit goes away.
Yeah. He's really relying on that, and it's very scary when somebody shows all your cards. I think in business, I think in life, you shouldn't show everything out there, put it out in the world, because you're gonna, it's gonna backfire in a way. I'm pretty sure of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, but other than that, right? We all agree, Dynasty, the Dynamite leading up to it didn't do anything to kind of build up hype. So unless you're already invested in the characters, you know what was going on, you will feel like, okay, I'm a casual. I have nothing to make me curious to check out the show. Yeah. And we also saw the ratings go down as well from the week before, remember?
Which means the footage, even if I try to take Tony Khan's perspective on this and think, okay, if we add the footage, maybe we'll get a bump in the ratings, and then that bump will stay. First of all, we all saw the ratings from the previous episode, the one with the footage. It bumped a little bit. It used to be their norm. That used to be their norm, that number, right? So not much really changed. And then the following week, it dropped back to their regular.
Their new regular.
Their new low. So basically, you didn't get a bump. You made a lot of your guys look foolish. And I guess, in a way, how it played out in the Young Bucks FTR match, you could now argue that, they brought back that footage because they were going to bring that guy back, Jack Perry, to make him relevant, right? So that's the explanation now.
Yeah.
But was it worth all this negative backlash? Well, people say that there's no such thing as bad press.
Well, when we'll talk about the matches, we'll probably deep dive a bit further in all those typical issues. But wait, let me give a shout out to specifically McJohn Mouse, because he's questioning us. He's asking, are we live because we started early?
Yes, we are. Hello, Saleh. Hello, McJohn Mouse. Haley, it's good to see y'all. I think that's the issue. And we talk about AEW, right?
Yep.
I'm going to put the heat on us, because we've had several incidents where we started the show live. What happens is you build a habit. They're just going to start at 12:10. They're going to start at 12:20. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it becomes a habit thing. Like AEW always ending late, overrunning, or AEW always delivering subpar TVs. You can't have one and multiple, because the more you do it, the more you build the habit. You tell people, say, this is not going to be watchable. I'm talking about AEW. We are always watchable.
But maybe, right, maybe we can take Triple H philosophy on this. Remember, Triple H was questioned by the
Yep.
press saying like, "Hey, if you guys gonna leave primetime TV and gonna go on Netflix, will the audience still sustain?"
Yep.
And he argued that our audience are loyal; they'll follow
Mm.
us wherever we go. So
True.
if we go 12 o'clock, I'm pretty sure people will, once they get the hint, okay, they'll go
Mm.
12 o'clock. If we're gonna go 12:20, they're like, foreign his internet, no problem. You go copy, drink
Yeah.
get your lunch, then come join us. So
Well,
either way, I think we are happy anyone joins us, right?
yeah. No, that's the beauty of streaming, right? At the end of the day, like I don't think WWE has anything to worry about at this point because they know, okay, yeah, some people might not watch it live.
Mhm.
I cannot spot already most of Raw because I'm on social media. Their social media
Yeah.
team dumps stuff like almost immediately now.
Yeah, yeah. And now they create the expectation that, hey,
Yeah.
if I miss a live show, I can catch most of the results on social media and it's fine.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I
and
mean?
you can go back and watch it later because here's the thing: the clips are so good, you want to watch it. It's not like they are just showing random highlights of a match. Oh, I watched the match for you. No, they are putting out funny bits like
Yeah.
burger after burger after burger. Oh my god, I saw that like right before we came on my Instagram. I laughed my ass off, bro.
Same, bro. It's hilarious. And man, there's a lot of talking points about Raw. So that's the thing maybe AEW can learn from, not
Mm.
in terms of like matches or what, but you need to create like 5, 6, 7 memorable moments.
Yep.
And you always say like they are very good at clips, they're very good at highlights, but they seem to have been missing all these clips and highlights that people want to reshare from Dynamite after the fact.
Because if you notice this, most of their quote unquote clips, highlights are them doing flippy
Move.
shit. And moves, right? As opposed to WWE, I would say almost 60%, 70%, it's just promos, memes, just
Yes.
stuff that's infinitely shareable by people who are not wrestling viewers, right? A
Correct.
non-wrestling viewer is not going to give two fucks if somebody did a triple jalapeno over the top rope. I mean, it will look impressive, but it's not quite as shareable as burger after burger after burger.
Yeah, or like The Rock, he having to pangsai because he cannot spear. That is a meme. You have no context about the match.
Yeah,
You're like, okay, I will
pangsai.
still share this because it's dumb.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. And I think they understand, or they're starting to get to understand meme culture, how things get viral. I wonder if Logan Paul being there, he's probably like, telling
he
them
gi-
a thing or two.
Bro, is he giving a TikTok masterclass at the back?
Hey, you never know.
Backstage?
You never know. Maybe that was part of the Prime Bottle deal. He's coaching them on social media. Who knows,
Bro,
man?
can you imagine, bro? Logan Paul backstage talking to all the wrestlers.
Okay.
How to build a brand and create a shareable empire of content. Wow, then you got Otis there watching. Hey, wow, I'm very interested.
I tell you how, bro. Burger after burger after burger. That's my phrase of the week.
Oh dear God. You see, Raw is becoming cool again. You know why? Because everything is quote worthy from the
Yes.
shows these days.
It really is. It truly, really, really is. And we are starting to see these personalities. Because remember, we were always like, Drew deserves it. But it wasn't because we love his personality. He was just that guy. He looks amazing. He's a great worker. But then now he's just this
It's another level.
Yeah, next level already.
Yeah, so even if you do not know anything about his history, you don't know anything about, his struggles and blah, 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 you'll be like, oh, this guy, hilarious. He's a menace. He's a professional hater. And that's a meme culture thing, right?
It absolutely is. So kudos to them for doing it. Okay, I know we went from like me potentially talking about Dynamite all the way to the Raw that just happened, right? But okay, just very quickly, you want to hear my Dynamite review, right? Or
Yes,
Dynamite
yes.
thoughts, right?
Let's
You
talk about
start
Dynamite
out
first.
with Pac, Penta, and Penta and who? Oh no, Pac and Penta versus Daniel Garcia and the Elite, or some such trios match lah.
Or was it Daniel Garcia being part of Penta? Because I know they had somebody replace
Yeah.
Death Triangle, right?
Oh yeah, Pac, Penta, and Daniel Garcia versus the Elite. An absolute hodgepodge, a mishmash of people who have no business being with each other, right? Unless you know the indie stuff versus the Elite.
Well, it's setting up, I guess, Okada and Pac for the
th-
weekend, right?
Yeah, that's the point. But I mean, for crying out loud, man, like it's almost like, wow, hey, this Daniel Garcia like got something, And then at the end of the match, they just beat the living piss out of him.
Bro, he was
And then-
over like a few months earlier, bro. TNT title, remember?
Yeah.
Challenging Christian? Yeah.
No, and I think he really stood out in this match, as in like he was, like, hey, are they like giving him a bit of a shine? No, let's just completely bury him. And I am sorry to say this, I really am. For those of you who love New Japan, I'm probably gonna get some hate from the New Japan fans, but Okada thus far, I don't see the hype. I don't see the reverence.
Bro, it's the presentation issue. You know why?
Mm,
Kenny Omega, JY, Okada all felt like big deals in
mm,
New Japan. Even with the language barrier, even if you didn't know Japanese, just
yeah.
the way it was presented. I don't know how it was shot, how they were filmed in their vignettes. I don't know. But in AEW, they just felt normal. Something about it takes
Yeah.
away the shine.
Yeah, no, and it doesn't help that you put them with the Young Bucks, and Young Bucks are proclaiming him to be the legend, the god of wrestling, whatever the hell they are calling him, right?
Yeah.
And every time I see him, first of all, we've seen him way too many times in the ring.
Yeah.
Like I said, if he's that good, he needs to be saved for a pay-per-view, not a Dynamite. And he's been on Dynamite and Collision already, so you've already watered him down.
Bro, as opposed to Mercedes Moné, they should switch roles lah.
Yeah,
Okada should be the one that does nothing until double or nothing. Mercedes should be wrestling right now.
they don't understand subtlety. I think that's the problem. Subtlety and building and presentation, right?
Yeah.
So the match was the match. Like honestly, it didn't make me excited to want to watch Pac versus Okada at all. You know?
Do you agree that WWE and New Japan does a better job at presentation than AEW at this point?
100%, 1,000,000%. Like Mercedes Moné is the perfect example, right? You know, like all she's done is come out and talk, and we all have said she's not the best at promos.
Yeah,
then
we
there
have
was the thing where
accepted.
she was backstage with what's it?
Julia Hart.
No.
Alex Marvez.
Oh, you put two people with the least charisma talking together. Like legit, man.
dear God.
There's a joke, right? Like Alex Marvez is like a really bad backstage presenter, and he has zero personality. You put him in Mercedes Moné, and then the lights go out, right? And it's the whole lights out, whatever, beat down. Who did it? I get the angle, but come on lah. How stupid do you think we are? You think a setup like that, there are no handheld mics to shine on the face. It just
He was hired as a stats guy. I remember at the start of Dynamite, they were saying like, oh, he's great with all these stats and he's gonna be part of, the inner circle with Tony Khan. But I argue, why can't they get like a sports analyst type of broadcaster, something like Corey Graves or like Pat McAfee, who can really be seriously taken and be credible in this.
sports-based presentation, bro. Ironically, WWE is the one giving us sports-based presentation, but that's a whole different topic altogether. Yeah, no, it was just dumb. Like, it felt like a skit from 90s WWF.
Yeah.
Is what it feels like old WWF, which is kind of crazy, right? We had Deonna Purrazzo versus Mariah May. I don't remember a damn thing about that match. I think the two of them are flat, as in, in terms of heat, right?
Yeah, no, definitely not flat, but yeah.
Claudio versus Will Ospreay. Once again, bang of a match, but why are you having Will Ospreay go out there? See, that's the other thing.
3 days before his big match, right?
Well, then you could say the same about Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson, right? He had a bunkhouse match on Collision. So this is the indie mentality. So, see, when Triple H talks about the grind, he doesn't mean going out there and killing yourself every day. I think there's a bit of a dissonance here. When Triple H says, we didn't want him here because he's not embracing the grind. The WWE grind and the put yourself through crazy matches every single time you show up is a different grind. WWE grind could be doing social media, going out, making appearances. That's the whole quote-unquote professional package.
Yeah.
These are two, I feel like right now, the fans are making more of this than the wrestlers themselves. Will, honestly, I feel like he was just trying to go out there and make a statement. Maybe Tony Khan asked him to do it.
Just give a jab back,
Yeah. Was it in good taste, bad taste? It's wrestling, He's just being a dick, a heel, whatever, That being said, we talked about this before. This style of wrestling, unfortunately, people get bored of things. It's always about escalation. You have a banger after banger every single week. Then, how can you up yourself?
That was why the Attitude Era fizzled out, right? The only way people remember with nostalgia was because it was such a short run. Maybe if they did it for 20 years, I think by the end of the 20 years, people would be sick of all this violence.
It would be it would become very normal. We would be desensitized to the craziness, and also B, how far can you go? And there is a ceiling. At some point, are you going to start dropping people on their necks? And once you start dropping people on the necks, what's next? Dropping, you know what I mean? You can't go any further already.
Yeah, which is why I like what they did during the Ospreay and Danielson match, as well as what he said after the show during the press scrum. I mean, we'll talk about it later, but you're right. Sometimes people need to be so-called reminded that, hey, this is dangerous. There's consequences. Oh, no, we need to and if you can weave it into a storyline, that maybe I should like pull back in terms of how I want to defeat my opponent. That also is great storytelling. That's a storytelling tool.
Yes, it is. No, it absolutely is. And we will give props to that storytelling in just a bit. But I have a very strong feeling this is just them doing smart things versus Tony Khan telling them something. You know what I mean? It's like, and we've said this, the good wrestlers will shine because they're good wrestlers.
Yeah.
The rubbish...
I want to pull up something Mac John Mouse said. Fun fact, Cody was not in any of these couple of shows, which makes his appearances special. I hope he gets to confront the Bloodline, but sadly, by this logic, he's finished his story with the Bloodline. A couple of things that I want to pull up, mainly, again, not about the Bloodline stuff, but the use of your so-called main attraction stars.
Yeah.
Sparingly. Doesn't appear every single show.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
There's also the fact that he's in the UK. So he's doing a live tour. So it's not like he's not doing anything.
Yeah. But again, you pull him away from TV, having him create that, reach in UK. It's also a two-pronged thing, right? The strategy.
Yeah. That is the grind that Triple H is talking about. It's not the same grind. So when Will Ospreay talks about you see, I don't embrace the grind. I'm out here having banger matches. He's talking about something different, bruv.
Bro, can you imagine if he actually signed with WWE, right? Right now, he's actually back in UK, doing his UK tour.
That's true, huh?
The irony of it, right?
But honestly, those were just fighting words because he was told to say something to Swan Triple H, is what it is. Yeah. And I think fans need to relax.
Maybe he also was like, literally offended, and maybe he just say like, okay, you talk this about me, I'm just gonna call you out one time. And from the way he addressed it during the press scrum, I feel like, okay, he just wants to close the book on this and he just want to focus on AEW, which is correct, which is what he should do. So
can I play conspiracy theorist?
Go for it.
I feel like he said that because I just watched the press scrum as well. I feel like he said it because he didn't want to malu his good friend over there, Tony Khan, who made him say it. Yeah, so he's like, actually, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Because he's like, I didn't fucking want to say it in the first place.
Well, you never know. We will never know whether it's his idea, whether it's Tony Khan's idea. But I feel like, again, the more you talk about your competitor, the less people are focusing on yourself. You're giving your competitor free publicity. That's my opinion.
Tony Storm did it as well, which was annoying as F.
Okay.
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a bit. But okay, so just to put a bow on Dynamite, like I said, their TV, not worth watching. Pay-per-views, absolutely worth watching. But I'll still watch 2 more episodes of Dynamite.
For the love of the wrestling.
Bro,
you know what's the funniest thing on Discord, bro?
For John Moxley, bro. Next week, this week, John Moxley versus Powerhouse Hobbs, the match nobody wanted.
Bro, we didn't even talk about John Moxley. He will open the show with a promo, remember?
It was... see, that's the thing. Like, there are people who go out there and cut promos that are memorable. Yeah. John Moxley is not one of them.
No, it's funny though, because I always thought John Moxley's greatest asset was his promo. I actually really love his promo, especially when he started out in AEW. I felt there's some sort of seriousness, there's manners, there's danger, but then, I don't know, now what his actions have kind of like watered down his promos.
And also he's very, he's more bought into this character that he is right now. I don't know how to put it. He's more...
He's like Goldberg lah. He's feeling his character more.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Oh, your video is frozen.
Oh no.
Okay, hang on.
Okay. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. It was just a light. See lah, Tony Khan, bro. Tony Khan is tuning in.
Oh no, it's slowing down. Guys, let's talk positive about AEW now.
Okay, oh wow, Dynamite was wonderful. No, I get exactly what you're saying, right? It's like, I don't know, he's just super into, and maybe you have to be. You have to, we talk about a broken Matt Hardy. You have to be super invested and buy your character for it to work, right? But for whatever reason, maybe it's because we don't buy that character. We think it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, you gotta buy the... And I think another thing as well, right? We've seen how Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins has been presented, opposite him, and while he has gone out, and won championships across all the promotions, and it's great. There's the mystique of John Moxley is completely broken. It's people are making memes. I'm sure he knows people are making memes of him bleeding all the time, right?
But see, that's the thing. He's fine with that. He likes that label of being the outlaw, which is like Roman Reigns. He's the mafia boss. Seth Rollins, he's the worker. Dean Ambrose, John Moxley, he's the down in the trenches, dirty, getting blood everywhere kind of guy. So, okay, what does it say about New Japan, though, that they have crowned him? I obviously haven't watched New Japan, but from what I've read, it's the current crop of New Japan cannot make it.
And exactly that's the reason why I felt like they put the belt on Moxley, because Moxley is a major name, and they kind of need his clout.
Wh-
But
which is a
I
sad state of affairs.
yeah, and also I don't find him as IWGP champion, like it doesn't feel special. I do not know why. Maybe he didn't win it at Wrestle Kingdom.
Mm,
Maybe it was like it's essentially an indie show, right? Windy City Riot. So
yeah.
didn't feel like a big deal. And suddenly I just see it as more like alamak, another belt on Dynamite on AEW TV.
So that is the other thing I wanted to bring up, and we'll talk about it on Dynasty as well. But it's like, oh, so your AEW World Championship not important, which is bigger? That one is IWGP, and then he's out there talking about the IWGP is the one he wants, blah 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 blah. So you're saying that that belt is better? So you make your own promotion and your own title look meaningless in a company that has 1,000,000 titles, which is even worse. It compounds that problem even more.
Bro, Mark Briscoe just became ROH champion. Has he been highlighted? Has he even appeared in ROH weekly shows?
I
You know
don't
what
know.
I
I
mean?
don't watch ROH, so I can't answer that question.
Yeah. So you're right. Like if you want to have two world champions, put it on separate shows. Do what WWE is doing. Do not muddle the show by having a IWGP champion start the match, start the episode, and then have a AEW world champion and the episode. Like you're just gonna confuse an audience, bro.
And to that point too, I always go back to a casual switches on that show. And then he sees one champion here. And then Samoa Joe is another champion. And then Mark Briscoe is another champion. All like world champions. So it's like, then which title is the right... Like, you know what I mean? It's just way too confusing.
Yep. I agree. But other than that, I can't believe we actually forgot, because remember last episode we were saying like, hey, I think we forgot to talk about something. It was actually John Moxley winning the IWGP championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's a sad state of affairs, and I'm not looking forward to watching him against Hobbs, because he's probably gonna bleed, and Hobbs is not gonna win. It's a very foregone conclusion, right?
Yeah. And even if it's predictable, you need to make people want to watch. Like, why do you want to watch Hobbs versus Moxley other than if you're fans of both of them? You know what I mean?
Why not Will? He wants to go after the Don Callis family. What? Technically, Will Ospreay is the golden child, right? Why not Will Ospreay?
Yeah, but again, Will Ospreay, is he a heel? Is he a babyface? You know what I mean?
Wow, so that is the other topic that we'll get to. But okay, let's move on from Dynamite. Once again, a lackluster show going into pay-per-view. Let me say hello to Fias, who just swung by the chat. Muhammad Daniel, it's good to see you as well.
Yes,
bro.
Yes, Foreign kena freeze and has now unfrozen himself.
Yes, Muhammad Daniel, I hope you're enjoying WWE 2K24. Congratulations, by the way. Enjoying
really?
the game. What do you mean, what happened? He's the winner, what?
Oh, yeah.
You forgot, he was the winner.
Bro, my mind also freeze, bro.
It's Tony Khan piping in chemicals into your room, bro.
Bro.
Hey.
What am I doing?
random sidebar, right?
Yeah.
This weekend, my internet straight up just died, went down. The whole of Saturday, I had zero internet, and I spent most of the afternoon trying to fix it. I had to go to that wedding, right? I was at. So I couldn't really try to fix it until Sunday morning. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? I literally had to power cycle my router for like 5 hours.
What does power cycle mean?
Means you go to your router, you switch off.
Okay, so your whole internet, your whole house router, you switch it off.
Yeah, so the router, technically, to power cycle a router, suddenly become tech talk. Kick to the tech. Power cycle, you just switch off for 5 minutes, can already. And then switch back on. But I did that, didn't work. I tried for 10 minutes, didn't work. So I'm like, F it, I'm going to go take a nap. I freaking power cycle for like 3 hours.
The whole time you were sleeping, like, essentially.
Yeah. And then I switched it back on. Oh, shit. Finally, that's why on Sunday we could do what we did, like record our interview.
I'm curious though, because like, do you have internet on like each level of your house? Because like, or does it take care of the whole thing? I'm not sure how that works.
It takes care of the whole thing. So I have the main, like, on downstairs, I have the main internet, right? And then I run one long ass wire up to, my room.
Wow, man, a lot of effort though, but
I hope.
I hope.
So anyway, the point is, conspiracy theory, Tony Khan heard that we were doing a podcast reviewing Dynamite. He he go and play with my internet.
Bro, our views are low every time we talk about Dynamite. I also feel it's because of not because of Tony Khan, it's because nobody's watching.
No, it's because of Tony Khan's terrible booking, that's why.
Okay. Let's speak of terrible booking for Dynamite aside. Let's talk about Dynasty with very clear goggle eyes. Try to be as
Wait,
objective as possible, right?
We still have to talk about SmackDown a little bit.
Okay, yeah, sure.
WWE is rocking the joint right now. Okay,
Do in
so
order. We'll do in order, yes,
SmackDown, we had Tama Tonga with the vehicular assault. Okay, I feel like we haven't seen a vehicular assault in a long time.
Yeah, it's
What
fine.
was Chet? Feel free to jump in on this. What was the last vehicular assault in WWE programming you can remember?
Oh man, I think was it the NXT thing?
Was it
Remember?
okay? NXT not counted. Raw SmackDown.
Oh,
Was it Samoa Joe and Roman Reigns?
No. It was what or not? It was
What?
Brock Lesnar trying to run over Roman Reigns and the Bloodline, and then Jey Uso laughing. Remember?
Oh yeah. No, that one tractor, right?
Yeah, tractor. Yeah,
Tractor assault. Okay, so yeah, technically that would be on SmackDown. Interestingly enough, do you notice that they did it in an implied way? They didn't show
Yeah.
a car banging a car. They just showed the aftermath.
It could be a mystery. It could be leading up to another debut, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes. As in the debut of Jacob Fatu.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a way to introduce you. I'm just saying that, they implying it, right?
Well, they
So,
implied that the car
It
was
was
Tama
Tama.
Tonga's car, and
Yeah.
the other car was Kevin Owens' car, and then Kevin Owens bleeding, blah blah blah. So
Yeah.
the implication is that Tama Tonga whacked Kevin Owens with the car. Lah.
Yeah. Oh, if you take a few steps back, can we talk about suddenly this presentation of Solo Sikoa as this like abang-abang with a new suit,
The suit.
the guy taking over the bloodline? What's your thoughts on that, bro?
It's interesting because he had a lot of heat on SmackDown. Like he had like almost Dominic Mysterio level heat, where every time he wanted to talk, the crowd just booed him.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I was impressed by the heat, and what was I even more impressed on is like Roman Reigns is actually the babyface already.
Yeah. Essentially, I think they have such a good sense of like what's going on out there in the fandom because I'm sure even at WrestleMania there were people already on Roman Reigns' side, so they know that okay, we need to bring Roman Reigns back. And I mean, I don't want to say obviously, but we're definitely headed towards original Bloodline versus new Bloodline, right?
Yeah, it's got to be the case, and I think maybe this year or this summer is basically WWE or Roman's way of saying, okay, I want Solo to kind of take the ball, be the Triple H, take over from Shawn Michaels. I want you to run the bloodline and see whether you can sing or swim. Because all this while, I think he has had enough training where he's protected, he's just the muscle. But now he has a chance to stand on his own. And I'm very curious to see how they develop his personality.
I'm glad that he got a few lines. Like, honestly, he didn't say that much, but he didn't have to say that much because the crowd was really like booing the hell out of him. And I like this set, like, Roman Reigns is the more cerebral, sit back, and like, he would do bad things, but he wouldn't go that far. Solo is the F it, I'm going to ask Tama to go and knock somebody down with a car. Like brutal, savage bloodline. Maybe they can call themselves the savage bloodline. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's like even like, how they say the younger you are, like the more hot-headed you are, the more impulsive. Maybe he's giving off that vibe,
Yeah.
I'm this young lion and I'm very annoyed with all these elders being patient. Fuck you guys, I'm gonna just do all this shit. You know what I mean?
And resort to vehicular assault. Oh, you know who must be very proud?
Who? Oh, Rikishi. He learned from his father, bro.
Got history, bro. Got history.
Got storyline continuation. Yes.
Dude, if next week on SmackDown he comes out and says, I did it. I did it for The Rock. I did it for the people. That would be hilarious.
He got to say that. He got to say that line, bro.
Tama got to say it. Has Tama even talked? No, right? He's just like that menacing presence.
He has talked a bit backstage, but can I say something or not, bro? Tama is or was a career mid-carder in New Japan.
Yep.
And he was mainly a tag team wrestler with Guerrilla of Destiny and Bullet Club. But comparing his New Japan presentation, and if you didn't know anything about his New Japan presentation, if you just saw him for the first time on SmackDown in the last 2 weeks, you thought he was like one hell of this badass main eventer from somewhere, right?
Yeah, they just had to throw in a line, he's been wrecking shop in Japan. I guarantee you 95% of the people watching are not going to go and see his New Japan stuff. Oh, actually he mid-carder. No, so immediately you imply like he's a big deal in Japan, and he looks the part, and he's in part of the quote-unquote new Bloodline story, and Bloodline has been sort of featured act for how many years already? Yeah, he's instantly portrayed as somebody important. And the first thing he does, he tried to kill Kevin Owens' blood or...
Yeah, yeah. And I'm saying this, with the greatest of respects, but I think AEW need to learn how
Yeah.
to present a
Yeah.
new debuting star like that. Like
100%.
hasn't been overexposed. We
Yeah.
still are interested to see what he's doing. He hasn't done anything to kind of like sully his character. You gotta learn from that.
If this were AEW, the first debut, he would have come out and had a 20-minute banger with some low-cut jabroni that nobody knows.
With Angel Garza. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, they will go whole for whole. Wow, look at how incredible this match is. But then after that, in a week's time, everyone forgot who the hell he was. We're not trying to compare, but that's exactly what AEW would do. It's a much different philosophy, and that's why they're suffering in their TV ratings. Whereas WWE is programming for weekly viewing. So yes, we haven't even seen him perform in the ring yet. We probably won't even see him perform until like maybe the pay-per-view even.
Speaking of great changes to television, like bro, talk to me about the new tag team titles on SmackDown as well. Raw and SmackDown. Yeah.
I like the new titles. It's been a long time coming, obviously, and they tried to separate it. The red and blue do look a bit hokey after a while.
For sure.
I mean, it's a title belt. Gold has to be the main color.
The meme was like it was a bronze, then it graduated to silver, and then now it's full on gold, right? Yeah. But the WWE tag team titles, right? Like it really is a throwback to the the SmackDown titles from like 20 years ago.
Yes.
We had one guy, one of our listeners from Australia, a guy that I met in Australia. He actually did Photoshop, and he actually put a splash of blue in the globe in the middle, and it looks so much better, bro. It just gives such a pop.
So you're saying it needs a bit of color to pop it, lah?
Yes, but I also kind of understand why WWE didn't do that, because I think they just want to keep it generic gold so that in the event, for example, the draft is coming up. If the titles or the tag teams were to be drafted on opposite shows, you wouldn't have this like, I need to change everything to blue now, or I need to change everything to red, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. For in the long run too, like if for whatever reason you decide to swap the titles between shows, then it does make sense.
You prefer Raw or SmackDown, the titles in terms of the tag team titles?
Raw is the round one, right?
Yeah, you like the Raw one better?
I might be biased. It's because R-Truth was hilarious. You're a magician.
Tommaso
Ciampa. Oh my god, it's damn funny. I think they're both nice though.
Yeah, they're nice in their own way. I do feel the SmackDown one ages it out because the design is different from the world title. The Raw one still looks like the the world heavyweight title in a way, but yeah, I'm an old school SmackDown 6 guy from 2002, so like it reminded me of that and I love it. So yeah, great job.
Of course we have to always give props to the wise man who does his job amazingly. He's there, just like every episode looks scared, which is perfect.
He acting like Quasimodo from Hunchback of Notre Dame. The way he's like, punching one corner,
and it sells the whole like savagery of this Solo, right? Like, oh my god, like what's going on? He's taking over. My Roman is my guy, but now this guy is like completely, running the shop here.
Yeah. So you guys have to listen to the thing about the Bloodline. I think why people are so invested in it is like you got to pay attention to every single promo piece of dialogue because there's a lot of Easter eggs. Because again, I think Fiaz that said it on the chat, saying like when Solo says by order of my tribal chief, like you do not know which tribal chief he's talking about, right?
Yeah. Is he talking about The Rock or Roman Reigns, or is he talking about himself?
Yeah. And also I think he called Tama Tonga by like an acronym. Like I don't know whether you guys heard it, like my MFT or like,
what is that?
I don't know. They haven't explained it yet, and the commentators haven't addressed it yet. So I'm assuming that might stand for something, and that might actually kind of inform what is Tama Tonga's role.
My mother taking Tongan. I don't know.
But a lot of people are speculating it's my family tree.
Yeah.
But I mean, either way, it's intriguing, right? And you want to know.
So what's probably gonna end up happening? Backlash. We get Kevin Owens versus Solo Sikoa.
Maybe.
And maybe that's where Tama Tonga, gets involved somehow. Maybe it's gonna be a tag team match. I don't know. And then you also have when are they gonna debut Jacob Fatu? And you talk about savagery, right? Jacob Fatu fits this team perfectly, doesn't he?
His nickname is the Samoan Werewolf. What a
Yeah.
badass
Yeah.
nickname, bro.
No, and I've like Googled him a little bit, right? He has that look of like, wow, this guy wild. He's crazy. You know, like
Yes,
he's one of those guys that when the second he steps out, you immediately pay attention. Like, whoa, well, like, what the
Yeah.
hell is this guy, right?
Apparently, he got a legitimate, criminal record as well.
Yes,
He's been in
yes.
jail. So if you put a guy like him and then you put a guy like John Moxley, which one you think is legitimate or badass?
Yeah, well, I mean, one
there
fellow
you
will
go.
bleed on command. The other one will actually make you bleed, right?
The other one will just bite you until you bleed.
Yeah, exactly. So he definitely fits this savage bloodline a lot more than if somehow he becomes a good guy and joins the original bloodline. I don't think so. So yeah, it definitely looks like in the pipeline we're going to see Roman, the original bloodline lah, Roman, Jimmy, Jay, maybe even Sammy, versus Rock, Solo, Tama, and Jacob Fatu.
Ooh, now we got 8 members. So it's gonna be a hell of a war.
Survivor Series.
Ooh, if they can-
Bloodline.
Bro, they can extend it all the way out there. I would love. I mean, it's gonna keep us watching, right?
Bro,
Never
you know,
ends.
they are all about this long-term storytelling right now. Drama, macam like, Game of Thrones, but better now.
They are basically doing the whole NWO, like the
Wolfpack.
NWO Black Wolfpack. Oh, but
Oh my
much
God.
better, right? In a much
Wow.
better way.
At some point, though, it has to like settle down lah. But the fact that it still has legs, and the fact that, let's not forget, we talked about Cody not being on the show. Cody wasn't on SmackDown, and it still was an intriguing show.
Yeah, it was.
I know people are like, oh, like Cody boring already. Like, hey, relax. Give him some time to stew, and there are other things. Wrestling works in cycles. After one story, he just finished his story. Let him relax a bit first, then he come back.
Let him build a new story. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know everyone agrees, like, yeah, AJ Styles won, he's the number one contender, but it's gonna be like just a so-called
Side
mid-card
quest.
boss,
Yeah.
side quest. But hey, if they really go all in the storytelling, there's so much they can dig from in terms of their Bullet Club history, in
Yeah.
terms of like, AJ was basically carving the path that now Cody Rhodes is walking, because he
Yes.
has won TNA, Ring of Honor, New Japan. He did all those things in the Indies years before Cody Rhodes did. So I think it's a pretty cool background that they can touch on in terms of storytelling, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that's SmackDown. Raw, we won't touch on too much because I actually haven't watched Raw. We have a new women's champion. We got Becky Lynch. I know people immediately, Becky Lynch boring again. I mean, we know why this was done, right?
Yeah.
She is the safe bet. She is the established name, and whoever beats her for the title will get the rub. That's exactly what it is.
I would argue that she is gonna just be a transitional champion. I am assuming
Yep.
she might even drop the belt to Liv Morgan at
Yep.
Backlash.
Yep.
And nothing wrong with that. Because you can't have the Liv Morgan, who is a heel, win in a fair fight.
Yeah,
I mean, the Battle Royale wasn't a fair fight, but you get what I mean, right?
Yeah. No, it's much better if Liv beats Becky some sort of heelish cheating way, right?
Yep.
At least she gets the rub and the heat. And then you have her heel run, and then, I wish somebody would beat Liv, and then, boom, Rhea Ripley comes back.
Yeah. Before we go to Dynasty, I want to talk very, very quickly about all these awesome, social media so-called Easter eggs that, Uncle Howdy is dropping.
Oh, yeah. So this is WWE experimenting with the ARG genre again.
Yes.
Alternate reality game.
And of course, the pioneer of it was originally Bray Wyatt, of course, when he did his return in 2022, right? And,
if you want to... that can be argued, but you know who actually started doing this sort of hint-dropping random glitches first?
oh shit, I know who you're gonna say. Can I guess?
Go ahead.
Chris Jericho.
Yes! You know it, bro! So technically, my boy, Mr. Chris Jericho, was a pioneer in this, but there was no internet at that time. The internet wasn't as ubiquitous as it is now.
Yeah.
So because the whole alternative reality game genre, I don't know if you've ever checked out any of it. There are a lot of YouTube pages lah. They just put out really weird shit that is sort of like blur the realities between reality and like weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very subtle. Like, I didn't really pay attention. Of course, our Discord members, shout out to our Discord members, they've been like sending all the clues,
Mm.
say, hey, I went on this QR code and this is what I found and all that kind of stuff.
I
But
knew Fias would be into this type of thing. He loves the
yeah.
horror stuff, Like, I knew Fias would like dive head into the ARG stuff. I bet you watch like the behind the back rooms stuff also.
Well, that's great. But for me, right, as a casual viewer of SmackDown, I'm just watching it. I never pay attention. But the thing that really was very obvious the first time, hey, yeah, they are doing something. Remember, I think Triple H was walking to introduce the title, and as he was walking, it literally was a very long 2-second glitch. And I was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was
that's something.
it was
That was
literally
something.
blink and you miss.
Correct. And of course, now we can put all those rumors of broken Matt Hardy returning or being part of that, Wyatt Six because he has, returned to TNA.
Unless they are working together, because they have worked together before. So Matt Hardy might. But to be honest, I do not want to see Matt Hardy wrestle. I would love to see him as a mentor role, some
As a
sort
character.
of character. Yeah, but in the ring, no, not
Nah.
at his age, not like his health is more important.
Matt Hardy did say something very interesting on social media after TNA. I think it was Rebellion, right?
Yeah.
When people were asking, so are you signed to TNA? And then he said, no, I'm a free agent. I can go wherever I want.
There you go. So his social media thing is him trying to reach out to WWE, right?
Yeah. He's always forever talking about WWE.
He's trying to angle for a return lah,
Yeah, but I think if you have a Wyatt Six, consisting of Braun Strowman, I think Eric Redbeard, I think they call him by his new name.
Yeah.
Uncle Howdy leading the pack, and then maybe Broken Matt as a mentor, and even bringing back Alexa Bliss. I think that's pretty formidable faction, bro.
It is. I wonder how Uncle Howdy would work in this era, though.
Do you trust Bo Dallas to be able to carry the character work and also be a great promo and wrestle and all that?
I do, but also I don't know how the audience will take it, because the current era of WWE we are in is very reality based.
Yeah.
Right? So a supernatural character, would that work? Like,
yeah.
Okay, it's pretty obvious, like the Undertaker and the Boogeyman and Kane wouldn't really work in 2024, I feel, because people are like, what is this? Come on lah.
Yeah, I agree. That's why something more cerebral like Bray Wyatt worked in the 2010s, because he is like, I think his original Bray Wyatt character where he was speaking in tongues, yes, but there was a lot of great subtle storytelling. It was more like a psychopath, maniacal. I think that works.
The Waylon Mercy, charismatic preacher from the swamp type character. That felt more grounded in reality. That's why when the Fiend came out and then he was burning himself, I mean, that whole thing was a bit like...
People started laughing when it was Sister Abigail, and then he was like, is he gonna cross-dress as Sister Abigail? Yeah, that was when people were like, maybe a bit too much. But the good thing is every time, things don't work out, he goes away for a while, he comes back with a new character.
Yeah.
So
personally, I'm a bit worried for the supernatural gimmicks in 2024. I feel like personally it won't work, and it might make pro wrestling, especially on this giant scale, look a bit hokey. And we've tried to move away from the quote unquote hokiness. So, but we'll see if they sort of tweak it in a way where it's not obvious, it's very subtle, it's more mind games than anything.
Yeah, well, we can say that and argue that, maybe it's hokey in 2024. But hey, the biggest angle from WrestleMania that just happened was the gong and Undertaker appearing out of nowhere. So, people can suspend their disbelief given the right scenario, right?
Yeah, but that one is nostalgia. It's a play on nostalgia more than anything. Because, we grew up and we all admit to ourselves, we know it was hokey, but that was awesome, But I'm talking about the people growing up in the past couple of years who have not had any connection with the Undertaker or any of this supernatural stuff. Yeah. Like, they wouldn't feel the same way.
Yeah, not for Undertaker, but maybe for a new character that it's more within the times, and use it, like I said, in a way that it's more palatable for the current generation.
Yeah,
I think they can still suspend a disbelief enough if it's a good story, right?
Sure. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. And obviously, they are taking their time with it, which is what WWE is very good at right now. They just take their time with things.
Yeah. I think we also very good at taking our time, because I think we should start talking about Dynasty.
Yes, we should. But before we do that, let's give a shout out to our lovely sponsors for this episode. Mirage Advisory, the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. They're wrestling fans as well. They support what we do here on the podcast. So guys, do us a favor, go and support them. Okay, drop them a follow on their Instagram account. It's MIRAJ Advisory. I spelled it out for those on the Spotify. You're listening to audio. You can't see the beautiful logo and the words in front of you right now. It's okay. I just spelled it out for you. Do us a favor, head over to their Instagram page and drop them a follow.
Yeah, man. And you guys, please, if you guys support us, please follow us on Patreon as well. Any amount would do. It will help a lot, especially with our SW20, our ongoing campaign that we want to, award the Singapore Wrestler Top 20 at the end of the year. And Mirage Advisory are going to be a huge part of this. So if you guys follow them, you guys support us on Patreon. We'll do a lot of great work for local wrestling here in Singapore, yeah?
Absolutely. Okay, that being said, it's time for Dynasty. And I spoiled it a little bit earlier in the show already. Generally, I enjoyed the hell out of this pay-per-view. I did not feel like I wasted $35. Because yes, I paid $35 to watch it on Triller.
Mr. Yang, can we clip this footage? I want to specifically upload this on social media.
Why? Wait. So, I said it once, I'll say it again. People always like to, narrowcast individuals. I'm not being objective like that. Bro, you know me the best.
Of course.
Would you say that I'm an objective viewer of the pro wrestling genre?
Bro, I will call you a truth teller, a truth sayer. That's what you are. You just speak the truth. You are a CM Punk, a disciple of the CM Punk philosophy of speaking your mind.
Tell me when I'm telling lies. Oh, it's funny that you bring up the CM Punk, right? Like just the other day I was bored. I put on CM Punk, his interview with Ariel Hawani. And it was such an easy listener. The dude, I get it now, bro. I get it. He's such a good listen. He's like, you know what I mean? Like there's something magnetic about the way he talks about the business, the way he portrays himself. So he can very well easily be a cult leader. No wonder he was pulling all the pussy back in the day.
Bro, CM Punk means chick magnet, bro. I tell you, ever since he come back, like the meme was like he was taking photos only with the female employees and wrestlers. He can get it lah. But yeah, hey, anyway, the point I'm trying to make about CM Punk is I feel like us speaking our truth, right? Maybe people don't agree, and I would actually encourage people to say, "Hey, I disagree with your take on this," because I have had people saying they disagree with our take on WWE or AEW, blah blah blah. But it's so refreshing because it's like Mr. Young saying AEW had a good show is like Jim Cornette saying, "I love Kenny Omega now." You know what I mean? It's like,
well, didn't he say that he did? Because Kenny Omega was on his stream one time and he talked about the whole
all-in stuff. Yeah.
How things change, huh? Well, look,
Hell has frozen over.
Let's give credit where it's due. The performers made the show what it was. I wouldn't say that the show was very well booked. Like, here's a difference, right? And this is the reason I always say, if you want to enjoy AEW, don't watch the weekly programming. Just watch the pay-per-views because they truly run their show or their company indie style, where they throw like the quote-unquote dream matches.
Dream match cuts.
If you're a die-hard fan, you immediately you understand why Will Ospreay versus Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson is a big deal. This is not like a casual will not give two hoots about that.
No, but and also I think another great thing about their pay-per-views is they actually do those pre-match packages. And I do not know, maybe they don't play it enough on the weekly shows or what. I don't pay attention to it.
Bro, it's nothing to do with that. It's just that the weekly shows, they overexpose themselves. They wrestle too. I know, ironic, right? On a wrestling show, they wrestle too much, but they are not telling stories. They are poorly booked. It has nothing to do with the packages. The packages, yes, is a summary, is a highlight, is good enough for that moment. It's like when you go to an indie show in real life, you don't need weeks and weeks. It would be better. It would make you continually go weekly or monthly if you know there is an ongoing storyline, which is what WWE does, right? But AEW, for the life of them, can't figure that out. They just want to do dream matches, dream cards every single week, every single pay-per-view.
Yeah, you can't do it every single week. You can help to build up to the pay-per-view and then make those dream cards on the pay-per-view. And, even if you use MMA as an example, UFC, you don't know what's going on in the UFC, like their hype or what, right? But when you are there at the arena and then you see the packages, like, okay, now I want to support this guy. No, I want to support that guy. Correct. So it works for that format of a pay-per-view.
But why is WWE at the height it is right now? It's because they add the element of storytelling. 1 years of a wait worth of like Cody Rhodes failed at WrestleMania 39.
Yeah.
He finally finished the story. Do you think like all those moments you spam Cena, you spam Rock, you spam, all that was the culmination. That was the most satisfying nut that you could ever have as a wrestling fan, only because they built it for a year. If they built it for a month, like how AEW does, and then they spam all that, yeah, it would feel great in the moment, sure, but you wouldn't still be talking about it. I'll say what I feel about the Ospreay Danielson match right now, right? Because it's sort of that same idea. I felt it was a great match. I'm probably not going to remember this match in a month's time. Because while it was an incredible match, it wasn't an incredible moment. Go ahead.
Well, but as I was about to say, right? Like when you talk about Cody Rhodes, right? Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
They've only ever done that match in the entire history of WWE twice only.
Yeah.
Both times main event of WrestleMania.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right.
it means something.
Yes, correct. So while Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay was the first time, once in a moment or whatever, his dream match, right? And I did feel it in the moment because I thought the crowd was hyped. The crowd gave a great reaction to the two of them touching hands. But imagine if they had a one-on-one verbal segment on the Go Home show of Dynamite where they talk about what their match means to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, then that would have given more clout, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also the whole we'll get to it in a bit. Let's talk about the show from the start, okay? Right off the bat, and I think a lot of people share the same sentiment. It was too long.
Yep.
If you drop certain matches, it would have been such a good show.
Yep,
Unfortunately, I will say this. If you drop Okada versus Pop, I would have been fine with it.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting that you said. I'm just looking at the comments. And Jason said Dynasty didn't need the international match or the Thunder Rosa match. Jericho match should be shorter. Then Dynasty would have been perfect.
Bro, Jericho
Great analysis.
Jericho Hook should have been on Dynamite.
It
should be. It's the main event of Dynamite. Jericho Hook should be the main event of Dynamite.
You sure not Rampage or Collision?
Whatever, like on one of the TV shows, right? Because okay, let's get to it. I mean, there was a pre-show. I don't know if you watched it. I did not watch it.
I watched a bit of it. Can I just say I'm so sorry to Jay White, my guy from the main event at Full Gear last year to the pre-show. Okay, but if nothing else, they have unified the titles, so there's only going to be one trios titles in the whole company. That's good. That's always a good thing, bro. When they are feuding all the titles. Yeah.
No, but then it will be damn cock, right? They will wear the whole like two titles thing, and it will just look ridiculous.
I have no idea.
Visually, AEW looks ridiculous when every mother-father got one title. It really does.
I'm sorry to say, I don't want to be an asshole, but I wish it was Juice Robinson that wasn't injured. If Jay White was injured and Juice Robinson was on TV, right, I think it's a better product, unfortunately.
Yeah. It would be 1,000 times better. But like that being said, I didn't hate Jay White's promos recently. Austin and Colton, we've seen them have a lot of promise in terms of like their ring work and their promo skills.
Their physique and I think they are actually AEW's version of Grayson Waller and Austin Theory.
A bit. I think they're better.
Yeah, they're smoother in the ring, in my opinion.
And they are on Collision. They are not on the main card. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. AEW has a problem with that. Like, for whatever reason, maybe because they are not friends with the Elite. Like, I hate to feed into the whole conspiracy theory of, like, if you're friends with CM Punk, you're suffering. But it really does seem to be true. Certain people, for whatever reason, are just not highlighted on the main show. Even though you can tell they have a ton of potential.
When Punk was on, Collision heading the show, the Guns, Colton and Austin was on Collision a lot, and I'm pretty sure he's on good terms with Billy Gunn as well. So, and Billy Gunn has vocally said that a lot of people don't listen to him in AEW. So
yeah, because they think they are part of the Elite, so they like F it lah, don't care you
Yeah.
But did you watch the match?
Yeah, I did watch the match. It was fun. It was like a typical party match lah. That's how I call it in AEW. And the right winners won. I think if they're not doing anything with JY, at least make JY a prominent star or position in the card. Yeah.
Talk to me about the Acclaimed. They were super over. For a while they had the championship, but then they just.
okay, coming from a rapper's point of view, lah, I'm not calling
Uh,
myself a rapper, in the sense that, I can put out great lines, but bro,
bro.
even after a while, right,
Uh.
you will run out of things to say. You know what I mean?
Even if you are the greatest rapper in the world, Lil Wayne, you'll still run out of things to say and default back to your greatest hits a million.
Bro, I give you another example, bro. Kendrick Lamar has, there's this like civil war feud going on between all the rappers recently. I don't know whether you know.
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar talk shit about Drake, Drake talk shit and Kanye West, blah blah blah. And then Kendrick Lamar claimed to be he's the greatest rapper of all time. And I think one of them took a shot at him and said, "How can you claim to be the greatest when you only put out one album every 5 years? So you can't be in that conversation, right?" So what I'm trying to say is, right, if somebody like Kendrick Lamar don't even have the creative ability to give raps every week, what makes you think Max Caster can every single appearance of his entire wrestling career he can do a new rap?
So
Shit,
are you
sia.
saying that they not say deserve, but rightfully they've sort of lost their heat and AEW has nothing to do with that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I feel they've lost their heat because AEW doesn't realize when to switch up their character, when to evolve their character beyond just a guy who raps, right?
Yeah. So
Like, I thought they was gonna do something very interesting when he was rapping halfway and he's like, yeah, fuck it lah. They should have leaned into that. Like he's jaded.
Right.
A jaded rapper, you know what I mean?
Right. Okay. I see where you're going with that. But let's start with the main card, the proper,
Bro,
main show.
You didn't know there was also another match on the pre-match.
I know. I have the list in front of me. Trent Beretta versus Matt Sydal. Shibata and Orange Cassidy versus Shane Taylor Promotions.
Yeah, no one cares about that match, but do you know that Trent Beretta has turned heel and left the best friends?
Yeah, I know. Like, they don't want to hug anymore, and he, left them. And then I saw a clip where, he whispered in Chris Statlander's ear, or was it the other way around? There was a whisper,
Oh, yeah. I think he's trying to seduce Chris Statlander to join the dark side.
I'm like, what are they trying to do? Like the whole Rock thing where, he whisper. Like, they're trying to generate some sort of, but it's freaking Trent Beretta. And he's been portrayed as a, lower mid-card jobber for the longest time. So none of this matters.
Bro, at least Orange Cassidy is in his right match placement on the pay-per-view. The pre-show.
Yeah. With Shibata.
Yeah, they can have their own fun lah, but they're not main card at this point in time lah. Okay, let's talk about the main card. Let's talk about
the main card. And we start off with Kazuchika Okada, the Continental Breakfast Champion. I love that title name, by the way.
I love it.
He loves...
I just want to say hi to Wonder Boy. What's up, Wonder Boy?
He loves his Continental Breakfast. Beating Pac. I hated this match on so many levels. Once again, I go back to Okada here for whatever reason, presentation, age, he just seems like any other guy. And, I don't think Tony Khan is getting his money's worth. A huge part of the reason was because you put him with a dead act, the Young Bucks, right off the bat, right?
Yep.
So he felt cold here, even though, I will give the audience props. This audience brought the rating of this entire pay-per-view up by 1.5. They were there for everything. They were popping for everything. And that's the thing. So they popped for Pac, they popped for Okada, and the first half of the match, I couldn't tell who's face, who's heel. To be honest, Pac was more of a heel than Okada.
Because the crowd was chanting for Okada a lot as well, right?
And and this is the other thing. I don't want to say it because I understand that people respect Okada as this New Japan legend, right?
Yeah.
I hate his facials. I find he has this emotionless face half the time, and the commentators are trying to play it off like he's so cool. Nothing phases him. But like when he's in a hole...
You know what it is?
What?
It's the Jackie Chung, I don't know, that face when when you're doing like a vocal run and you're like looking that you're steaming like that, that kind of...
Yeah, I don't know if you feel the same way, but look at his face. When you're watching his matches, I don't feel pain, I don't feel like once in a while he fires up. But you compare it to any other, like the FTR guys, you compare it to like great wrestlers, when he sells, his facials are just terrible.
Yeah. Very funnily enough, right? Like none of the New Japan people are great at facials, in my opinion.
Wait. So is it because in the Japanese culture, I don't know how to phrase this without being disrespectful here.
Be careful, Mr. Young. What you say next?
Because Fiaz says, I hate Io Sky's facials. I agree. Like, what is it about a lot of the Japanese wrestlers? They have either over-exaggerated facials or under-exaggerated facials. They can't hit the sweet spot.
They learn fighting spirit only, bro. That's the main thing that they learn. But I don't think there's a storytelling class for them. You know what I mean?
The acting, they are not actors. Like
I don't know.
Like maybe Naito. I remember like him having decent. I honestly, I thought Tanahashi has stiff facials as well. All the quote unquote legends. So I can never get behind them in terms of an emotional, and that's why I just cannot get behind Okada in this setting, in this presentation. Pat had better facials.
Yeah, I the takeaway from this match was the commentator keeps saying that he has the best drop kick since like Ricky Steamboat. Like that was the thing that I saw. But in my opinion, I was like, okay, Randy Orton throws a better drop kick, in my opinion, lah.
No, but yeah, it's like it's like Mr. Young, you have the best spectacle. Like, big deal. Who cares? It's just a drop kick. It's not like his finisher. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And one other thing as well, I don't know whether you keep track of the runtime, but this was a very long match. This was half an hour match, bro. Huh? And it was 30 minutes.
No lah. It's 21 minutes 55 seconds. I have the listing in front of me,
including the
intro
entrances. Because okay. I timed myself because I was watching it early this morning as well. So I was like, I need to watch before work. So I timed myself. It was so long. And I'm thinking to myself, why you give so much shine to a match without any heat, in my opinion?
Yeah, no, that's the other thing, right? This match had zero heat. Like, we knew Park wasn't going to win because he's never featured in that prominent of a role. We know he's just a journeyman here to take a loss.
I argue this would have been a more impactful match if it was an Okada squash.
Oh, yeah.
Okada handily beat Park. Shocking. Like, holy crap, this Okada beat up Park, in 10 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know.
Right. I agree with you. I'm laughing because of chat right now.
Okay, what did chat say?
Jason was talking about Shinsuke's facials. He's not bad, right? Shinsuke almost borderline. I feel like Shinsuke sometimes overdoes it, but yes, he's fine. But then Jason says, I like Kyrie's facials, but in a different, bro. What is this, bro? PG, bro, PG.
Be careful, bro. Later your Brunei Darussalam Sultan say something here.
Hey. Okay. So, no, back to your point, bro. Sorry, I sidetracked a bit. Back to your point. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, right from the start, he should have been squashing people.
Yeah.
And not having quote-unquote competitive matches, banger matches. Like, nobody needs to see that. You need to debut him strong, have him up against like people who can sell for him. Not Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston was the worst person to put up against Okada because he can't sell shit. And we're going to talk about Eddie Kingston in just a bit.
The thing about Okada, what worked for Okada, right, when he was fighting against Kenny Omega, was that he had this babyface fire. He never gave up. He was like he outlasted people. I've never seen him as a heel and as an effective heel. But people can correct me if I'm wrong, New Japan fans. But I know historically he did a lot of his best work as a heel when he was fighting Tanahashi. Because if you didn't know about this, right, Mr. Young, so Tanahashi, right, in 2012 was like the biggest star. He was the John Cena, right, of New Japan. But then this Okada went for his so-called tour in US, was in TNA, did all the stupid shit in TNA. He came back with this new Rainmaker blonde gimmick, right? And in his first match back, he won the title from Okada in a shocking upset, like how Page won against AJ Lee.
Wait, he won? Who won? Okada won?
Yeah, so Okada came back.
Oh, won against Tanahashi lah.
His comeback match to New Japan, in his new character, he had a title match and he beat Tanahashi after Tanahashi had a long reign. So it was like a big ass surprise. Right? So what I'm saying is like, and he was super arrogant and cocky, that young cocky guy, I beat the legend, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So that was the last time he was very effective as a heel. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, if they wanted to debut him as a heel, right, he has to be a destroyer, bro. Give him, do the Rainmaker, finish up people within 5 minutes. At least people was like, oh, okay, this guy is a menacing presence, at least in that presentation.
Can we talk about the Rainmaker and how it's a freaking short arm clothesline? It's a recoil clothesline, sure, whatever. It's a short arm clothesline, right?
Yeah.
It's a shit finisher. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's legendary or whatever. It's a shit finisher. It looks like shit, especially if you don't have a guy who can sell it well. At least Park, he spin. He knows Park will do the somersault. when he did it to Eddie Kingston, that's why Eddie Kingston was a terrible first couple of matches. When he would hit the Rainmaker, it would look like shit because Eddie Kingston just flopped down like, bruh. You know, it looked like crap.
Yeah. I get you. If he's not JBL lah, he's not JBL doing the clothesline from hell lah.
JBL looks amazing when he hits somebody with that lariat, right? So I don't know what it is. Like, it's just one of those moves that doesn't sell it for me. Actually, New Japan has a lot of moves that don't sell it for me.
Yeah, I love the Destino, bro. Destino is my jam. I love.
Isn't Destino just a sling blade?
No, Destino is like Spike Dudley's like Dudley Dog, but from the ground.
Oh,
so basically, he holds him there, and then he flips backwards in like a moonsault, and then he lands on the ground.
It's a Shiranui.
Ooh, Mr. Young knowing all your Japanese terms?
Oh, only because I play WWE 2K games, and that is always my character's finisher, the Shiranui.
So okay, yeah.
So you have him in a stunner position, but you flip moonsault, and then you drop backwards lah.
It's a pretty cool finisher, don't you think so?
It is. No, it is. Okay, so if that is the Destino, then yes. But I'm a Shiranui guy.
Okay.
I literally have no idea where the name comes from, by the way.
Yeah, but we can agree, yes. I don't know, maybe it's just Okada in 2024. The Rainmaker doesn't feel like an exciting maneuver. But when he was fighting Kenny Omega, everyone was popping. Oh my god, it's the Rainmaker! I mean, Kevin Kelly's announcing that helps.
Yeah, and Kenny Omega can sell the shit out of that move as well. Yes. So it depends. That's the problem with a move like that. You have to be able to get somebody to sell it for it to even look good, right? I will give Okada props halfway during the match when he did the Rainmaker pose, and then he's like, he took it away from the crowd. So that was the first inkling I got. Oh, you heel, you bad guy.
Yeah.
You know? Because like I said, the first half of the match, I'm like, I don't know who's the heel, who's the face here.
Yeah. They gotta lean into it. If they really want to go all out with his heel character, take away the things that make fans love him. He doesn't even have to talk, you know? Like he just have to be an asshole, arrogant in the ring. Like, you know?
It feels like I'm body shaming, but I'll say this as well. He also, like, Okada does have a bit of a dad bod at this point. Not really a dad bod, but you know what I mean? He's not as jacked as like a Pac. So visually, I can't buy him as the guy also. So everything about this presentation doesn't scream best in the world.
So him or Sheamus that needs a burger after burger after burger.
But the crazy thing about Sheamus is in about 2 weeks, he probably looked like his old self.
Bro, this past Raw episode, he already lost the weight from the last week's one.
Exactly.
He's cutting, bro.
It's just funny that they brought... but that's my point. Like, at least with Sheamus, you know by next week, he'll look even better. Okada, he'll maintain one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're all in their late 30s, so I don't want to try to, be so critical.
No, exactly. But you get my point about presentation and imagery, right?
Yeah, but hey, Tama Tonga is older, and look at Tama Tonga. I mean...
I mean, not everybody needs to be a body guy, but if this is what you're dealing with, then have him wear suits and freaking like overcoat and jackets just to hide it. And then only have him stripped down when he has to wrestle, which is once in a blue moon.
Bro, Jim Cornette called him Okodi.
Because of the blonde hair, right? Yeah. He should do a tattoo on his neck, put Japanese flag.
Okay, you know what? We are taking as long as the match itself to review this match. So yes, Okada should have won faster if they were going to build him as the next star.
This match should not have been on the card. I said it.
Wow. Oh yeah. I mean,
it
didn't lead to anything. It wasn't impactful in any way, but yeah.
In fact, the second the next match started, I was like, I wish this was the first match I watched.
Seemed like WrestleMania. Second match did a better job.
Yes. So okay, and maybe it's because it's kind of like, I don't even want to say it's WWE style, but it felt more hard hitting. The strikes connected, and that's the other thing about Okada versus Pac. Like, yes, for whatever reason, Okada's offense all looks bleh. Whereas with Malachi Black, Brody King, Buddy Matthews, I hadn't watched the House of Black in a long... Because they are off in Collision Land or Rampage Land, so I never get... This is another one. They are all probably friends of CM Punk, right? Is that why they never get featured? Because I was like, holy shit, this match was a banger. Like 5 out of the 6 people in this match, I actually really enjoyed.
I know who's the 6.
Okay. I'm just... This is hyperbole. I actually really enjoy Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston's the guy, right? I enjoy him as a character. As in, he's that crazy uncle you see once a year, and Uncle Eddie is doing some stupid shit again, but it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I get what you mean. What you mean.
But when he's in the ring and then the machine gun chops, when he does that shit, I'm like, oh no.
Okay. You know what? I think you like this match more.
Why?
This was a classic, right? NXT Black and Gold tag team match.
Bro, that's a great freaking observation. Yes.
Yep. Of course, Malachi Black, Buddy Matthews, they all were schooled in the NXT style, right?
Yeah.
Hard strikes, very impactful, and I think they were fast in the way they do their moves, and everything looked like it hurt.
Yes, Malachi was very very on point with a lot of his strikes. Which, I mean, I don't know what it was, but on Dynamite, did you remember, like, he missed quite a lot of that shit for some reason?
He just, phoning it in for the weekly show.
Are you sure? No. Like, do you remember when the House of Black first became a thing and then they were feuding with Cody Rhodes? Like,
he missed
a lot of shit. But in this match, everything hit close to perfect lah,
Yeah. Who was on the team? It was Adam Copeland, Eddie Kingston. Oh, Mark Briscoe, right?
Briscoe.
Yeah.
I think that Mark Briscoe has a very unique look. I think he's actually quite outstanding, and I hope that they will push him at some point.
Yeah, because his style, he's very, I would say, very messy, very gritty, grimy.
He's a redneck kung fu. This is what he says, right? And that really, truly encapsulates his style. I wish I watched more Briscoe's matches.
Yeah. I mean, his matches with FTR were great. Very underrated. That's the thing, right? He's one of the guys that actually can cut great promos in AEW.
Yeah.
Why isn't he highlighted in a top card? Holy shit.
And maybe it's Edge. He's there and he's like, okay, I want to work with these guys because I believe in them. Okay, for all the shit I'm giving Eddie Kingston right now, he's one of the best promos they have. Because everything he says feels very real. He really feels like that uncle who will just talk shit. But
yeah.
I don't know if you noticed this one spot, right? Go back and watch it. I literally, when it happened, I replayed it 5 times because I was laughing my ass off. There was this one spot, I think it was Brody King on the top rope, top turnbuckle, and then Eddie Kingston was clubbing him in the back, right? And then he's doing his like machine gun, and then I don't know what happened. Maybe he punched him until he want to faint or what. He grabs the ropes and then he falls backwards. I don't know if
he tired lah.
I don't know, he faint or he tripped or he passed out from clubbing Brody King. But then Mark Briscoe had to hey, you okay or not? I'm like, what? I died laughing.
Is the uncle having a drunk fight after he tired lah?
It's like the uncle drunk and then wait, and then fall down.
Parody lah. Don't know. Okay, but
I don't know. I honestly want to know what happened there because I burst out laughing when that happens. Yeah.
I don't know. I might have missed it lah. But oh man,
bro, please go back and watch that match because I died laughing. Like I said, I hit rewind 10 seconds. I kept watching that moment. Oh shit.
Well.
Not thinking about it, I'm laughing my ass off.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for making me want to watch that match again. Okay, but one good thing I want to say, to wrap up this match is that they did a great job building anticipation for the eventual showdown between Malachi Black and Adam Copeland. That's the match that we want to see, right?
Yes. Do you notice what they did? They tried to make their interaction as little as possible. In fact, they didn't really have much offense against each other at all until the end, right?
Yes. And then when the time they actually, throw hands, the crowd exploded, pop for it, holy shit, it was a big deal. And so this was one of the better laid out matches of the night.
Why, bro? Because they probably laid it out themselves. They probably are, okay, we have a bit of time, this is what we're gonna do. As opposed to, we said it before, having one person at the helm, dictating storylines. AEW is where everybody just does their own thing. So the cream will rise to the crop, the rest will sing.
When you see Adam Copeland in this so-called environment, you haven't seen him or paid attention to his stuff in AEW for a while, right? So how do you feel he performed or how he was, characterized in this match?
I enjoyed. This was very much like a throwback to the old. You talk about SmackDown 6, right? It's like, those they would have triple threat where all the main guys would get together versus a group of heels, right? And that brought me back to that era where, wow, shit. Now I'm excited to see, all the permutations as well. Like, you had two figureheads in Malachi and Adam Copeland. They are the main focus, but the rest are around them. Even though they are not the main focus, they carried their weight as well. Brody King looked like a badass. Buddy Matthews, criminally underrated. Unfortunately, he's a bit like, stuck to the side here.
Yeah. He's that guy that you see his work. He's so crisp. He's such a great wrestler.
Yeah.
But we know what's holding him down. His promo ability, blah blah blah. But man, he will be a great mid-card champion, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. And then you have Eddie Kingston as the comedy character.
Yeah, Eddie Kingston is he's just that guy.
Oh my, I want to find this clip, bro.
Clip it, bro. Clip it and show all of us.
Give
a shout out to Div Royalty. Div Royalty, just join us on the chat, bro. Girl, we just I think we only like 20% into our Dynasty reviews. We didn't miss so much, huh?
Yes. Okay. I will. Shit.
Bro, come on, you gotta get yourself together, man.
I know. I keep replaying that moment, and it's breaking my brain here. Let's move on then to the House of Black member I didn't want to see. Before we talk about that, I just one more thing I noticed about this House of Black versus Adam Copeland and gang match, right? Mm-hmm. Is Edge growing out his hair?
I think so. Yeah. He's growing back out his hair. Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know if you guys have the same issue that I have, right? There is this in between, right? So when your hair is freshly cut, wow, you look fresh, looks nice,
you look good. Yeah.
And then maybe you're like, okay, I want to grow it a bit longer. When it hits its peak length, it looks good. But there's that in between that is not here, not there. It looks a bit off. Does it feel like Adam Copeland is in that phase right now where he's trying to grow out his hair, but he look like some ama with a perm?
Yeah, he look like the auntie hair. I was just about to say the auntie that go to perm at the hairdresser, right?
Yeah. Like he wants to get back to his old long hair, but to get there, he has to go through this awkward, weird perm phase.
Yeah, at least he's not balding, At least he's not doing a Shawn Michael growing out his hair, but then got the balding come out.
I know,
looks
but
good.
I was like, okay, that's an interesting look, Edge. Anyway, side note, next match, Willow Nightingale versus Julia Hart. Mm-hmm. Look, I truly believe that Willow Nightingale will be a good champion. She's very likable.
Yeah.
I truly also believe 100% that the fans of Julia Hart are fans of her because she chill, and that's it. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I'm gonna speak the truth. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Hey, I mean, the only blonde I will ever fall for is Tori Wilson, so no blonde can match up to her. But I don't know about Julia Hart.
Not even Alexa Bliss. Look, okay, once again, this is house rules, whatever that means. 20 count or some bullshit like that. Julia Hart did nothing for me in this match. Like, watching this match, I was like, ooh.
Well, she's actually one of the youngest champions AEW ever had. She's very young. She's only in her early 20s, even after everything she's done. So there is room to grow there. But that being said, I mean, Willow Nightingale is much further along in her development as a wrestler, as a personality. But my only problem with this, right, is that this match felt negligible, non-consequential, because we all know, unfortunately, Willow Nightingale is just going to be a transitional champion for Mercedes Moné. Come on.
Yes. And there's the other thing. So you had Sasha Banks come out. I look at you look at me, she leaves. Fine, I get it. They're facing off, blah, blah, blah. Like, are you excited at all for Moné versus Nightingale? And we talked about this, right? Nightingale is such a raging babyface. Moné technically is still a babyface. So it's going to be a babyface match? Or are we going to see like a backstabber somewhere soon?
My hope is that AEW has seen the reactions to Mercedes Moné and realized they need to pivot really, really fast. Give her a Rock character arc. I want her to just turn heel and slap the shit out of Willow Nightingale and then become the established heel in this scenario. Beat her for the title, get the boost, carry that into the summer. I mean, that's the only way, man.
You know what? I would have liked to see her shake Willow Nightingale's hand, raise her hand, backstabber her.
On
this
the
crowd,
spot.
on the spot,
Yeah.
this crowd would have ate it up. The crowd was damn hype and they would have responded appropriately. I thought it was a wasted opportunity. At least, like, even though we knew it was coming, we've talked about this before. Sometimes the obvious is not the worst thing. I think this is exactly what Monet needs.
Yeah, I mean, she got to know that the crowd might have AEW might have overexposed her in terms of a promo. If you're not the best promo, it's fine. You don't have to cut promos all the time.
Yeah.
But you got to do something else to get people's attention, and she's not. So doing that, people will be talking about her going out of the pay-per-view.
Exactly. Yeah. So like you said, this match, thankfully short, 6-minute match. Apparently Jason says Julia Hart was injured coming into this match.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay. Well, still, nothing I've seen from Julia Hart has led me to believe that she's good in the ring. So it is what it is.
What's up, Sean Rick?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
He's in the chat. Oh yeah, I see you. Okay, so talking about house rules. Hey, that one over already, right? Oh, the stipulation was that Sky Blue and Chris Statlander were barred from ringside, so they are also part of this whole thing, right?
I think when you have the house rules, you let the opponent decide what is your stipulation. I think that's what House of Blacks mentioned. So that's why Willow Nightingale chose that stipulation, I think. Yeah.
I see. Once again, too much nonsense and not well explained. I didn't even realize that was it. I believe the commentator said something, but then after that, nothing.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, could have been on a Dynamite, honestly. Let's talk about Roderick Strong versus Kyle O'Reilly for the International Championship. Once again, another title.
Bro, speaking of matches that we have done so much better in NXT Black and Gold.
And we talked about this. We've seen this match on NXT. Look, I enjoyed the match for what it was. It was a really well-wrestled match.
Yeah.
But I didn't care about it either way. Like, by tomorrow, I would have forgotten about this match already. Oh, bro, yeah. Good wrestling.
Kyle O'Reilly was injured for more than a year. Just made his return and no reaction.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
He's flatter than... flat. Whatever the flattest thing is. He's flatter than a rat.
I don't blame him.
Rat skin.
Honestly, I don't blame him. I really blame AEW how he presented his comeback.
They should ask him to comb his hair a bit. Like, well, come back. He still looks like a homeless bum for whatever reason. At least Roderick...
You can look like a badass homeless bum, bro.
Yeah.
But,
somehow Roddy has more character than him now. Roddy has the glasses, he has the moustache and everything. He has a better look than Kyle. And Kyle looks like a guy who's just completely given up.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, I don't really care about these two because they have caused the whole Devil storyline to be dead on arrival. Undisputed Kingdom is dead on arrival because Adam Cole has injured. They shouldn't have pulled the trigger if he wasn't ready to come back. So,
talking about Adam Cole and the Undisputed Kingdom, they come out at the end. So there is a little bit of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Where Wardlow was there. So, okay, am I to understand that they brought in Wardlow into the Undisputed Kingdom, but Adam Cole doesn't like him?
Well...
Because I don't know if you noticed it, they were in the ring and then Adam Cole walked behind Wardlow and then gave him side eye. So I was like, are they hinting at something?
Well, I think there is some dissension that's brewing, but I'm very annoyed. You know why?
Why?
Wardlow turn face, turn heel. Turn face, turn heel. And I argue, right, if you're going to do this whole Wardlow gets excommunicated from this faction, right?
Again?
I would argue that MJF did it better, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. So they're rehashing this, kick out the bodyguard thing.
Yeah, but well, if MJF and Adam Cole both did the same shit to Wardlow, right? Then Wardlow can kill both of them, No,
I think Wardlow, unfortunately, is also a bit of a lost cause. He had a moment, but AEW didn't know how to capitalize on him, so it is what it is. Again, same. Like, it didn't matter if this was for the International Championship, some random cup, or just for a cup of coffee. It was a great match, but ultimately a very forgettable feud. Like, it's a shame. It's a shame because it was a really, really good match.
And that's the thing, right? Sometimes you can have the greatest of matches, but if there's no heat coming from it, there's no storyline, there's no build, it becomes a forgettable match. Yeah.
It's an indie mindset. And we have to understand, like, in order to appreciate this sort of stuff, right? Look at Mr. Young being all rational and stuff. To appreciate this, we have to come at it from the indie mindset of, we are not going to see them for another month.
Yeah. So that's the problem, right?
Yeah, yeah, there is a problem.
You're gonna do one show and you
Mm,
won't hear any from any of them until the next big show. So
mm.
that's like how we watch AEW nowadays. That
Yeah.
seems to be the consumer behavior there, right?
Unfortunately, I have to watch Dynamite for 2 more weeks, but it is what it is. So I have to suffer through their crappy storytelling. But at least, like I said, the pay-per-views deliver, right? So,
Yes,
okay,
correct.
can we just skip the next match? Like how this match should basically have not been on the card at all. Can you guess which match this is?
Bro, cannot, bro. It's your favorite wrestler, bro. Just
This
talk about
match
it.
was 16 minutes. This match went as long as the Roderick Strong Kyle O'Reilly, and it felt like it went double the time, okay? Chris Jericho versus Hook, FTW rules match for the FTW Championship again. Another title. Like, okay, I'm looking at the card right now, and it's actually
Yep.
quite shocking, you know? There's
Yep,
one
yep, yep.
match, two match. There's two matches without a title. And one of those non-title matches was the best match of the card. And that match, they are claiming to be the best in the world and not any of the champions. So how does that logically, in a sports-based presentation, make any sense whatsoever?
Well, I want to say something about this match though.
Mm.
Like, if nothing else, right, at least, right, they did a better job of differentiating the FTW Championship by making it a hardcore title, essentially. Right?
Right.
At least, I'm not saying that it's a good thing or bad thing, but at least FTW can expect something different as opposed to Continental, TNT, Inter-Championship, International, whatever it is. You don't know what's the difference.
So the Continental Championship is nobody can interfere, correct?
Yeah.
FTW is no holds barred, hardcore.
The
Then-
Continentals, did they say that? I don't even know that there was a rule on that.
Was it continental or international? What? See, that's the problem. You have too many titles with too many different rule sets. It's like, hey, stop lah. What are you doing?
Stop it.
You know, like, come on, just make this as simple as you can for the, casuals, right? Anyway, Chris Jericho has X-Pac go away heat right now.
Unfortunately, yes. Yes. Oh, man.
From a guy, he's my favorite.
Your biggest fan, yeah.
I was a huge fan of Chris Jericho, and just to see him now, just almost like he's hanging on to whatever's hot and trying to make it.
Is he still your biggest, your favorite wrestler?
No, of course not. CM Punk is now.
Yes, I did it. I converted you. Okay,
No, CM Punk converted me, bro.
Okay, fine.
No. I don't. Honestly, I don't have a favorite, but I have a lot of
People that you
wrestlers that I like,
respect, yeah.
and admire and whatnot. So he even comes out to the learning tree. This, you know what he's referencing, right?
What?
Once again, this company cannot go a day without referencing CM Punk. It's him taking a jab at CM Punk's learning tree. People coming to CM Punk to sit under his learning tree. Remember, that was a phrase being used.
Okay. I don't. It's not really memorable enough for me to recall.
Which shows you how bad the gimmick is. No, this is absolutely a reference. Like the whole thing. Oh, you can come to me to talk to me and ask me, seek advice. Wasn't that the whole conversation about CM Punk? How, certain people didn't want to go to CM Punk to ask for his advice. So now Chris Jericho is doing like a character where he's basically trying to be a parody of the CM Punk myth.
Santana, who left AEW is back in TNA, said when Chris Van Vliet interviewed him and said, "Tell me something that you learn about, Chris Jericho."
Yeah.
He didn't praise him, like he didn't give him his flowers, say he's the best. You know what he said?
What did he say?
And it's very telling, bro. It's
What did
very
he say?
telling. He said, Chris Jericho taught me how I need to be more selfish in this business. I need to look out for myself in this business.
Wow.
So it's almost as if like he's teaching him, or like from his experience working with Chris Jericho, he's learning about what to do, what not to do, and how to take care of my own Tai Chi, which is basically what Chris Jericho does.
You're right. It is very telling. But you don't see the whole gimmick that he's trying to pull off here?
No, I do see it, but I feel like he's running out of ideas. And remember, we always complain about he always throws 1,000,001 ideas, but not all of them work. This is the worst example of it.
Yeah, he's had multiple misses. So right now, essentially what his character is a parody of an assumption of CM Punk, which is such a so you're basically a parody of yourself at this point. Like he's an absolute parody right now.
Bro, he used to be the mentor for CM Punk. So I don't know why he's trying to copy CM Punk. And I know CM Punk historically doesn't like him because he's like he's those kind of guy. I just want to befriend you just so that you can come on the podcast. Not really a genuine person. And do you hear the chants though? The crowd was
Yeah.
telling him to go home.
Yeah, go retire, go away.
Go home, Jericho. Go
Yeah, go
home.
home. Yeah.
Oh man.
It's bad. So okay, and then he beats Hook for the FTW championship. And Hook is one of those. He doesn't flow, which is both a good and a bad thing. Like I don't know.
What do you mean by that?
So okay, when you see people like Randy Orton, you see people like Austin Theory, you see people like Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega. When they wrestle, there's a very hypnotic rhythm to what they do. Everything flows perfectly. With Hook, it's like one move, and then it's very jarring, which is both good and bad. I would say that it is good for someone like a Braun Breaker or like a Goldberg, where you're just hitting power move, end, right? But Hook is a skinny, quote unquote, skinnier guy. He's lean, but he's a skinnier guy. So his wrestling style just feels very weird to me, but it could be a good thing because it looks different. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. I think that was one of the things that made him stand out when he debuted, right? He was doing this like grappling style.
Yeah.
He was doing a lot of like throws, like Aikido throws and stuff like that.
His dad
Judo
lah.
throws.
Yeah,
He learned from his dad, which I thought was cool. But I don't know, man. It's been 3 years, since he debuted, but it doesn't feel like he has accomplished a lot.
Because he's not working with the right people. He can't grow working with people who are not growing. You know what I mean? Like, ironically, he needs to sit under the learning tree of a Shawn Michaels.
I give you a very interesting stat about Hook, right? He has been FTW champion twice.
Yep.
Which ties his dad as like the most number of FTW reigns. And his most recent FTW reign was 8 months. Do you know who he won it from?
Wasn't it Brian Cage, was it?
No, that was a while back. That was like his first reign. He won it from Ricky Starks when he was still Team Test. That was 2022.
Yeah.
But this reign, he won it from Jungle Boy at All In, Wembley.
I forgot. Yeah.
Exactly. And you know what? It's been 8 months since that day. Do you remember that he has been FTW champion for 8 months?
No. Because it's not a real championship. It's not something... anyway. Yeah, it is what it is.
There's a lot of problems with this match on a number of levels. But the worst of all is just Chris Jericho. Very, very right now stale. Needs to go away. The whole wrestling universe is telling it to him. I don't know whether he's humble enough to accept it or he's just going to, coast over it and just ignore it. I don't know.
Like, I honestly don't believe that he is... I don't think in his heart of hearts he's trying... Like, people say he's latching on to whoever is the next hot star just to take their heat. He's like a leech, right?
Yep.
Do you think that he's truly doing that? Like, he's reached that stage where he can just go away for a bit.
But what he doesn't want to.
I think he truly thinks that he can put over Hook here.
Well, he hasn't put anyone over since probably his first or second year in AEW, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, and he's supposed to be friends with Taz, so I don't know lah. Yeah, Hook should be NXT bound. Honestly, he could really benefit from training and working there.
He's gonna be a free agent really soon, so there is a possibility that he might end up where Brian Pillman Jr. is in NXT. Yeah,
hopefully so. This was 16 minutes too long. This match, by the way.
Holy God, 16 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the same length as Roderick Strong versus Kyle O'Reilly, but a lot more painful to watch. Let's move on to Timeless Tony Storm versus Thunder Rosa. Did you watch Tony Storm's promo, by the way, before?
Yes, the one where she had the smudge makeup, right?
Yeah, I love that promo, by the way. That promo was brilliant. I don't know who wrote it, but it was insane.
That was actually one of her best promos she's ever done in her entire career.
Yeah. I hadn't paid attention to her ever since she started the Timeless stuff. But then when she did that promo, I'm like, wow, it's so English, such prose.
Yeah, I love it. And I think I can't remember what was the gist of the promo, but I just remember it was very menacing. That was the first time where even though her character's over the top and like, very cartoonish, but suddenly there was this hint of menace and danger in her voice, the way she threatened her.
Because she was pied, right? On Dynamite, she kena the pie or whatever. And that's why she had like, jam or whatever bullshit on her face. Then she was like, she explained why it wasn't in black and white, because I want you to see what you've done to me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It was great. Yeah, it was a really, really good promo.
So
I
take your
enjoyed
time,
it.
guys, to watch that promo. I think it was on the AEW's social media, or you should watch it. Yeah,
It was on Dynamite, and then they played it again on Dynasty as well.
yeah, the package, right?
The package overshadowed the match a bit. The match was all right. Like, we know Tony Storm is a good worker.
Yeah. I like the match for what it was, but can I
Thunder
really be
Rosa. It's Thunder Rosa.
Can I really be honest though?
Yeah.
I really miss Britt Baker, right? I miss Britt Baker, man. I mean, Britt Baker. Yes, there was a point in time where she gotten stale. She was over pushed, but I think she took the advice of Chris Jericho, or took the advice that Chris Jericho should have taken, which is to go away for a while. And now the crowd really, I think the void needs to be filled by her. She needs to come back, and she needs to take away the title from Tony Storm, in my opinion.
Yep. Thunder Rosa 100% felt like a side quest here.
Yeah.
And once again, Thunder Rosa hasn't been relevant for a while. And
I mean, she did come back from an injury, so she's working her way back. But she lost a lot of those momentum that
she
made
had.
her star.
Yeah. And, apparently she's a friend of CM Punk as well. So can't expect her to do much, can you?
Yeah, she's in the Busted Open Radio. So I hear her hot takes when she was out injured. She's a great analyst in a way. Yeah. So, I don't want all of CM Punk's friends to suffer, but it seems to be the case, doesn't it?
Gee, conspiracy theory, huh? I take nothing away from the match.
It's just another title defense for Tony Storm.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a challenger to step up to Tony Storm that can match her in not just character work, promo work, but match up to her on that level. Because I don't think any of the female wrestlers, have been able to do so.
Aren't they building Marame to be that sort of person? Because Marame is like a copy of her. Then at some point she has to turn, right?
Yeah. But she needs more seasoning for sure. She needs.
And then there was the whole Marame and the Mina. It sounds so weird when I say it because I'm talking much. I'm like I'm saying some Mina. No. What's the name? Mina Sakura.
Shirakawa.
Okay, chat. You all should know lah. The one they had the HLA action on one random Dynamite. Talk about something that leads nowhere. Like, what was the point of that?
It just leads you to OnlyFans lah. You go check out their link after that lah. CTA. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I hear good things about Mina in terms of wrestling ability. I heard she's a pretty decent wrestler, but
once again, they are doing things on their TV, that's not followed up on, that leads to nothing. Mina Shirakawa, of course, Silver King, bro, of course.
Of course, bro, of course.
So, that has led to, maybe we'll see more on Dynamite, but who cares? All right, let's talk about, here's the one. Will Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson for the best in the world. I don't know. I said, I think it's an absolute shame that these two put on a banger of a match. No goal, but he's talking about how he's the best in the world, but he doesn't have a single piece of gold on him.
I'm going to share my comments on this match very simply. It was the best, in my opinion, wrestle match of the year.
Yeah.
Like wrestling match wise. And it's not even from a flippy shit level, like literally all wrestling.
That's the other thing. And I have to I don't know if somebody is listening over there, but if you look at this whole card, right, there was really only one match where all the tables and all the bullshit came out. If you think about it. And there was only one bleeder.
Yes.
Which is okay, maybe they're starting to get the idea that not every match needs to have blood, right? Yep. And this match, I don't know if you realize this as well. Another thing I would like to, shout them out about. See? Stian can appreciate it. They barely had any outside of the ring shenanigans. They weren't throwing each other into the crowd, all that bullshit. No. At most,
they kept it in the ring.
Yeah, there was one move on the apron, that's about it. But 99% of this match was an in-ring match.
Yes, agreed. And can we, for all the issues that, Bryan Danielson has had recently, the way he's being presented in AEW, but I think this match has proven that he truly is the best wrestler in the world from an in-ring technical standpoint. We know why.
Yeah.
Because he managed to not only hang with Will Ospreay, but he managed to help Will Ospreay slow down and tell an in-ring story. Do you see that?
Yes. I feel like, with Will Ospreay, right, he has all the tools physically. Yeah. He can pull off incredible looking stuff. It's just that when he goes in there with someone like a Ricochet, then it's like we talk about if you hang around with certain friends, you start becoming like them, and even if they are bad influence, right?
Yeah.
So he's in there with I absolute ring general, a mat tactician, a great wrestler, Bryan Danielson. And this is the result. It was a great story told from front to back. I wonder if the finish means they will have another match. This is a series of 3. I would like to see this as a series of 3. The only thing I have against, quote unquote, this match is it all starts with, I'm the better wrestler. And like, I have respect for you. Like, you know, if this had a 3-month build, this could have been like absolute, like a ticket seller.
This could have easily headlined Wembley All In this year. You know, they should. I mean, maybe they're building to a rematch there. You never know.
The third match. But then like they already raised the bar so high. Can they go higher? That's the question. Or are they gonna have the same match the next time around?
Well, one thing I must say about this match, bro. You know, okay, I know what's the thing that triggers you or pisses you off, right?
What?
It's either the booyah spot, the elbow spot, the chop spot, all that kind of shit. That I know
like
New Japan does it.
Yeah, this is not a perfect match. There's the whole come kick me. Okay, the chop one, at least I'm like, all right, it's just chops, right?
Yeah.
But when you are asking someone to kick you in the face,
Daring someone to kick the face.
Stop it lah.
Yeah. I didn't like that, but what I liked was there was a lot of subversions though in the way they do the sequences, right? Like for example, my favorite which I posted on IGS was when he went for the Os cutter and then he kena the Bosaiko knee. That was really great timing. When I saw it live, I popped. I'm like, holy shit, that was great. Even little things like when was it the one where he went for a hidden blade and then he kind of like got out of the way and straight away transitioned into like a crossface. There was a lot of very, very cool, very smooth, and it wasn't smooth like choreographed. It was messy but like it realistic the way they countered it.
That's the other thing. Like a lot of other of Will's flippy matches is very choreographed. I
like
wait for you. I wait for you to flip on me. You wait for me. This one did not feel that way, and that's why I can get behind this match.
Because Bryan Danielson refused to let wrestling logic go out the window. That's what makes him a great wrestler, right?
Yes. But imagine this match in the WWE with proper build leading up to WrestleMania. You know what I mean? It sucks that this match can only exist in AEW. It's my only and maybe I shouldn't think about it that way. Just enjoy it for what it is. Yes, I enjoyed the match. But and AEW is full of this. What ifs, full of wasted potential. If this was booked properly from the start, and especially with Triple H's reign. Obviously, Vince cannot book this match, right? But under Triple H, my God, imagine this as a headline for SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, and WrestleMania. You know what I mean? Like you go 3 matches, you go 5 matches.
Just the entrances alone, I'll be so hyped for it.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. But like you said, like we can't take the presentation or all those things that WWE can provide, into account. Just
as a match,
feedbacking it in the vortex of AEW. This was easily the best match, maybe of the year, right? Because I watched the Zack Sabre and Bryan Danielson match for Wrestle Dream, and that match, why it didn't live up to this match was because they went too inside baseball. Doing the counters over counters, very technical. It felt like watching a grappling match in UFC, right? While that is great if you enjoy like being an analyst of martial arts.
Too niche.
You weren't it's too hipster. But this one felt like it can be like a main event match. At a WrestleMania, at a whatever it is, a Dynasty. So best match of the card.
Honestly, I would like to see Will Ospreay in the WWE at some point. After this match, I'm like, I think that given the right presentation, he could be a major star. He could be that British bulldog, but for 2024.
That's a great analogy. I mean, he could be the best or biggest British wrestler star of his generation, right? In a long time.
And once again, we go back to the, I grind. It's a different grind. And I think people getting upset about these comments, hey, relax lah. They're all working each other also. Within the industry, they're working,
Bro.
Because I want to reference the press conference, the press scrum after, and then some people got upset that he quote unquote, I watched the press scrum. I don't feel like he threw shade at anybody.
Nah. I think he was just being honest. And I think a lot of people were just a bit butthurt by his comments. And I know some of us, we also talked about it as well when we reviewed last week. He shouldn't have done it. And I think he acknowledged that he shouldn't have done it because he did say he doesn't want to go down that road again.
Bro, I'm telling you, Somebody told his boss told him to say one.
I don't know.
His boss telling. That's why in the press com he'll be like, I don't want to talk about it lah. Because actually in his head like, okay, I don't want to throw the boss under the bus right now, but I also want to like siam this whole topic already.
So my question is for this match, what do you think? How many stars do you think Dave Meltzer is gonna give this match in terms of the star ratings, bro?
I mean, I enjoyed the hell out of this match. I think this is a 5-star match, but of course Dave Meltzer will give it like 6 or 7.5 or whatever lah.
I actually saw his comments on the match.
Okay, oh my god, if he said something negative, you know that he's smoking some copium already. What did he say?
First of all, I think he haven't given official star ratings yet. He just gave like his initial reactions to the match.
Yeah.
He said the funniest thing. I was like, wow, this is ironic coming from Dave Meltzer.
Okay.
You know what he said?
What?
He said he wished this match had more creative storyline or build before the match.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a fair comment. Right?
No, that's it. Coming from Dave Meltzer, he didn't say it was a great. I mean, he said it was every bit as good as like, you know.
Is he turning heel on his own audience?
I'm not sure, but he gave a very fair assessment. He was saying like it was a great wrestle match, one of the best matches, you know, Will Ospreay has had, Bryan Danielson has had, but he wished there was more creative build and depth to this match.
Dave Meltzer face turn. Let's go. I agree with that. I wish there were more stakes, but in a lot of ways, I think what they're going for in this match is the best of 3 series. I feel like that is where it's headed to. This is the start. This is not the end. What I am excited for is how can they top this match? I hope that they don't try to top this match by going even more over the top.
Do a different story.
Yeah. So in this one, so you had the ending. And this is what I kind of like didn't enjoy about, like, okay, we remember moments over matches, right? Like, we will forever remember Undertaker, John Cena, that whole WrestleMania finish. The match itself, nobody can remember what the fuck happened, right?
Yeah, agreed.
And honestly, I feel like in about a month's time, that's exactly what's going to happen here. But the only thing we remember is Will Ospreay crippled Bryan Danielson or potentially injured Bryan Danielson as a work. So it's a negative thing, which is not great, but if it is to further the feud, then okay, I'm absolutely fine with that, to tell that story.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a great so-called revelation or development from the match, because my takeaway from this match was that last standoff where both of them were going for the Psycho-Knee and the Hidden Blade. Who's going to shoot faster? It's like really a gunslinger end of the match scenario, right? Yeah. So that was really cool. And I also really like that they saw that, hey, you know, after the Tiger Driver move or what, he looked injured and the referee was checking in on him. But Will Ospreay, in his anxiety to finish the match, completely disregarded it and did a Hidden Blade, right?
Which is still a shit move. Anyway, it looks like what?
But I just felt that at least gives you, that opens the door for like, hey, you know, when you do a rematch, you can play into that story.
Well, I don't know if you heard in the press con what Will Ospreay said. So he was still selling the whole thing. Oh, you know, I respect Bryan Danielson, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
He's retiring the Tiger Driver.
Yes, correct. He said he wants to retire it, right?
Retired Tiger Driver 91. Is that the year?
Yes, correct. That was the match that was the move that he did on Kenny Omega that looked so terrible. Like, you know, he broke his neck.
Oh, ironically, this one didn't look like he broke his neck. He looked like he over-rotated it so that he lands on the back. But I think storyline-wise, that's what they want to. So, okay, I really, truly hope that they go somewhere with that storytelling. In that, I don't know, maybe they do a Tiger Driver 91 match where you must finish with that move or whatever.
No. If he were to turn heel, which I don't think I think he's a babyface, but if he were to turn heel, imagine he trying to beat Bryan Danielson. He couldn't do it. He can't do it. And then he's like, time to turn into the dark side and bring out this move quietly. You know, maybe that's what they're gonna go with.
Yeah. So okay, the whole build with Will Ospreay, right? And I still think it's the dumbest fucking thing that he comes in, he joins a slimy heel in Don Callis, right? With a whole bunch of heels. And the manager is like, okay, you know what's the best thing for you? You fight my guys. Fucking stupid, right?
I don't know.
So, after this whole thing with Bryan Danielson, does he break off?
And
he is getting cheered like he is super over as a babyface. Why is he still with this slimy heel manager?
Yeah, for sure he should. He should break off and be the number one babyface for them. Unless they want to give Swerve Strickland a heel challenger, then Will Ospreay eventually needs to go for the title, right? So
But
I'm looking at it from that point of view.
But okay, and someone at the press conference actually asked him about challenging Swerve, and he's talking about how he loves Swerve, they're friends, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I feel like maybe this thing with Bryan Danielson is not over.
Yeah.
But then again, if he like quote unquote starts a feud with BCC, because technically Bryan Danielson, you injured my friend, man, then BCC can technically feud against him. Then are BCC heel or face? See, now you run into so many problems where you have alignment issues.
Yeah, yeah. It is a problem, but it's something that we talk about it about Grapple Max as well. New Japan, they seem to be very like in terms of how they approach babyface and heel. They're like, yeah, one day can be babyface, one day can be heel. I don't know. It really doesn't matter on their end. Can we give a shout out? Because I feel like I think Chris Jericho just joined the chat group, bro. I saw the live stream. Shout out. What's up, Chris Jericho? He just said elevated.
Yeah, I don't think that is the actual Chris Jericho, but we appreciate you being here. Chat, thank you so much for being here. Still to come, we are going to chat with one of our Patreons, Justin, who was at WrestleMania, going to get his first-hand account of how it feels to be in the stadium when WrestleMania is going on.
I hope you guys take a very quick toilet break, and after that go wash up, because it's gonna be another we're gonna be a long podcast today.
No,
guys.
but it is absolutely, it's one of those, like I said, it's one of those situations where someone in your office goes to a WrestleMania, confirm the time he comes back, everyone has questions for him, and we had those questions for him.
Yeah, so we'll get to those questions. Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to that in just a bit. But yeah, match of the year, match of the night. The finish was a bit of a downer, but I think if they don't follow up on it, then it's a waste.
Yeah, agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
But
if they follow it.
If they follow up on it and we get a 3-match series, then mwah, chef's kiss. All right.
Love it.
Let's move on to the Young Bucks versus FTR.
Oh my god. I thought we're gonna talk about Swerve already. Oh my god, we still got one more match.
No. Bro, I didn't hate this match.
Okay.
I respect all 4 of them for putting themselves through what they did. This is a typical ladder match. Yep. And the fact that they did what they did, like, okay, we talk about what a bad idea it was playing the footage. Mm-hmm. So I guess this is the payoff of playing that footage. Even though you have to be and you have to have known everything. Like, the casual fan will not know this link. Like, who is it? Like they won't get that link unless they start explaining it, and that opens up a whole other can of worms.
Yep. I am so weird to say this, but I feel like it was a good move on them to bring up or revisit that whole all-in drama. If the whole point was to make people refresh their memory about Jungle Boy and now bring him back. So, because if he were to come out of nowhere, people would know about, CM Punk, he hasn't been seen CM Punk, but there wasn't any like storyline reason.
Yeah. So that's why the question I asked earlier, was it worth the bad press? Some people say that there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? So maybe that was the whole point, to refresh people's memory. But then again, you're really, and this is the Young Bucks MO, you're just playing to your insider crowd. You're not going to catch new viewers with this. They're using this to get themselves over as heels, right? And unfortunately, FTR have to be the scapegoats. Somebody has to take the pin. Not to say that I don't think FTR should have won this match. I absolutely think that the Young Bucks winning this match made sense because of the storyline where they're going to bring back Jack Perry after the all-in footage. But once again, it's them playing to their own audience, and they were cold. Like, when their entrance hit, they were cold. Nobody really cared. The biggest pop was when Jungle Boy showed up, and this is credit to the audience. They were cheering, so I wonder how, like this, because it was a shocking moment. They're cheering because it's a shocking moment. But on Dynamite, what's going to happen? Are they going to start chanting CM Punk? I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah. So my thoughts are exactly the same, right? Like, the Young Bucks right now are relying on other people to bring heat to their feuds. Whether it's CM Punk, whether it's Jungle Boy, whether it's Okada. That sucks. But the match itself, I thought it was one of the better ladder matches.
Yep.
I like the reaction from the crowd when they were saying, "Please be careful."
Yeah, that was cute. Yeah.
They were generally worried for them. Yeah.
I think FTR, they've proven time and time again they are just gems. They are incredible workers. And if anybody could pull a great logical match out of the Young Bucks, it would have been Dax and Cash.
Yeah. So Bryan Danielson also have the same skill set.
Yep.
Same as FTR. They can help all these like high flyers guys, like highlight them, make them look good,
Yep.
and as well as give them a very good logical storytelling match.
And not give in to their worst instincts, which is to, okay, let's all speed this up. Let's do a trillion moves all at once.
Yeah, somebody need to curb the worst instincts of Chris Jericho. That's my opinion.
The problem is nobody can because he's
Yeah.
such a veteran.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Undertaker need to appear in the gong one day and just to slam Chris
Yeah,
Jericho in AEW.
Excuse me. Like, it really what it is. Okay, you know what? Maybe what AEW needs is you split up all the friends. So Elite, y'all cannot hang around each other. You must go and hang around with FTR more often.
This
And
one like secondary school, yeah.
who is this young and what happened to the old one? See, this is what I'm saying. You guys have pigeonholed me, man.
Oh my
Y'all
God,
pigeonhole me in the anti-Young Bucks, everything they do, I will hate. That's
Tobakin
not the
say,
case.
wow, Young not hating a Young Bucks match. Wow, so much surprises, bro.
Bro, correction. Young not hating a Young Bucks match that actually made sense and leads to something. A well done Young Bucks match. Remember, New Japan, what was it? Young Bucks
the one that
versus
we watched.
Young Bucks versus Golden Shower.
Golden Showers, yes, Golden Lovers.
Golden Showers, bro.
Oh dear God.
I actually enjoyed that match, remember? Because they had psychology in that match. They didn't do a million moves all at once.
But who was the one running the psychology? Because all four were the flippy shit guys, right? All
I
four
don't
was
know.
Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, and
but for some reason they decided not to cheat code their way through the match.
yeah. Poor Kota Ibushi. He one time appear then disappear for a long time already. Poor guy.
No. He's maintaining his mystique, bro.
Oh dear God. Okay, you know what? We already said a lot about this match, about the whole angle. I think Jack Perry is having the biggest hit of his entire career. They should capitalize on him.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if they're gonna shout CM Punk at him. I think it works to his advantage. Maybe Cry Me a River is gonna be his new catchphrase. I mean,
Bro.
it works.
Bro, Tony Khan got the money. Reach out to Justin Tim. Cry me a river.
Oh my God! Imagine his
Cry me-
entrance theme song is "Cry Me a River."
Cry me
Holy
a
shit!
river. Can you imagine that, bro?
Dun, 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 dun.
Cry
my
me a
God.
river. Oh
You know
my
what?
God.
I wouldn't put it past Tony Khan to do that.
And then at All In London, freaking Justin Timberlake comes out. Cry me a river.
Hey, you know what? Actually, if you think about it, right, Cry Me a River actually can be a very good wrestling theme song. It's kind of dramatic, right?
Oh, because it starts with this is like an operatic start to it, right?
Yeah. Then dun, 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 dun.
Bro.
He should do a remix of it.
Hang on. Okay, I don't know if you can hear it on your end, but I'm going to pull it up for the audience right now,
I'm
okay?
gonna play it.
I have my Spotify open right now.
Oh my God.
Bro. Can you imagine? Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear it. Can you imagine, Okay, suddenly on Dynamite, right? The lights go out. Then the orchestra.
No, bro, you must do the announcement. Win that.
In at 100. I don't know what he weighs in at. Jack Perry. And then freaking Jack Perry shows up in his mask. And then
No, must wear the goat mask.
You're my son. You are my earth. Oh my God, it works.
Okay, you guys heard it here first. If Jack Perry ever uses Justin Timberlake's theme song, must credit the podcast boys. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to skip to the. Anyway, I'm going to skip to the chorus. Cry me a river. Yeah, dude, that's it, bro.
Yeah.
Jack Perry needs to come out to Cry Me a River.
What does Tobakin say? Hey guys, don't kena TOS. Kena strike,
Terms of service, if you play like copyrighted music, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, don't worry. It won't last more than 10 seconds, so it's fine.
Bro, that's why I was singing over it, bro. You see, so you can't really fully hear the
She
thing.
just asked me to beatbox.
cry me a river.
Okay, enough.
You were my sun, you were my earth. And then you know that time Justin Timberlake in the era had the kind of like Maggie Me hair.
The hoodie, got the hoodie.
The hoodie, everything. Yeah, hey,
he sing
bro.
in the rain.
Bro, I'm calling it right now. All in, freaking live performance. Justin
You got to
Timberlake.
have rain falling down from the entrance.
And then Jack Perry comes out. Bro, he's gonna be a star.
Then you need all the people do the interpretive dance beside him. Those contemporary dance.
Yeah, I mean he got the snow for Sting, so can have rain for this Jack Perry lah.
We are having too much fun with this.
But you know that Tony Khan got the money for it. But okay, I don't care. You fire 5 people from ROH. Get the royalties. Get the royalties.
Fire everyone from Dark Order. Everyone from Best Friends. And then make it happen. Come on, let's do it.
Justin Timberlake, Cry Me a River. That's it, bro. That's it.
Oh, dear God. Yes. All of you liking it, I agree. All right.
I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that we would be talking about how much we want to see Jack Perry.
No, we want to see Jack Perry walking out to Cry Me a River. That's what we want.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right, bro? Dynamite. Okay, now I have something to look forward to in Dynamite. What song Jack Perry comes out to?
I tell you, Tony Khan, listen. I know you're listening to us on your third party sounding board or what. If you play Jack Perry this coming Thursday, walking out to Cry Me a River, and that's gonna be his theme song going forward, I tell you, 1 million viewers on Dynamite.
Bro.
Confirm.
I'm gonna up the stakes right now. If on Dynamite Jack Perry comes out to Cry Me a River by Justin Timberlake, I will watch Dynamite for another month.
Oh dear God. Okay.
How?
Okay.
How?
I wouldn't say for the next Dynamite. If he ever comes out to that song.
Sure. If Jungle Boy Jack Perry comes out to Justin Timberlake Cry Me a River, at any point I will watch Dynamite for another month.
The subsequent month of that
appearance. Bro, I will watch Dynamite and Collision.
Oh my God, yes.
I still have 2 weeks of Dynamite from the previous bet.
Yeah. Bro, you will specifically review every Jungle Boy segment going forward.
Wow, jialat, bro. Really, he come out to Cry Me a River by JT. I jialat already, yeah.
Yeah, you all heard it, You all put salam, we shake hand already, Mr. Young.
Okay, shake hand. Okay, come.
Okay.
So I'll watch 1 month of Dynamite and on Collision if Jack Perry comes out to Cry Me a River.
Bro, Fias Grinder steering shit, bro. Not another month. No, the rest of the year.
Yeah, no, cannot. That one needs to be like something outrageous, bro. Something outrageous.
Fias, that one you need to upgrade your Patreon. Maybe then you can ask him to do it.
Hey, don't be so bad. Okay, come, let's talk about the main event. And once again, another match that didn't have outside the ring bullshit. There was a bit, but there wasn't a lot.
Yep.
Credit to the booking. Whatever is happening here, I don't know if they've been listening to it, or maybe the wrestlers themselves. Actually, it's probably more likely they probably came together and said, okay, we know the problems here. Let's try to govern ourselves and let's not go overboard.
Yeah. You know what? If I was a wrestling company, I work in marketing, right? Or branding, right? I would love, because I have so much immediate consumer feedback, on my product. Like literally, I can, I don't even need to wonder, you know what our consumers think of our product. We literally can see social media and know.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So they can actually, pivot, or they can, pull through with a storyline based on the audience reception. It's great.
Hey, you know what was a very random thing that I saw yesterday? It was a random TikTok of an interview with Maven. And you know how Maven has been doing a lot of like YouTube stuff, right? And he mentioned the super kick. And he talked about how in his era, literally there would be a sign as he goes in the gorilla position, do not do any super kicks. Because it was a protected move. Shawn Michaels was the only one who could do it, right?
Yeah. It's great. So, Shawn Michaels mandate,
Yeah. So I wonder if they should just start doing that in AEW. I think it would make the product so much better. Only
even
one
the list of banned moves, right?
Yeah, or something like that where they're like, okay, one match is going to have 1,000 tables, so don't do any table spots. One match is going to have ladders, don't do ladder spots, And in a way, I feel like this card had that, in that there was something a bit different in every match. That's why I really, once again, Mr. Young, enjoy an AEW pay-per-view. Yeah, there you go. That's the reason why, because it was booked halfway decent, right? All right, Swerve versus Samoa Joe. In terms of a wrestling match, I mean, you coming off of Will Ospreay, Bryan Danielson,
Yeah.
it's hard to live up to that, lah. You know?
Yeah. It wasn't. I think people cared more about the moment of Swerve winning
Yes.
than actually the match. So it didn't really matter how the match went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you think it was a bit like sudden, like he storm, and then win?
No, not really, because I think Samoa Joe did make Swerve work hard for this match. Like, he dominated him early on. He tested his character, beat him down a lot, and I'm actually happy with how the match went generally, because it wasn't too long. It wasn't overly dragged out.
Yeah. It was, by the way, it was 18 minutes. The longest match was Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson, 32 minutes. They gave them half an hour.
Well, I think that makes sense, because it was also so-called one of the top highlights of the card. But this match works because the journey that we've been taken on, if you cared about Swerve, from everything he did with Hangman, leading up to this world title opportunity.
Yeah.
We wanted to see him, be that next guy after MJF. Like this was the first guy, right, after MJF that was like by popular demand. The crowd wanted him.
Yes. Yeah.
Organic. Yeah. Deserves it. And he's a fully fledged babyface now.
It's hilarious. I don't know what it says about the AEW fan base as well, but essentially you have a guy who got popular over breaking into a house and then putting a shirt on a baby. If you remember, that's what he did to Hangman Page.
People feel sorry because his blood kena drunk. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
sympathy after that,
I wonder if it's an add-on thing, like people had such a sour taste when it comes to Hangman. They're like, F this guy. Like anyone who goes up against Hangman, like default face already.
Yeah. No, but I think Swerve has presented himself in such a great way. Like, it's not just his wrestling, his personality, his
charisma,
clout, his confidence, and I think he carries himself seriously.
And the dance.
Yeah, the dance, while it's dumb and over the top, but like the juxtaposition with him being so serious makes it work.
That's exactly it. He's not the one doing the dance. It's Prince Nana doing the dance. If he came out and does that, then he would be the New Day. Then it would be a goofy gimmick act, right?
Then it would be shit, bro,
Yeah. No, he is actually serious. He's badass. He can, and when he does all the, outdoor appearances and stuff like that, he can do the smiley stuff as well. So I think he's going to be a really good figurehead. The only problem is, and then you have him winning the AEW World Championship, right? What's the main event of Dynamite? What's the big highlight of Dynamite?
IWGP Championship, Jon Moxley.
Like, what are you trying to say? Once again, going back to the main problem of AEW, too many damn titles. Who is the one I'm supposed to take seriously? All your focus right now should be Swerve is the AEW champion. He is the best because he has that title. That should be the focus.
I do hope he opens up this coming Dynamite, have a great celebration. I wouldn't even mind Samoa Joe goes away for a bit, because I don't think they even need a rematch, because they've done that Revolution match as well.
Does Samoa Joe feel like the veteran champ who was needed at the point because MJS was injured and he was just there, like because he's a credible threat always, right?
Yeah.
And then now he just goes away because my job is done. He seems like that guy, doesn't he?
He's played that role for quite a while, whether it was in NXT. And I think he did a great job in WWE. He was never like the top guy, but he always that reliable character. And I'm happy AEW gave him his flowers. And I think why this match worked on multiple levels is because longtime fans know that, Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland never got an opportunity in WWE. And if nothing else, this is actually good positive PR for AEW, because they got their success in AEW. AEW gave them the platform to be to the level that they deserve to be. So congrats on that.
Could Swerve ever be a WWE champion? Or is he one of those? Okay, I hate to compare, right? But for example, like TNA, wasn't Rich Swann their champion for a while?
Yep, he was. Yep.
Do you think Rich Swann could ever be a champion in WWE?
Cruiserweight maybe, lower card.
But no, I'm talking about world main company champion, right? That's why I'm asking, because I thought about that for a bit. Like, okay, Swerve is the AEW champion, he deserves it. But could I ever see him as the WWE champion? I mean, maybe the same could have been said about Kofi Kingston or Daniel Bryan even, right? Like,
And,
Like
and he did reference Kofi Kingston's victory as his inspiration, for
oh, okay.
to be. So he said it in the press scrum that he was inspired by Kofi Kingston's victory, and that gave him the motivation to want to be a black world champion as well. So there is some continuity. But you know what? To counter what you're saying, right? If you think about it, could Stardust have been a WWE champion?
It's
right?
all the presentation, right?
Correct. No, so what I'm saying is, right, the world champion that you see today in WWE was created from AEW. It was AEW Cody Rhodes that became a WWE champion. So
True.
so while I agree that Swerve in Hit Row would never have been world champion, but this Swerve that was, created, manufactured, like given the shine in AEW,
Yeah.
I think now if WWE were to hire him back, he was like, okay, yeah, that is the Swerve presentation that I think can be a world title contender for sure.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. But what about AJ Francis? Okay, never mind. Hit row. No, okay. So anyway, just to sort of put a bow on it, right?
Yep.
I would give this pay-per-view. Okay, hang on. Breathe for a second. I would give this pay-per-view 8.5 upon 10. Maybe even a 9. You know what? With the crowd, I give it a 9. There you go. I'll go for it because I will say that the crowd they were in the right place. Was this in St. Louis for St. Louis? Yeah.
Yep.
Orton Town. But yeah, dude, the crowd was there for everything, for every moment.
You know why it works?
It added to it. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The reason why, and I think Tony Khan needs to start to accept this, that he can't run NBA huge arenas. This was a smaller arena. It was only a 6,000 seater arena.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but you can't tell because the crowd was filled up to the rafters.
There you go.
It feel like a big deal. So yeah, presentation.
Is he learning from his mistakes?
Oh,
has he finally figured out that okay, I shouldn't book these ridiculously huge arenas and try to pack them out and have ball spots?
No, don't go. Okay, go where your crowd is. If your crowd increases and there's more demand, then become like WWE. Then open up more.
Yes, agree.
Yeah.
Look, despite what you may think, our lovely viewers, despite what you may think, I am all for wrestling being better, AEW being better, right?
Yep.
WrestleMania was a high. It got everybody interested in the product. Hopefully, they got a bit of that rub, of that buzz. Probably not on Dynamite because Dynamite is still booked like shit, but at least the pay-per-view delivered. So anyone who was interested in wrestling because of WrestleMania, they go, let's check out this Dynasty. At least now they probably could have drawn in some fans.
Yep.
Can they maintain it though? That is the $1 million question.
I would give this, to me personally, 8 out of 10. A bit lower.
Everybody, please mark this date down. Go and buy 4D because on the podcast, finally, Mr. Young actually rated the pay-per-view and AEW pay-per-view higher than Forward. Okay, go ahead. Say why.
Well, I'm not going to be nitpicky, but I want to highlight a couple of things that was a main issue for me, right?
Okay.
First of all, too many unnecessary matches that, kind of brought down the crowd. Too little build. And I think to me, that plays a lot of part in how I mark pay-per-view because I want it to be an anticipated card.
Okay, Dave Meltzer.
Mr. Yeah, you don't anyhow turn the tables on me, huh?
Okay, no. But see, that goes back to my point. You have to view this from an indie mindset. Like you're going to an indie show.
Yeah, but as an indie show, I would be bored out of my mind with FTW, the FTW Championship match, Chris Jericho and Hook.
No, actually, I disagree. If you were there and you were seeing like every indie show will have nonsense matches, sure, I understand. But I think if you paid money to be there, you would have enjoyed the hell out of this show because you got a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah. But I wouldn't give it 8.5 because I just felt like those little things, which I don't think is major, it doesn't take away from the overall enjoyment of the show, those brought it down for me. And hey, I think it's a great day, in this universe that Mr. Young is giving more props to AEW. So hey, good
we double turn, bro. We double turn. But then, okay, once again, I still have to watch Dynamite, and Dynamite is truly a chore to watch. It truly is a chore to watch.
Wait, bro, Jason just reminded us that, Mr. Young, you also gave Evolution or Revolution, I am assuming.
Oh, okay.
Higher than me. So, you actually been on a pro AEW streak, bro.
It's not a pro. See, that's the thing. Y'all always try to tribalize what we say. I just enjoy pro wrestling. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Okay, you know what? We are a pro wrestling podcast, and when I say pro, the double offender means as well. We are pro wrestling.
Yes,
You want wrestling
yes.
to do well, right?
Very quickly, let's talk about a bit of local wrestling this weekend. It's Grapple Max's Amplify. So big shout out to the lovely folk at Grapple Max. I mentioned this on my Twitch stream yesterday as well. Unfortunately, I can't go because I have a wedding to attend. It's okay. It's actually the same people getting married. It's just that because two different religions. So 1 week is temple wedding, next week is church wedding.
Okay.
So it's not like I have so many friends getting married. It's the same couple.
Hey, you know what? It's still great. It's still great to be invited to weddings, man. I mean, that's always a good thing.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy it, bro. I mean, for me, unfortunately, I have to go Hari Raya visiting. It's still Hari Raya month, guys. So, but don't worry, don't fret. We still got our trusty sidekick, our big boy, our intern Saleh. He will be there. He will be reviewing the show. He will be jotting down all those notes for the Singapore Wrestler Top 20.
Yes.
And I hope you guys come and join him. I believe, Div, if you're still on the chat, are you coming? Because if you are, please take good care of our boy Saleh as well.
I believe Div is going, and yes, we'll get her comments. You know, as a Patreon, yes, you can weigh in on the Singapore rankings, Singapore wrestler rankings that we have. Which, of course, is open for you. If you would like to join us as a Patreon, we kindly accept any level of Patreonship. The link is in the description, and absolutely appreciate it as well. And talking about appreciation, we got to give props to the sponsor of the podcast, Mirage Advisory. Thank you so very much for loving what we do. We love you right back. Guys, do us a favor. Go and check them out. Help them grow their socials as well. On Instagram, that's MIRAG Advisory. They're the best there is, the best there was, best there ever will be.
Yeah, Season 7 is a new era for pro wrestling, and Season 7 is also a new era for the Mirage Advisory era of
That's
Kick
right.
to the Gut. Yes.
Not gonna lie, I am... okay, just to pivot back to Dynasty, right? The thing about it, and going back to the whole indie vibe, nothing about the pay-per-view is really pushing me to want to watch Dynamite.
So you watch it, you happy enough, then okay lah, ciao lah.
Sorry. Like, so it's
Yeah.
doesn't it really feel like an indie vibe where it's like there's nothing that, you know, like maybe I might be interested in what happens with the Will Ospreay, Bryan Danielson thing, but you know, like there's no real like, oh, now I really want to go and watch Dynamite. Like, especially knowing that the main event will be Moxley versus Hobbs for the IWGP Heavyweight title.
It reminds me of this conversation that I think Vince McMahon had with Ted Turner, right? Because Ted Turner called Vince McMahon and said, hey, you know, I'm going to join the wrestling business.
Wrestling business, yeah.
And then Vince McMahon say, well, if you are, then good for you. We are not in the same industry though, because I'm in the television business.
Yes. No, that is a great quote to bring up because that's exactly it, right? They put on a banger of a pay-per-view. I don't think they know how to capitalize on it. And
yeah, if you look back in the 80s, right, the best wrestling was in NWA, right?
Yeah.
NWA, Ric Flair, you know, Four Horsemen. That was the best in-ring product of the time. But more people watch WWE.
Yeah. And once again, even though we talk about how the wrestling on AEW was great, right? Don't be freaking fooled into believing this narrative that indie wrestling or this outside WWE wrestling is the best wrestling, because WWE has the cream of the crop as well. It's not like they have shit wrestlers just with better production. They have absolute bangers of matches and performers. It's just that they know how to milk it a little bit more in terms of the production, in terms of television and storytelling, with Triple H at the helm. Yes.
They also know when to put out the banger matches and when to reel it in. You know.
Yeah. So they are
the story.
So what we are saying is they are the guys and gals who know when to put out, tease you a bit, give you a bit of a tickle. Whereas AEW is the slut. Everything just give. Is that what we are saying? Is that what we are saying?
Don't put words in my mouth, Mr. Yan. That's what you're saying.
But in a very warped, I'm going to go along with this analogy. In a very warped way, if you think about it, that's why the quote-unquote slut is not as valued as the one that holds it back. Correct?
Okay.
Am I not? Tell me when I'm telling lies.
I have no experience in this, Mr. Young, so I can't comment, but yeah, I'm pretty...
Did I just slut shame on the podcast?
You just slut shame AEW, yes, you did.
It's an analogy, people.
All right, Mr. Young.
But you know what I'm saying, right? People, come on, back me up on the. Okay, never mind. Anyway, let's move right along.
Yeah. We better move along. I think we've kept our Patreon waiting for too long already. At
That's
least the
right.
segment of waiting.
Yes, because we managed to speak to Justin, one of our Patreons, who was at WrestleMania. We actually talked to him on Sunday. So guys, stick around and catch our conversation with him right now. Before we do anything, though, do you want to jump in on anything?
No, we are good to go. Guys, enjoy Amplify whoever is going. We'll talk about it next week. With comments from Salih, maybe Div, and any of the patrons joining in. And don't forget, the WWE draft is happening this weekend as well.
Oh,
So we'll review the draft next week.
it's going to be exciting times. It's going to be on SmackDown and on Raw, right? So it's a two-night. Is it 2-night or 4-night draft?
It was a 2-night draft. So I believe it's just this Saturday or this Friday's SmackDown and next week's Raw. So next week's show, if you go live, hopefully we can talk about it.
We will, because it's the draft. We definitely have to talk about it.
All right. So enjoy, guys.
Yes. In the meantime, though, it's time to hand things over to our lovely Patreon. Justin, we're going to pick his brain right now. Yo, as promised, joining us on the podcast, we got Justin. First of all, my guy, thanks for joining us here today on a very special edition of the show, because we got you here, man.
Yeah, great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me. You see, proudly representing today. Got all my WrestleMania gear on.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look at that
all the Philly swag.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so much swag, bro.
Okay. I need to give context to our listeners, maybe those who are not aware what's happening here.
Yes.
So, Justin here is one of our newest Patreon members. And I believe you just recently discovered Kick to the Gut. And then you sent me a DM and you were like, hey man, I would love to get on the show because I'm actually going to WrestleMania. So I was like, holy crap, that is one hell of an introduction. So I'm glad we connected. And you're here to tell us your WrestleMania experience. But we want to hear from your point of view. How do you actually find out about the podcast? Tell us about your wrestling fandom and your background.
Yeah, so I mean, so I'm 36 this year. So I've been a wrestling fan since I was like 5 or 6 years old.
Nice.
Nice.
I have pictures. I'll share one day if I'm able to find them. But I have pictures of when like WWF came to Singapore, and I've got sitting on Jake the Snake Roberts like shoulder.
You were sitting on. At least you weren't sitting on his snake lah. That one.
Yeah, exactly.
Different story, bro. Different story. Okay, just to give me a bit of context, right? You talk about Jake the Snake. Wait, was this after he left the WWF, right? Or was he still?
This must have been some like house show or something that happened in Singapore. So I'm born in '88, so this must be like in the early '90s or what?
Okay. Okay.
I don't even remember that I was there. So
was this the house show where there was Randy Savage? I think Ultimate Warrior. I think it was like early 90s. I remember Randy Savage make an appearance on Channel 5.
Like that, yeah, and I just have a memory. Like my mom showed me like years ago this picture, and I was like, whoa,
My
it's
goodness.
so cool. Like this
wow.
little kid sitting on his shoulder and all that. So yeah, growing up like British Bulldog, Tatanka, like these kind of guys, Ultimate Warrior.
What was the first feud that you remember very fondly? Like, what was the first one that super, got you into wrestling? Do you?
Feud wise, I probably can't say offhand like as a kid what got me into it, but I think like specific characters like Bret the Hitman Hart his music and then coming in and then doing the hand gestures and everything to the crowd. That was super cool. Ultimate Warrior, I think once his music hit and then he's just running in like a savage. Really very cool.
This is very interesting because we've had, Attitude Era fans, we've had Golden Generation fans on the show, we've had even people from the new era, but what I'm hearing now is like a lot of your core memories is from the new generation era, right?
Yeah. So I mean, for me, back then with the Bret Hart and all that, and then being a millennial, like square in that millennial box, right?
Yeah.
That range, yeah. So Attitude Era definitely also was a big part of it. Everyone was doing pedigrees and Stone Cold Stunners to each other in secondary school and all that. Like normal, very very normal. So yeah, that whole thing, I think a lot of us like that were part of the Attitude Era like holds near and dear to us. But yeah, I have to say this new era of WWE is something else, man. It's a breath of fresh air, man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think everyone's enjoying it, regardless of like where your loyalties lie, or like, oh, Attitude Era was the best or whatever and all that. But this era, I think everybody can really just sit together and everyone's like talking about it, man.
That's a great way to look at it because there is a lot of discourse of like, oh, which era was the best? Everyone always points to the Attitude Era, right? But we have to remember too that, because wrestling reflects the time it's in, right? Like you could never do the Attitude Era in 2024. So we look back with nostalgia, yes, but for goodness sakes, enjoy what we have right now because what we have right now is just magic.
Exactly. This is like cinema, man.
Yeah, indeed.
It's so cool, this whole like, I mean, going to WrestleMania again, like that whole like Avengers kind of cinematic kind of like, it was amazing, like, to experience it live over there.
So talk to us about the decision to actually go down to Philly. Was this like, okay, you're going to be in the US anyway, so okay, plan a little side trip, or was the goal WrestleMania and then everything else you just planned around it?
So basically, my wife and I try to go for 2 to 3 trips a year, and so basically end of December or early January, I think. It was like January 1st, I think. We were like, okay, where are we going next? And and we wanted to do like the traditional, like go to the Philippines, do island hopping, something like that, and then something big in the weekend. But the back of my head, I always thinking like, I want to go to WrestleMania, and this is WrestleMania 40.
Yeah.
And back then, if I'm not wrong, I think we didn't even know like The Rock was going to be a part of it or anything like that. And so the plans fell through, and my wife's like, hey, we can't go because like the others that were going was backed out. They wanted to go save for a different trip. And my wife's like, hey, you always talk about this WrestleMania thing. Do you want to go this year? And I was like, for real? Are you for real? Like, you want to go to WrestleMania with me?
Were there angels singing in the background when she said,
everything, yeah. Maybe, even Randy Orton's team, like, voices in my head, whatever, man. Like, every theme song was, like, playing in my head. And I was like,
wait. This is crazy. This is crazy. You're saying that your spouse basically gave that idea to you. So I'm assuming, is she a wrestling fan or she's like
she's not a fan by any means, but I mean she's a millennial like me, so she's been around it, understood the culture, grew up with us during that time and knew that these boys were crazy about this and just by osmosis, I think she understood like my obsession with wrestling and all that. And I still every SmackDown and Raw, it's on the TV over here, so she's seeing, and sometimes I'm just like shouting, having like a real visceral reaction, and she's like, oh, what happened? So she sits down with me and then we talk about it.
Bro, that's a keeper. Let me just put it out there. That's a keeper, man.
I was like,
congrats.
So she was like, yeah, we want to do WrestleMania. And then so basically we went to go and buy the tickets immediately. I didn't know about how I was going to get there, flight, sampan, whatever, but I was like,
buy ticket first.
Buy the tickets first. So I think I showed some of the videos, so I'm quite high up, up in the bleachers, etc. But that was as cheap of a price I can get for like the location that I was, and that was like 700 each.
Was it? Wow.
Yeah.
Was it tough to get the tickets, or were there still some available?
They were selling out fast. The problem was a lot of people buying the seats further in front and then immediately trying to resell. So Ticketmaster for US has that resell kind of thing. So you can resell through Ticketmaster again. So basically, if the ticket was like 700, they just try to flip it for 1,004.
Wow, shit.
That's
so the
crazy.
only things that I had available to me that were untouched by the resale was like those that were out there. And honestly, it worked out well because where I was looking straight down was down to the ring. Entrance was just a little bit to my right.
Nice.
It was a great time.
So you didn't want to touch the resales because you never know, right? It could be scam. It could be like some.
Yeah, I mean we see the Taylor Swift stuff and all that.
Yeah.
You already.
I was like, why not? I mean, I got it. It's in my, I got the QR code in my Google Pay wallet and everything. It's all secure. let's not touch it. Now just figure out the whole thing,
All
And
right.
like, what the trip's gonna be, what else we're gonna do around WrestleMania.
Yeah. Very interesting because some people they buy it as a package, right? There's like accommodation comes together with the fanatics experience, blah blah blah. So you're saying that you bought it on its own, and then how do you figure out the rest of the
Yeah,
thing?
so basically, I used to work in New York for a short period, like a few years ago. So I kind of have friends there, and I know my place around New York, and
Nice.
so I planned like, okay, we'll fly to New York, we'll stay there, as like giving back to her because she like went out of her way to like kind of make this possible for me.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, we'll spend New York, we'll do the whole tourist thing, we'll hop on buses, go in the subway, have a slice of pizza, do all the shopping you want to do,
Nice.
let's just like do whatever you want to do. And then on the weekend, like I think it was like the Thursday before, like we just took a train, like a 45-minute Amtrak train,
Ah.
brought all our luggage to Philly, dumped it there, and then did a little bit of the Philly like tourism thing. So
Yeah.
queued up for the Rocky statue, took a picture over
Of
there,
course. Yes.
ran up the stairs, punched it a bit. So I took a video of her instead of me. Yeah. So those kind of things, and then ate around and all that, and then when it came to like WrestleMania, she knew like there's nothing we're gonna do besides like WrestleMania for that weekend.
Awesome.
Yeah, we went to the convention center, bought all the swag and yeah, I was like, I think we spent about like 400, 500 USD together. Both of us. We
Wow.
got like a couple of shirts. So we got a
Nice.
couple that says like, it's got the logo and all the main events, and then behind it says I was there.
Nice.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
I'm very curious to see from your spouse's point of view, right? Like, how was her experience? I mean, I'm assuming she has a very little context of what's going on. You're probably sharing with her a lot of what's going on.
Yeah.
Did you freak out when you saw any wrestlers and tell her, hey, this is this guy, this girl?
So I mean, okay, early on. So shall we go into like night one, and then we can like talk a little bit about it.
Yeah,
Sure,
man. Wherever you want a
yeah.
conversation to flow, man. Let's go.
So like night one itself, like I think I saw a lot of the remarks and people saying like the crowd was like not good at that
Yeah.
time, and I totally agree. Even when I rewatched it again, I was like, oh wow, we really did sound like we had no energy, we're not part of it and all that. But honest to God, everyone was trying their best to be super hyped. It's just a cold night, and nobody was prepared. Like even the Philadelphians and all that, nobody was prepared. So they got people from all over US coming in, and everyone's like in like a t-shirt and jeans, or or like a light jacket or something like that.
Right.
So we're standing up, we're cheering all that, and then it's an open air stadium, right? So
Yeah.
wind blows, and then immediately everyone's like woo, and then the wind, and then
Cold.
they're done. So they're like no, we and that was like the kind of flow the whole night, because it's getting colder and colder and colder. So I think at one point it even got down to 8 degrees Celsius or something.
Wow.
Like that. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Okay.
legit cold. And so we learned the next day. We all of us, everyone, the people around you, they all do the 2-day tickets. You see, so they all become friends. So everyone's like, hey, we gotta bundle up, and like make
See
sure
you again.
Come in, and so everyone's like talking about it, and through even the journey to the stadium, like in the subway, people just having conversations about like all like money in the banks and whatever all that.
Wow.
And then they come to me, and then they was like, hey, what's that guy? And I'm like, oh, wow. Like they're just having conversations, and I'm like, oh yeah, I jump in the conversation, and then people in the coming up from a different subway station coming in with like the Yeet shirt, and then someone just shouts Yeet, and it's like, can you imagine you imagine you go into the MRT and it's all like WWE fans, for example.
Yeah.
It's almost
Holy shit.
impossible in Singapore, even we were all going there, everyone would be just like, okay, I don't know you, or I'm not in the feel of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she got really like into it also, because she was seeing everyone's like shouting Yeet, or some random guy comes in like and then,
Yeah. That's the beauty of being a wrestling fan, or actually a fan of anything. When you share in that fandom, right? It's like stories of people leaving Taylor Swift concert, everyone singing Taylor Swift songs in the MRT. That's sort of a vibe.
Exactly. So then she was like, okay, who's this person? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I think CM Punk's gonna be involved in like the first night. So I'm having my theories, right? I'm putting my tinfoil hat out. I was like, yeah, I think he's gonna come here. He's gonna make something's gonna happen to Drew. I think Drew's still gonna win, but like something's gonna happen. And then oh yeah, what about Damian? Right? And then so I'm having all these things in my head, even in the first match. And I don't know if it was televised that CM Punk like made the entrance before the match.
This was in night 2 already. Yes.
Pre-show. So
Before
they
the
showed it
pre-show.
on the pre. So before the actual show started, right? They showed CM Punk coming out lah.
Yeah.
Have you rewatched back WrestleMania like on the WWE Network or not yet?
Yeah, I watched night one, so I
Huh?
still not yet. Like night two is where I think all the juiciness and all the meat
Yes.
is, and I really want to sit down and savor it again. Night one,
Uh-huh.
yeah, from what I remember and what I saw, it was around exactly the same. Where
It lines up lah.
yeah, it lines up. It hits all the spots that it needed to, and of course all those payoffs that happened the next day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I had like a very like it was great and exciting, just being there as a person is flying all the way and like seeing WrestleMania for the first time on night one. I was like, wow, it's so it's cold, but I'm really there enjoying
Yeah.
it. Oh my god, night two.
Did you manage to get any rest between night 1 and night 2? Because I have to imagine after the event finishes, what time was it already? It was like midnight.
Yeah, so after night one, I think it was about midnight by the time we walked out.
And yeah,
Wow.
like how do you get back? Because I have to
Yeah.
assume the transportation is not as effective as us in
Yeah.
Singapore lah. So how do you
Yeah.
manage to go home? All these, I don't know. I'm just thinking about the logistics.
Yeah.
So from the stadium to the nearest subway is about 15-minute walk. So it's just thousands of people just walking to the subway like zombies like that. So everything's cordoned off because they know people are just going to walk on the road regardless.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
cordoned off already, so the cars can't come in, and everyone's like walking to the subway. And then it's like
Still
I think,
open
like,
the subway.
yeah. So they especially for this like WrestleMania, they know.
Yeah.
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 Oh, fun fact, actually coming out of the subway, like and going to the stadium. When you reach the stadium, there's like black and red balloons.
Oh,
Oh,
So,
why?
yeah, like they put them on the railings and all that, like to signify like WWE.
oh, black and
yeah.
red. Yeah, the corporate colors. Yes.
Yeah, so I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like so when you come up from the subway, immediately you already get like that feeling, and then
The
everyone's
atmosphere is
Like,
there.
yeah, it's like yeet, no yeet, and yeah. and
I'm curious, right? Those people who are driving, is that why some people leave early so they can beat the traffic? Is it because of this situation?
Get to the car.
Yeah, and people. So I guess you guys are familiar with this like tailgating culture.
Yeah.
So they do that in like the football and all that. I've never seen or thought that they do it for wrestling.
But they do.
Yeah, so people are there early, like so they're there 2 p.m., 3 p.m. They're having a barbecue at the car park, and drinking beers. And then like
Wow.
so I saw these like three guys, hilarious. It was like three versions of Mick Foley.
Ah,
Big Cactus Jack and Mankind, and then they were three of
Just
them.
hanging out together.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah.
That's cool. I got a couple of questions for you, like in terms of clearing up misconceptions, because of course us viewing here in Singapore, we might assume a couple of things, but you're there live, so can you verify for us a couple of things from night one? Okay. Was Becky doing okay? Did she look sick, or did she that nobody knew that she was sick at the point? Because of course us hearing the announcers, we got context, right? But did she perform okay? How do you guys feel about that match?
I think it started with the entrance, whatever that little thing is showing about the book excerpts and all that.
yeah.
I was like, what's going on? Like, what is this all about? Like, what is this some Taylor Swift like fairy tale thing or whatever? And then,
God. Yeah,
so I'm trying to understand that, and I like trying to like tie it together in my head. I was like, oh yeah, she's got the book thing coming. She's trying to tie it together and all that, but not actually not a lot of people are like in tune with that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they were like, okay, what? First they were trying to figure out that. And then the entrance and everything said okay, whatever. Okay, that entrance is done already, and then now they want Mommy's entrance.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a killer entrance. And
The
then
band sound good live?
yeah, it's like exactly like the
sound.
soundtrack.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
so the guy is like really shouting everything. It was amazing. The pop of the pyro and all that. Yeah, I believe that was the first pyro of the night, I think.
Yes.
So
yes.
Becky is like smoke or gas or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Can you guys see the AR on
Oh,
the
no,
screen?
no.
So you have no idea what's going
That's just for those at home. Yeah,
Okay,
we don't see that. So we basically will see a little bit of we'll see the entrance, and you guys get to see I think the full entrance.
Yeah.
So based on what I saw on night one on TV here back home, you guys get to see the full entrance. For us, it cuts off and then it goes back to their splash. Their like their replay or whatever. So we
Also,
just,
the screens, the big screens in the stadium don't actually show all the AR and what we see at home.
yeah, no.
Oh,
So
wow.
we'll see like maybe the first half of the entrance. And then after that, it's just like
their graphics and all that.
because they're trying to get ready for the match, etc. and all that, I guess. So they got their angles and stuff. Match wise, I think definitely Rhea looked like the one that was like carrying the match, I would say. From what I've seen on like Bleacher Report, all these guys, they're like, oh yeah, great back and forth from both. It didn't feel like that for us. From the start, I think the crowd was kind of against Becky already. And I don't know where it started. Honestly, I don't know where it started. For me, it started at the fairy tale book.
Like, wrong crowd lah.
Yeah, you just lost me already. I was like, I don't really want to, you know what I mean? And,
okay.
And maybe because from my era, right? It's like the strong woman, the exciting woman is like China, for example, right?
Oh yeah.
So Mami is like for me like the second coming of that, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good analogy.
Like Cargill, for example. So I'm like, okay, this is the kind of like women's wrestling I want to see.
Nice.
And all that. But overall, I think really good match. I think Becky did. Yeah, I saw reports saying that she was sick, etc. For that, if you say that she was sick, I think she did pretty good.
You couldn't tell in a way, right?
Yeah, but definitely Rhea was like the carrier of this match, I would say.
Was it a worthy opening match? Because another misconception people were saying, like, or not a misconception, but people were kind of arguing that maybe that ladder match, tag team match should have started because it had more highlights. It was more of a crowd popper, right? So is your thoughts the same?
Yes, I agree. I think because of that, I missed the first half of the second match because after that match, I was like, I'm going to go get a hot dog. I enjoyed the finish. I enjoyed the finish, but it didn't hype me in the sense of like, all right, I got to put my butt in my seat, pay all the way. So I went out. I went to the toilet. I went to go and pee, and then go and queue up for get a hot dog and drinks and whatever. And I missed the A-Town Down Under part of the victory. But
so that took quite a while to queue up.
Okay. So talking about like subway trains and all that going home, I think the one that really has like bad infrastructure, right, is like the concession stands.
Oh, the concession stand. Oh,
they are not efficient at all, man.
So okay, I'm sure you've been to concerts and events at our national stadium. You compare national stadium to this stadium, who is more efficient?
Of course, it's like in every facet. Getting into the stadium, getting out of the stadium, going to and fro, concession, finding a seat. Just helpful in general. Like definitely, we've got it down.
WWE, you hear that?
45 here in Singapore.
WWE, you hear that? You want to do an efficient WrestleMania, you come to Singapore.
They don't care about efficiency, bro. They care about money. STB, step up, pay a few million can. Don't even need to be WrestleMania.
Why they cannot do for like it's just like how many like good wrestlers we have, right? In WWE right now. Like why can't we fork up?
I agree.
Exactly.
No, it's such an interesting argument because of course when Taylor Swift was happening, if you recall, I was actually at Elimination Chamber, and a lot of people were kind of arguing like, hey, Perth paid X amount of money for Elimination Chamber to come to their city when we all know there's nothing going on in Perth. I'm so sorry, guys, people living in Perth.
No, that is the truth. There's nothing going on there. That's why people like it.
They managed to make it happen. So I'm saying, with TKO and UFC having done shows in Singapore, they know, they are aware of MBS, blah blah blah. Definitely they should do a WWE. I would say even a normal BC list PLE, I think it's worthwhile to do it here in Singapore.
And for all intents and purposes, guys, like wrestling is cool again now.
Yes.
After WrestleMania 40, wrestling is cool again. Yeah, like great. a lot of people that like as my colleagues and that came back and immediately they were like, hey, you were there for WrestleMania, right? You get to see The Rock, you see Undertaker, like it's relevant in like mainstream conversations.
That's amazing.
Right now. So I think it will get there. It's going to get better. The product is in such a good space right now, right?
Yeah. Okay. Talking about The Rock, right? So there he was, night one. Have you ever seen The Rock come out in an intro before? Or was this the first time? First time. Yeah. Did you feel?
I was doing the
goosebumps thing.
Like I was doing the smacking as well. So I was like, oh my god, what a feeling like that. You get that original theme song and then like the transition into the final boss version one.
Yeah.
Wow, it's such a it's just like of course I've never seen Roman Reigns live and any of them, but like The Rock's one really hit.
And the cool thing was he wrestled a 45-minute match. So like was the crowd, despite the cold, despite what was happening, could they invest in that match? And
for sure.
Do you feel that The Rock
they
bring
were
it?
into it so much, and maybe like almost too into it, because like even so I don't know if you all saw, but there was like a small misstep. I think he had like Seth Rollins' legs up, and then he did a stomp on the stomach or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think the reaction from Seth was to like kick him back, and somehow he kicked and tripped, and he fell into the corner turnbuckle, the middle turnbuckle.
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah,
I
and
remember
then
Yeah,
that.
but then recovery and everything. But in that second, everybody was just laughing.
Yeah.
People's like laugh erupted. Yeah.
Oh, my
So,
God.
so you know that people, that's the thing, right? It's like if it's a noisy crowd or has some kind of reaction, then there's the people are really actually paying attention to it. So
Yeah.
it went down into that deep.
Wow.
Yeah, the
That's
main
great.
event for sure. All butts were in seats. All attention was definitely on that.
Yeah, I mean, we both, even on the podcast, reviewed the event and talk about the match and talk
Yeah.
about how, like, overall, maybe night one, maybe because of the crowd, maybe because some things didn't land, wasn't as well received. So that's why it leads me to a couple of other things that I wanted you to clear up since you're there live.
Yeah.
Was the Jimmy and Jey Uso match really disappointing to see in
Yeah,
person?
very, very. I think Jimmy's been doing like so good now. In
Yeah.
all his matches, and like this one just didn't.
Man.
The video package before
Yes.
was so like, oh my god, yes. It
So
started
good.
with like I am not
I'm
my
my
Brother's
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 keeper.
keeper,
keeper.
and then
Yeah.
after that it ended with I'm not my brother's keeper. Like that whole thing was like, okay, wow. But there's something about that I think that they missed in an opportunity to kind of spread it along, like in the build up, like
Hmm.
that to really get people more invested. We knew this was going to come, and then they will say like what they said every 15 years
Yep.
there'll be a brother versus brother match. Yeah,
Yeah.
those kind of things. Like we understood that, and it was like, okay, we know why it was happening, but
Yeah.
Hmm.
it just like it just didn't land the way I don't know whose fault it was.
Hmm.
I think they're both really really good, and like kind of at the top of what they're able to do right now.
I,
Yeah.
I
But
think
yeah,
the truth. Yeah, no, sorry. The truth is, right, when it comes to the Usos, they are never the guys we go, oh my God, I can't wait to watch them in a match. Against people like New Day, maybe yes. But in terms of like as in-ring performers, not
Yeah.
really. And then you put the same, essentially it's the same wrestler against each other. Because let's face it, they have the exact same moveset.
Same moveset, yeah.
It's like, wow, piang. It's like,
like the
two-
Spider-Man pointing each other.
it's like the
That's
Spider-Man
it.
meme. Yeah, so I actually wasn't surprised at it at
Yeah.
all. And seeing where the storyline has progressed, surprisingly, the Bloodline storyline is still relevant, right? Like,
Yeah.
you kind of understand now why Jimmy lost, right?
Yeah.
Because he needed to lose to further the storyline.
Build
So,
this up, yeah.
yeah. But in that moment, did you think that Jimmy was going to win after, he did the whole, oh, please don't hit me, and then he
No.
cheated? No?
I know there was no way in hell that Jimmy was gonna win. It was just the way he's been booked so far, and you see the small snippets of him even like trying to like hi-fi Solo in the
Yeah, yeah.
background,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
Solo
yeah.
just like looking away. I knew there was something there, like he's gonna be the one that's out next, and like yeah, I mean, okay, this is done, the feud's done, Jimmy's won, whatever. I want to see them like hopefully maybe get back together, and yeah, I think they kind of need each other. I think it's very hard. It seems like it's quite hard for them to actually like do a split. Like they won't stay hot or relevant, I think, for long if they were apart. I think.
Can we agree that Jay has surpassed Jimmy in popularity, because like this whole thing, it's
Yeah.
been like a thing all
Yes.
over
Yeah,
WWE.
and when Sammy was part of the bloodline, and at the beginning where Jimmy was like always like laughing along with Sammy, and Jay being that asshole guy that doesn't want him in, and
Yeah.
and everyone was like, oh, this Jimmy is quite a cool guy and all that, and
Yeah.
then the whole thing where like now Jay has actually become like the outcast and then become the cool guy. Yeah, it's interesting because I would
storytelling.
never in a million years back then have thought that Jay would just like explode in popularity. I thought Jimmy would always be the breakout star.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And speaking of like bloodline members, of course, night one you can't forget about Sami Zayn versus Gunther, right?
Yeah.
Quick question: did you, in any form or function, expect Sami Zayn to win this match before?
I think it was for me personally. I think it was time because of how he just keep in all his different storylines, just like keep trying to reach to the brass ring, keep getting kicked down.
Yeah.
I think it was just about time, and maybe time like WWE probably felt like it was time for him You know, the management probably thought it was time for him to get it. I personally wanted Gunther to just carry on forever and demolish him, like just break him in half. But there's this, I guess it's this underdog kind of storyline that they love. I feel they should have gone to Chad Gable. I think, I think Chad Gable seems like the ultimate like underdog, you know, and him being, you know, he won Sammy and then he went on instead. I think that would have been like the story.
What about the sentiment on the ground as the match was? Because to be honest, like you said, right, Sammy was always going to be the underdog, and overwhelmingly everybody thought, oh yeah, Gunther is definitely going to win this. So in the arena itself, right, in at WrestleMania, did you feel like people had that foregone conclusion already, or was the crowd genuinely surprised?
I don't think they were surprised. I think like after the first few like kickouts where we know that he's supposed to be. Every time he gets folded in half and then he gets he he picks out, we're like, okay, we know already. Like I was like, I think they're giving it to Sammy, and then we're like, okay, cool, let's just like support him. Yeah.
So you know how the WWE has been doing this camera from backstage go out, right? Do you get to see that on the big screen?
Not for this one. Wait, was this the one where
he hugged the wife and the child?
Was KO the last night before he?
Yes, the one. Yeah,
KO. Yeah.
Yeah, then
They got show up.
A little bit, yeah.
So the crowd popped when he appeared.
Yeah, cause I think KO appeared right before he went for his match, right?
Well, there was his wife. He was at the back with his wife and kid, and then after that, Chad Gable, and then KO. So did you guys get to see all of that?
Yeah. I got to see all of it. Yeah.
Awesome.
So that was part. Yeah, the KO part, we were like, yes.
Yeah. So, then you got the feels right during the match.
Okay. Then I was like, I was like, that's where I like had a bit of a sour feeling a bit. I was like,
Sammy gonna win.
Trying to win us over with KO, right? Win, right? Oh, his best friend is here. Maybe he got that extra oomph to take it home. And I was like, never mind. I know Gunther's gonna like break him in half. But then
watching it live, right? Did you think it was a botch when Sami Zayn did that brain buster from the top rope? Because when people were watching it live, we were like, oh shit, did he trip or something like that?
I might be like one or two out of like 20 people around there who didn't think of it just because of that his time as that luchador thing. But
El Generico.
Yeah. So I just happened to see it before. So that's the only reason. Yeah.
Nice. So he's moveset.
My wife thought it was botched because my wife was like, oh no. And
he felt.
I was like, oh no. I was like, no, it's a move. Then she's like, oh okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. So she like to the person who doesn't know, definitely looked like a botch.
All right. Very, very cool. Very cool. And last question about the night one, in terms of misconception. What was the perception of seeing the Prime bottle on the ring? Like, was it distracting? Did it feel okay?
God, it was so distracting. I was like, I think night one, like Cody kissed it, right?
Yeah. He kissed it.
He was kissing the mat lah, but the Prime bottle happened to be there.
Yeah, just exactly like Chun Chun in the middle of there. Like kissing the Prime bottle. I'm just glad it was not colored in anything like that. It would have been even more distracting.
I think that's the point, right? Like they purposely made it black and white, so it's like okay, as subtle as possible.
Correct, but then like in the match, the 6-man one with R-Truth and all that. I thought like because of where I was, like if I wasn't looking at a big screen and looking there, I was like, why is there a random like table in the middle there, and why are they like stepping on it, like they're not falling over it, like and then it clicked. Oh no, it's the Prime logo. So because it's not used to it, right?
Wait, were they selling Prime in the arena?
I think no. So outside when you go in, before you go in, there was a lot of sampling. So there was Prime sampling. There was what's the other energy drink they do? C2?
C4, C something lah.
And then this is how I knew like Snoop Dogg was coming.
Gin and juice?
Yes.
They were selling gin and juice?
Yes, they were selling gin and juice outside. I was like,
oh dear God.
It's not very on brand, right? I'm like thinking it'll be like C4 Energy, Prime, it all makes sense. I think there was even the guy giving out dude wipes.
Oh my God, dude wipes! We were all talking about dude wipes.
Dude wipes.
Oh dear God,
So I was like, okay, all on brand, and it's kind of the demographic and all that. And then gin and juice, and I was like, And then like I made a mental note. I was like, oh okay, like I guess Snoop Dogg's still working with them.
Yeah.
But
people were walking around and giving samples to the crowd. Is that what you're saying?
There were booths. There were booths. So
okay.
before you went into your actual seats, there were booths that you could just like walk up to them and then drink. But for some reason, the Dude Wipe one actually had a line. I guess
Right.
we didn't need it.
Because a lot of people needed to take a crap, needed to wipe their bum.
Invest in bidets, right?
Yeah. Actually, explain to me, right? So we got a quote unquote a glimpse of it on SmackDown, right? But the big outdoor arena and the indoor arena are like within walking distance to each other, is it?
Correct.
Oh.
It's like a 5-minute walk only.
So it's like our national stadium and indoor stadium, lah.
Yeah, just next to each other. Exactly.
I see. Very, very cool. Very cool. And talking about transitioning into night 2, right? What do most people do at the end of night 1? Was there like some sort of after party, or was people just I'm just gonna go home and gonna rest?
And also, did people leave earlier during night 1? Because that's what I read, right? Like people were leaving early because it was cold and late. Whereas for night 2, everyone just stuck around because of the vibe.
For sure, I was looking down at around the ring, and then definitely there's like celebrities and stuff, and people who are getting these $10,000 tickets for free or whatever. Like they're walking off, and then I was like, whoa, what? Like,
right.
This WrestleMania, dude. Like you guys gonna just walk out like at like 9-10 p.m.
Yeah, the celebs lah, the comps lah.
The main event, yeah. And then down there, I guess it's just mostly people who didn't pay for the tickets, right?
Yeah.
Celebrities, minor celebrities, whoever, and all that. But like after the main event on night 1, once was Cody that got pinned, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So once Cody got pinned, everybody just stood up and started walking already. So when I heard I guess the Rock and Roman walked up and then probably had some pyro, right? I was halfway across to the subway already.
Wow.
Because it's just like the cold, and we were like, okay, we knew what was going to happen.
Yep.
There was no doubt in my mind the result was going to be that, because that's the only way that night 2 would be like awesome, right?
Yeah, Bloodline rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So definitely, I think that was the same sentiment. Night 2 it was different. Night 2, everyone we stayed, we celebrated. I saw people crying.
Wow.
For both ends. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, before we hype up a bit of night 2, I'm just curious. What do you do the day after WrestleMania night 1? How do you spend your day leading up to the evening?
Bro, you sleep. That's all you can do, right? You gotta be all
night 1
drained.
So I was like just like euphoric. Basically, like I left and I was like, wow, what this is like, this is dream come true, and never thought in my wildest dreams, right? So I'm just like thinking of it as I go back, and in the subway I'm just talking to random people about it. We go back to our hotel. In the shower I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about, like, some of the matches and all that. I'm like, oh my god.
Do you talk to your wife about it before you guys fell asleep?
A little bit. She just like,
So
she enjoyed it. There's no doubt in my mind that she enjoyed it. But like obviously it's not gonna be like as hyped as me, right? Because we are really like inside baseball, right?
Yeah.
When we talk about this kind of stuff.
So by the time you actually finally get to sleep, what time is it already?
I think easily 2:30, 3 in the morning.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Is there any so-called fan activities on the morning of night 2 to get people, involved? Is the Fanatic still open, the world?
Everything is open. Everything is open. So I settled. So I came in on the Thursday. So I went there Thursday when it was not that busy. So I went to WWE World. Got my swag, everything, and I got out because I knew a lot of them will be coming in the day off and all that, right?
I see.
One night's hotel stay, etc., and all that.
Did you go to the SmackDown and Hall of Fame?
No, didn't. So that was another like opportunity there. Then my wife offered, but she offered at like 7:45. So it's like, you want to go? Like we got nothing to do now. It's like nah. It's like I don't want to go all the way there. It's like 7:45. It starts at 8.
I see.
Right. You don't miss stuff. Yeah.
So you just caught it from I believe in a bar in your hotel.
Yeah. So we went to the Trader Joe's. I got like some food and stuff. We sat down in the hotel and then we watched it. Yeah.
Was like Philadelphia showing like wrestling and WWE everywhere?
Everyone. It was when they like to say when WWE and WrestleMania comes into your city, it takes it over.
Yep.
Truly everywhere. City Hall, whatever the areas over there, the banners, everything is just all the
WrestleMania,
WWE stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
The main City Hall itself, there's this gigantic banner that's like Cody versus Roman.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So it's like it's really everyone there is definitely there for the wrestling.
And you, like you said, like going into night two, I mean, I'm sure like you're just resting up, kind of seeing what's going on. What do most people do like literally hours before? Like, is there still any sort of activation near the stadium or
Yeah,
some sort?
so at like I said, the tailgating, a lot of people were more in full force. So I saw Randy Savage, I saw multiple Hulk Hogan's. I saw what was it called? The one that Hulk Hogan was Mr. America or something.
Mr.
Yeah,
America, yeah.
yeah. So I saw one guy that was like
Wow,
that. I
different
saw
versions of the same wrestler.
yeah, exactly.
That's
I
cool.
saw a husband and wife of Kane Undertaker. The husband was Undertaker, the wife was Kane.
That's cute. That's very
Yeah,
cute.
so I took a picture of them. I think like, they asked me, they told me to hold the urn. So I was like, oh, I acted like Paul Heyman.
Oh my
Paul
god!
Paul Bearer, yeah.
I love it, love it.
So yeah,
Amazing.
there's a lot of that, like a lot of like the tailgating, camaraderie, and all that. And then like just directly outside the stadium is where the pre-show is happening. So like I literally could throw a prime bottle at Big E if I wanted to, but of course I yeah.
Could you hear them talking though? Because I know it's for the cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can hear it's live for everyone over there.
Nice,
that's why,
awesome.
so basically like that's why like McAfee can just stand behind and talk to the audience directly. So even though he's talking on here, he's talking to all of us. Everyone knows.
Did not
I
scare of
see.
rain.
So for
Or is
for
it covered?
yeah, for theirs it was covered. For the stadium itself, I think they just knew the weather was gonna be like that.
I see.
Yeah. I don't know if they did cloud seeding or anything like that, because before I came, like New York was miserable, like the rain.
Oh, yeah.
So they might have done cloud seeding and all that. Like I mean, we do that for our F1 over here, like induce the rain, etc., so that the next few days will be dry. So
Yeah.
they might have done that, or it's just the time of the season in Philly that doesn't affect them.
Interesting. When I was at Elimination Chamber, when I was mulling around, I actually saw like wrestlers randomly walking around as well. But I mean, that's because they're on so-called holiday as well. But in the vicinity of Philadelphia, do you actually run into any wrestlers or legends?
Yes.
Oh,
Tell us about
okay,
that.
yes,
Tell
tell
us.
us.
So many, but like, okay, like I'm a grown ass man, right? But like a kid, like with these, and like by the time I even can get like a reaction or decide that I want to go and take an autograph, they already walk around.
Oh.
My wife just like holding my hand and looking at me like, why am I just like stopped in my track?
Yeah.
Maybe like man, a guy like you're walking a dog and then your dog suddenly just like.
Right.
So that's basically how she was with me. She's like, "What's wrong, babe?" Then I was like,
Yeah.
and it started like with like the randomness of like wrestlers. So where we were staying is just the main area of Philadelphia where you should be if you're a tourist, because outside of it, like even nearer to the stadium and all that, if you stay around there, it gets quite dangerous. Philadelphia is like quite a unsafe city. Actually.
Yeah.
So I was staying like really in the center. So I most probably stayed in the same hotel with some of these wrestlers.
Oh.
So,
yeah.
I stayed in this place called I think it's called a Marriott Autograph something, and then there's another Marriott next to it. So these were the only two like really good hotels in the Philadelphia area. So in the vicinity, there's this place called Reading Terminal Market. So it's basically, imagine like at 6th Avenue used to be this Pasar Bella thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's something like that, but it's like it's all like American food and all that, like different kinds, like Greek, and then you get like wraps, burgers, and all this kind of stuff inside there. And I saw a BFAB of all people.
BFAB, wow.
BFAB.
To be honest, I probably couldn't have recognized BFABs. Yeah.
So I was like, I didn't even. Also, I was just like, whoa, what's this like giant like stallion of a woman like just walking past? Like I'm 170, 1.7, so it's not that I'm super tall or anything like that, but like okay, I'm like in Singapore, I'm like okay, not people are taller than me, but it's
average, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna like be looking up at a lot of people, but yeah, I was looking up to her. And I was like,
she's tall, so she's like a statuesque, 1.8 maybe.
Yeah, so she's walking around. I guess with her husband and kid, and they were walking around, and I was like, just like the face, just like just like stunned, like oh my god, they exist in real life, like I cannot like my thoughts weren't even like together, like when I saw her even,
Were other people approaching her? Were they stopping and staring and pointing?
No.
She's not big yet, like in that sense.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's like, and so I guess like people like us that would actually like fly over for a PLE or WrestleMania or something like that. Like this would mean a bit more to us.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe they feel these people are like, it's
standard,
one of the but like I wouldn't get an autograph. But for me to just see BFAB
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, like wow, that's a WWE like superstar over there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was one, and then she walked off, and I was like, my wife was like, oh, why didn't you go and get an autograph? And then that evening itself, me and my wife were going out for dinner,
Mhm.
and the OC was
Oh,
sitting chilling around the corner of the hotel, like I think
So-
having a cigarette or something like that. It's like
Carl Anderson and Luke
Yeah.
Gallows.
Yeah, so I saw them. I was crossing the road, and I saw them, and I just had this look of like, yeah. I
Did
wanted
you go up to
do
them like
something.
this?
I wanted to do something. I was like, take a photo, say hi, do something. Yeah, just like just be a nerd in front of them, do something right. But then they were like, they saw that this guy recognized us, so they just walked away.
Oh.
They were
Yeah.
away.
Oh, so
Because,
my
okay.
whole trip, my whole trip is literally like that, like near like Then I was passing by one of that same night when I was coming back for dinner, passing by the Marriott, and then this blue Mustang comes out, loud Mustang comes out, and then he rolls down the window and then he starts signing autograph for one or two people that will just happen to be there.
Wow.
Braun Breaker.
Oh.
Braun Breaker
Braun
driving
Breaker.
in with a Mustang.
Yeah, I was like, wow,
It-
so on
it
brand.
fits.
The
Yeah,
guy is
it's
like,
very-
the guy
yeah.
is like the real deal. Like, yeah, he's
Nice.
like a man's man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, and then one of the times I was just also same just walking down the street, and then I walked past this guy who looks some kind of like an athlete, not much taller than me, I think, but just like I just recognized because the corner of my eye, this guy looks so red.
Red.
It's a white guy, it's a Caucasian guy, but he's like so red, like lobster red. So I'm like it just caught my eye, like okay, who's this guy? I turned, it's freaking AJ Styles, guys.
dude, AJ Styles, is he as jacked as he looks on TV?
Very.
Yeah.
I was just shocked that how tall he was. He's just not much taller than me, I think.
Yeah, he's one of the shorter side, right?
Yeah. So I was like, wait. Then I was like, so then for the one time I actually like mustered up the courage to ask.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like, hey AJ, how's everything going? Could I get an autograph by any chance, or a selfie? And then he said like, I'm sorry, man, I'm with my family.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, it's cool.
Understandable,
Like,
lah.
I'm
Yeah,
not-
he was
I'm not
nice
gonna
about
be
it.
one of those entitled fans or whatever.
Yeah.
As I walked away, my wife was like, yeah, he's gonna kick his ass, man.
So your wife not happy. Your wife
No,
not
I told
happy.
my wife, I was like, I hope LA Knight
Kick his ass.
Oh, hilarious.
gonna lose. Then so when they come out for their match at WrestleMania, I'm like, boo!
Ah.
AJ, boo,
Wow.
you shut me down.
No
What?
autograph, boo!
Maybe he was playing up his character. You know, he's a bad guy now. He's a heel now.
No,
So
but he was super nice about it, and no, he
Yeah.
was with his kids and whatever. It's just
Yeah.
for me, I was like, okay, if I don't just take the opportunity to ask, I flew all the way from Singapore.
Yeah.
Like if you ask and then if you don't, then that's okay.
Yeah,
like
it's
I'm
fine.
not gonna be like butthurt about it, but I
Wait.
have to be respectful.
was he with his wife as well?
Was he with?
I didn't really see who the people were, but I
Because-
saw like a couple of teenagers and some.
I know where this is going, Mr.
You
Young.
know
I
where
this
he's going? In the corner, you should Wendy. Wendy. You should have just Wendy from the corner.
He might get Samoa Joe flashback, bro. You never know.
That's why I was like, maybe I don't want to Styles clash at the side of the road over there.
Bro, but why is he so red, bro? Did he sunburn or did he stand wrongly? What's going on?
I don't know. It's the same. The OC guys also. So I don't know what is it about
They-
the weather over there, because it's a cool weather. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, because he's from Atlanta, Georgia, or what, right? So maybe
Mm.
it's like inflamed. I don't know.
They
Maybe-
went to the beach or some shit
Yeah,
and then just
the
lie down
Lakers
for a
was
bit.
just like I didn't understand. It's just the same. The OC guys were the same also.
They
were
never
all-
sunscreen lah. They never
Yeah.
sunscreen probably.
Yeah.
Fun fact, it's actually very easy to get sunburn in cold weather because you don't think that the sun is hitting you because it's cold. But the sun
Yeah.
is actually out there because it's different,
dry.
right?
It's dry. You're walking around in that
Dry.
cold, and then
Yes.
we're humid over here, so actually our skin's naturally hydrated most of the time.
Correct.
I found out the hard way, like
Oh.
after a few days, and then I took a shower, and suddenly my legs just felt like they were on fire. And I was like, "Oh, what's happening?" And then I was like, I came
Ah.
out, and then I looked at it, and I said, "Oh, actually, my legs, like completely look like lizard skin like that because
Oh.
it's just dry."
Right. Hey, we learned a bit about science today, bro.
Yeah. That's
On the
important.
wrestling podcast. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's why you have to wear sunscreen even in cold weather. Is that what you're trying to say?
Sunscreen,
Dry weather.
Moisturize. Keep a notepad and pen with you so that you have something to at least just put in front of them
Oh.
if you want to get an autograph. Like
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was just like. like fiddling myself and while talking to AJ. I think that's where he probably exactly. I was like,
Hey, why is this guy
AJ,
touching
would you like
himself?
to take like a should I take like an autograph or a
Yeah.
Oh dear
selfie?
God, dear God.
Yeah, so I wasn't like ready to for
Yeah.
it even, yeah.
Actually, I don't know about you guys, right? But I've always felt like I would rather take a photo with a celebrity than an autograph. Because autograph people can fake. You know,
Yeah.
like it's online, you can actually study how celebrities sign. But a photograph is like one of those once in a lifetime
Once in a lifetime
things.
moments.
Correct,
What about
correct.
you guys?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I
Yeah?
think so. Yeah.
I'm curious as well. Like, you talk about a lot of current stars. Was there like legends and anyone just like mulling around? Because I'm pretty sure there's like legends meet and greet here and there as well.
Yeah, I think they were doing it at some other different like or maybe like the
Ah.
original ECW like place and all
Oh,
that.
yeah.
They had something I just happened to see on Instagram, but
Oh.
yeah, I didn't know about it until like
You're there.
WrestleMania Day itself.
Mm.
I
I
see,
didn't
I
make
see.
time to go, and yeah, I could have bumped into some of the older ones, but I don't
Yeah.
know who specifically were there per se.
Because
I mean,
I believe that Undertaker did a one date man show as well.
Yeah, so I knew he was gonna be there. I mean, yeah, talking about the main event, I didn't know he was going to pop up.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure,
Oh.
for sure.
Speaking of it, please remind me when we talk about the main event because we've seen some angles where after he does his thing, he's like jogging off and stuff like that. But let's get to the actual night two right
so
now.
tickled by it, but yeah, for
Bro,
sure.
talk to us about the vibe. Like, obviously, night one set everything up for night two, right? Was there a palpable buzz in the air, like, oh shit, it's gonna go down now? This is the night.
Yeah, this is the night exactly. Weather was amazing. Everyone's like all extra layered up and whatever. The sun was out. The energy was just so hype. You could just feel it. The energy was. So then I think when I was walking in, McAfee was on the pre-show.
Yep.
He turned to the crowd and then everyone just started
Doing the J Uso.
doing the Jey Uso like thing and all that. Like everyone's energy was like 100, 110 out of 100 like that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just came in and everyone's like, okay, I'm ready for like night two. Like night two is where all the action's gonna happen.
All right. And of course we kicked off with like CM Punk coming to the ring. And of course we knew that it's gonna be the World Heavyweight title starting up. So like talk to us about the experience of you watching that live.
Yeah.
First of all, what was the reaction for CM Punk? Because I'm very curious. Is it all cheers? Are there boos?
No. There was
Cheers.
just pure love and admiration. Pure love and admiration. Everyone just like stood up, like throw their hands, like yeah, CM Punk. Everyone was singing along with Cult of Personality,
Chanting and all that.
Yeah, it was great. And I mean, he was so far away, but I could feel like he was like happy to be home.
Yes.
Yeah, I truly feel like he feels like he's at home now that he's back. Yeah, that was a fun thing. And then like you won't see this unless you go to live shows. I guess you saw like Michael Cole has his own entrance and all that.
Really?
Yeah, so when they start the card, like Michael Cole will have an entrance, like
Nice.
a song and like
Nice.
I think when he was doing like Coal Miners thing a long time ago, then he had like this theme song. Like he still uses that theme song.
No,
Until
so
today.
that was the old SmackDown intro, right?
Which one?
The small da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, that one.
What's
No. So he has like the Coal Miners, one of his old theme songs. When
Right.
he used to be like in a glass box or something.
Glass
like
box
that.
one. Yeah.
I remember, yeah.
So like when he comes in, everybody goes crazy. Like wasn't
Oh.
as crazy as CM Punk, but like they do. It really like starts off the whole like show, right? The moment Michael Cole walks in, right, everyone's like, okay, all right,
Right.
we're getting ready for the show already. So like just Michael Cole walking in like really hyped up the crowd already.
Interesting. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
and then we got CM Punk coming in, and then we go mad, and then McAfee's like theme song is quite like it's
Hype.
good to sing along with, right? So
Yeah.
everyone was like singing along to that. So yeah, everyone was like hype and ready already.
Then
Yeah,
Corey Graves there, he got no intro.
Corey has also, but
yes.
like not like super impactful. Like
Right.
people like him. We were cheering, we were clapping and all that, but like wasn't definitely Cole, CM Punk and McAfee's theme song. Like when those hit, like people were definitely hype about it.
Very interesting. And also, we all get to see like the pre-package, right? The promo package and all, like even the intro. Because I know there's a new WWE intro. It's a very Avengers style. Like when you saw it live, how was that?
Oh my god! Everybody was like, "Whoa!" Everybody like in unison they were looking there. They were like, wow, that Avengers Endgame kind of feel, like the cinematic universe. Like it really did feel like wow, what a change, right? And then so it was like Triple H on the first day, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Stephanie on the second day.
Yeah. How was Stephanie coming out? Yeah, how was that?
I think everybody missed her. Like none of us want to admit, but we really missed her. Like everyone was like so hyped that she came out, and like her Are You Ready? Definitely had like 20 times more crowd participation than Triple H one on the first night.
Yeah. She got the growl. She got the Vince
When she
growl.
said, Are you ready? Everyone was already shouting along with her. The first one. Yeah. So she definitely like had the whole audience like really hyped to see her back. Yeah.
I see. Pretty cool. And of course, you had the Mick Mill entrance. I mean, I'm a rap fan, so I'm aware of Mick Mill, but like Philadelphia fans, were they down for it? Because he's having a bit of a controversy recently with PDD.
So I'm also a big like hip hop head as well, and I used to be a big fan of Mick Mill, especially when he first came out. I felt like there was no reason for him to be around for this.
Yeah.
He didn't add value to it. And then I hear people like, who the hell is this guy? Like someone literally like behind me, like 2 seats. Like, who the hell is this guy? Like, so he's not as mainstream as WWE would like.
Yeah.
And they had people like Wale and all that like in the front row. I think like Wale is like a better representation of the wrestling fans like rapper of choice.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I guess Mick Mill is a fan as well, so okay, this was an opportunity for him. But I think if they did it like someone like Wale or someone like that, it would have been it would have hit a bit better.
Still, it wasn't as bad as the greatest rapper of all time
I was just about to say.
on night one. I
No
don't know
way.
because you probably couldn't have heard it on the thing, right? Because they announced him as the greatest rapper of all time, and then did the crowd
and
react
the worst
when?
song of all time, right? Arguably the worst song of his catalog, right?
Well, I mean, look, it was fine when it first came out and everyone was sampling it, blah blah blah.
But now so much time has passed. Like, what the hell was
exactly.
that song?
So did the crowd react like, why is he coming out here doing a milli? And only the a milli line, by the way, he was not rapping anything else. It's just a milli.
Yeah, it's like I couldn't correlate, and this is me coming same like before, like coming from the view of like a rap hip hop fan.
Yeah.
I still couldn't reconcile like, what the hell are you doing here? Like, why are you here?
It's like,
all right, it's cool, like that you're here in Philly doing this. You're not even from Philly, first of all.
But on SmackDown, literally, he was like, I have something fresh, I have something new for you.
I thought he was going to debut a song. Remember
I thought he was going to debut, and then he came out with a milli. I'm like, what?
Yeah. It's like I maybe the song didn't pull through or something like that. Like it didn't.
Maybe.
They didn't get clearance for the actual show.
Bro, if this was WrestleMania 24, 2008, right, it would be the biggest thing ever.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Then
Yeah, so like these were the few missteps I think that WWE had. Not having the finger on the pulse. I think when it comes to that. Because I don't think Triple H like actually really knows who Mick Mill is, or like how big Lil Wayne. He probably knows that Lil Wayne was big once upon a time kind of thing, but they probably don't have the finger on the pulse. Like,
he even admitted he didn't know who was Logan Paul the first time.
These guys, I think, like especially if they're trying to incorporate, like try to be more mainstream. Yeah, they got to do their research, man.
Yeah. Bad Bunny is a hit.
Bad Bunny is like the representative of like the Puerto Ricans and like that segment of the WWE corner, as you guys, corner of that universe, right?
Yeah.
You guys like to say.
Yeah.
I always laugh when I hear about that telenovela.
We love our Mexican telenovela.
Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about that first match, right? So, could you tell, where if Seth Rollins was selling the injuries from last night? Because we of course found out after the fact he already had like a torn meniscus and he actually pulled through. How was that match with Drew McIntyre and all that?
So I think as much as everyone enjoyed like the entrance and all that, they wanted McIntyre to win. So the crowd, at least from the live crowd point of view, they wanted McIntyre to be the champion. So as much as they sang along and enjoyed like the entrance and all that, the moment the thing started and anytime like Rollins got any offense in, there were boos.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I don't know if we got muted out when it came to that, but anytime he was able to do some kind of offense, we were booing, and then anytime McIntyre was doing anything, even like just like taunting us at the crowd or whatever, like everyone was like still cheering for him.
Is it like we feel like he deserves it sort of a moment, even though he's a bad guy, he deserves his moment?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like most people can agree that he didn't get his real WrestleMania moment that he deserved. After coming back and all that. The miss over here. If I was in charge of the music, I was like, you should have just gone back to what's it called, the Broken Dreams. Is it?
Broken Dreams.
Wow, that was such a missed opportunity to
for sure.
Come back to that song. I think that would have made it pop like so much more.
So, I think we have given it away, especially if you do.
So, okay, we had the moment. He wins the title. He does his thing with his wife. He presents it to his wife. It was a great moment because you could hear audibly that the crowd was like cheering him. Like, yes, he gets his moment, right? Yeah. And then he goes over to CM Punk, starts taunting him. What was the feeling then in the crowd?
So everyone was like kind of laughing, but then already starting to boo him because CM Punk. So like at that time, like in terms of like who the fans like more in that situation, definitely CM Punk. So we're like like stop doing that. Like in my head, I'm like, is this where Damien comes in?
Yeah.
This is where Damien Priest comes in, and then CM Punk I think like sweeps him or something with his injured arm, right?
Yeah.
It was specifically the injured arm, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah.
And then he took it off
the brace and then whacked him with the brace.
And then I was like, okay, done.
Come ready. He come ready.
Yeah, come ready. And then when the theme song hit, my God, dude, the popcorn flew. I swear.
Popcorn flew in the air. Just like, babies were thrown.
It just show I wouldn't exaggerate and say I saw a hot dog fly, but I definitely saw like food just flying.
Oh,
holy shit.
Drinks,
bro, that's how they make money, bro. People throwing around their food, then go buy it again.
Exactly. They probably have to go after the excitement, go down and go and queue up again and miss one match.
Was it the shock of the cash in, or was people genuinely really excited to see Damien Priest be the one?
I think again it was like the crowd already knows, and like I think us as wrestling fans we were very, very, very in tune with this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And as much as we talk about the behind the scenes and all that, we always we all know like, okay, whose turn is it? Whose time is it? You know, and like he deserves it, right? As much as the run that he's had for the year, the missteps, I felt like he hasn't been, showcased in the strongest way this year in the build-up. And I think now it makes sense to me, and like in future when I look at other Money in the Bank, like winners and all that, I can now forego the heart pain of like why they making him look like a clown. Because it's gonna pay off eventually, unless they make one of those years where they decide that the cash in doesn't work.
And
then the guy who cashes in like loses, then that will suck. But like hopefully they just go back to cash in means this guy guaranteed champion by WrestleMania or by Money in the Bank.
I think it lulls people into this sense that they're never gonna cash it. It's not gonna happen.
So
then
I
the
think
surprise factor.
A big portion of the stadium definitely forgot that Damien even exists in this period, in this time because of this situation. But the moment I saw CM Punk like doing that to him already, right? I was like,
they was like, oh wait, no, it's happening, it's happening.
Yeah, and so my reaction was genuine. Like I also stood up and screamed, and I almost lost my voice already. I truly lost my voice at the Undertaker part, but like I lost a bit of my voice when he came out, and he did it, and he wore that run and hit with the briefcase. I think the briefcase also fly and all that. Like it just felt like so real, genuine. It almost like the way it just happened. It's like all of Damien's like frustrations and desperation and everything all was in that one hit, right?
Yeah.
And then they brought him in the ring, and then the 1, 2, 3. Oh my God! Like that feeling is I 100% believe it's like different from like watching it over here. There must have been so much satisfaction for you guys, even right, watching it. Like, but being there live and sharing that moment with him, and then him like holding the belt up, is like I would say like one of the top 10 experiences in my life. Just like being and watching someone like just win something like that,
Nice. It felt real, especially after that they celebrated the rest of the Judgment Day at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, they came out, they celebrated, and it was genuine. It's like there's a bit of like broken kayfabe over there, right? Because like everyone's like so they're not like evil
Oh,
smiling and
yeah.
like, oh,
No,
we
but-
want this like genuine love for each other,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think at this point too, we've moved on. Like in a way, right? Triple H, I feel they are using sort of kayfabe as a story. Like so, all this behind the scenes stuff actually plays into the wider story that they're trying to tell. So it's a very like they're towing the line.
It's
is
almost
what-
as if
yeah.
kayfabe is a storytelling tool,
Yeah.
but they are, utilizing everything else as part of the storytelling. Like kayfabe is just one way they can use.
Yes, it's
storytelling.
kayfabing the kayfabe now. They are on several layers, like Inception at this point.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, not to jump too far, but like the next night when Rhea had to
Vacate.
Vacate, yeah.
and that hug that they had together, that was
Yeah.
so genuine and warm.
Yeah.
Even though they're the bad guy team, right? But
Yeah.
so I love that. Yeah, as much as I'm like, okay, are you the bad guys or not bad guys? But like having that genuine,
Yeah.
relationship with each other and like being a real team, it was nice. So that really shone through. I think when he won the championship, I think.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I want to cycle past like a couple of matches because not everyone. Unless you want to talk about Snoop Dogg's, because we heard his commentary and he was hilarious. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, no, not yet. I haven't,
Okay,
I haven't
there you gotta save yourself to watch that. But a lot of people were saying for night 2, right, the best wrestling match, and it came as a surprise. It's actually the triple threat between Kevin Owens, Randy Orton, and Logan Paul. Do you agree? And what's your experiences of that match personally?
Yeah, I agree. I think the most athleticism in the whole card, I think definitely belonged there. Funny enough, I really think that Logan Paul was the one carrying the whole match, man.
Wow, Logan Paul.
Well,
Okay,
to be fair, he was made. Basically, what happened was Kevin Owens and Randy Orton carried him to an amazing match. Not to say that he was bad in any way. He played his part in the match perfectly. It was a perfectly crafted match.
He scored like an A+++++. Like this guy is just like getting better. But like, who would have thought, man? How many years ago, like
This irritating shit, right?
Yeah, this guy is like the real deal, man. Like,
No, but the crazy thing is, right, the hate for him is real. Like when I do like watch alongs and I bring out Logan Paul, like I bring up Logan Paul as a topic of discussion, right? People get genuinely pissed off. They hope like horrible things happen to him. And I'm like, okay, because I never watched his YouTube stuff. I didn't like
I
you
think he had
knew
some
who.
past, right, with some of the like the suicide forest thing or something.
Yeah,
like
so
one of
like
those
that.
things, so
That was the huge
maybe he
controversy.
just follows him and lingers now. But like I don't care about him like outside of this. It's just in wrestling and what he adds to the current mix right now.
Yeah.
And he's a great addition. Like
Really is.
I cannot see why people would disagree with that. Like what this guy is a premier athlete, man.
Yeah.
Even without all the controversy, without his name value, right? If you just see him in his in-ring ability, he's easily
I
like
think he's the next guy. Yeah, this is the next big thing. Yeah.
easily a top star. Yeah.
The I think the one that really won me over was might have been Money in the Bank or one of the PLEs where he and Ricochet like clashed in the center.
Royal Rumble.
Wasn't it Rumble? Rumble.
Last year's Rumble.
Then
Yeah.
I was like, okay, wow, this guy is like something special.
So when he came out with the Prime bottle, right? Were there people speculating on who the hell could be in the Prime bottle? Because that was the first thing I thought. You thought it was KSI.
Yeah, and like most of the people didn't know who Speed was. I was laughing my ass off because I love it. He's like hilarious. He's so funny.
Right.
And he was doing the barking.
Yeah.
Barking and Randy. I didn't think that Randy was gonna like really like RKO him or something like. Because like to me, I was like, he's just a kid, right?
Yeah.
So people were shouting, "He's just a kid." He's just a kid.
Yeah, I saw this video. Like I went a bit into the rabbit hole and like saw some of his videos. Apparently, he did like a reaction video where he beat up Randy Orton back on WWE 2K.
Oh
in the game, yes.
Yeah, and I think when he hit like how many millions of viewers, subscribers, he celebrated by jumping headfirst into his stream and destroyed his equipment. So, apparently, is that a thing that he does normally? He just go rage mode.
Not that I think Young probably you will know better.
No, he's just very like loud and obnoxious. Like people like that kind of stuff when it comes to their streaming.
Interesting.
He's just just funny and loud.
Yeah.
I find it amazing how WWE is like attracting fans from every corner of like like mainstream fandom. Like people who don't know anything about WrestleMania, I have like cousins who are like they just watch I Should Speak based on their streams, and they were like, Uncle Fan, I watched WrestleMania, I got I Should Speak. I'm like, you have never talked to me about wrestling in my entire Hari Raya. Every time I visit, now suddenly 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids say because of Ice Speed. So it's like they're
Yeah.
attracting new generation of fans through this method, which is
Bro, every generation, they got Snoop Dogg, they got Lil Wayne, they got Speed, they got Logan Paul. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, they need to. They just need to tweak a little bit. Like I think the speed one was great.
Yep.
I think Snoop Dogg will always have his place.
Yeah.
In the universe. We just love him.
Yeah.
It's just these guys like the Meek Mill, Lil Wayne kind of thing. Yeah. Then because I think that's where you were just like you only have like 1 or 2 times to really like do this right and to get that demographic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I think it's just a very strange choice on those two. Philly, that kind of makes sense because Meek Mill is from there.
From Philly, yeah.
Yeah, but like everything else. So yeah, there are. It's not. I won't say it's 100% like they hit everything on the nail, but yeah, speed was that one was a hilarious one. Honestly.
Yeah. Speaking of music and entrances, right? Because a couple of wrestlers actually debuted new songs. So like, for example, AJ Styles, Bailey, like. Give your thoughts about the fans' reaction when like AJ Styles' new song came out.
Well, I hated it.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so I was okay. They started with the they don't want none. Then I was like, oh, he's gonna go do his TNA theme song, which is what I thought he was gonna go back. That old one. I think it's I am.
Get ready to fly or something.
Get ready to fly. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, if he does that and then he wins like the LA Knight thing, I'm like. At this point, I'm okay if LA Knight like loses like 8 times in a row. It's like somehow okay, he can talk, he can kind of promote, he can wrestle, he has his spots. I just don't know if he's ever gonna get his shine. So like if AJ won this, I wouldn't have been upset with the proper theme music. But then like with that music, which I didn't really like gel with. Plus, then he didn't want to take my autograph.
He was your most hated performer of the night of the 2 nights, like essentially.
That's what I said.
The
the music didn't do anything for him.
Yeah.
That theme song definitely. I don't know what's the reasoning, guy. I mean, it might catch on eventually, but I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. And
plus, don't forget, LA Knight was the Slim Jim ambassador. There was no way he was going to lose.
Yeah,
it was a sponsored match, for crying out loud.
He came in with a Slim Jim car.
That kind of gave it away for me. Right now, the guy who does their music is getting a lot of flack. I don't know if you've seen it online.
What's the story with that? Deaf Rebel, right?
Deaf Rebel. The fact that like now his thing is he puts a quote in front of everybody's theme song. Like, Bailey comes out to role model.
Oh, role model. Yeah.
Damian Priest comes out to all rise. Like, everyone will have a line in front and then have some generic shit at the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like people are shitting on his like formula now.
Formulaic. Okay, that's really cool.
I don't know how this new theme song is helping AJ's character though. That's the thing.
It just sounds a little bit more like evil, or that's it, more minor keys.
Evil, but like,
I prefer if they remix the song so people still know or recognize it a bit. Yeah. It's a bit sad lah. Talk to me about like Bailey and Io Sky, because a lot of people say in terms of wrestling matches for the women, that was actually one of the best wrestle match. What do you think about that?
I really enjoyed that. That's not more. That wasn't like like Rhea and Becky's kind of sort of like Rhea like, or even like the Jade Cargill and Bianca and that match, like those were a lot more physical, more in like a strength kind of way. Whereas this one still had its physical moments, but I think there's the technicality, right?
Yeah.
And then Io also being like she loves flying around, right? So it was quite a good match to see over there. That would be one of the matches where I'm like, I need commentary, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of help along to to just like re-immerse myself into that whole feud, right?
Yeah. Also, we've talked about it before. Those two characters are cold. That whole feud was cold. So I'm not surprised the crowd was kind of like, appreciate the match. People appreciative of Bailey, but Io Sky as a champion, cold.
Yeah. I did like their package that they played, because they actually used Paramore. If you guys remember, they had a Paramore package, and also Bailey with her Egyptian thing was very random. But I thought that was
her wing was sing it.
Sing it.
I see.
Like, why they cannot just like she's sitting on like the shoulders of like I guess future wrestlers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like her wing was like one.
The,
was-
the
it was-
ADHD in you, like,
Yeah,
I need to fix this.
No,
can I just get that one straight? I was like,
Wasn't one fella like having a bit of troubles? That's why he was sort of sagging a bit. So
maybe,
one
yeah,
fella
maybe,
need to hit the gym, this fella.
The whole Egyptian team, I
Dim-
didn't understand it.
No
Yeah.
link lah.
I
No
didn't
link.
know how it tied in. Like
Yeah.
I was asking around like does she have like Egyptian blood or is this like heritage or something like that? Like it didn't make sense. Role
Yeah.
model and then suddenly pyramids and like
Yeah.
the guys with the dog mask on.
Yeah,
I was like,
Is she supposed to be Cleopatra or something? Maybe.
So I'm trying to figure out like what she was going for.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I gotta say, Io Sky's entrance with all those like multiple images of her, I thought that was really like
Yeah, it was
cool visual anime style.
Quite.
Oh.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Talking about entrances, so Jade Cargill and Bianca and Naomi, talk to us about that entrance. How,
Yeah.
Like, did you guys see it happening? Like, were they setting it up? Like, how?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
on camera we only see when they pan to it, right? What
Yeah.
about like in the
Yeah,
stadium itself?
We see everything of that, like that slow, calm walk to the place and they stand up, then they put the platform going up and all that. Yeah, so we see those kind of things. It's dark, but we see the shadows of it happening and all that. But like it was just very cool even before they started the music. To see the three of them there, casting their imposing figure.
Yeah.
Like two of them super ripped, Bianca and Jade.
Yeah.
People could tell, Bianca was channeling Cyclops and then I believe Storm
is
clearly
Storm.
Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
But was everyone trying to figure out what is Naomi trying to
Exactly.
cosplay as?
I was like, what is this? What is she doing? Like, did she get the memo or is it like only the two of them and then they're like, shit, we're stuck with this girl. Okay, like I was trying to understand like backstage, like whether they were lumped together or they really wanted to be a trio for this match. Or something like that. But it feels like Bianca and Jade are a lot
more in sync.
on the same wavelength, and then Naomi's just doing her own thing.
Big hat. That's it.
Yeah. Which you can tell, after WrestleMania, you can see that, they're gonna team up Jade and Bianca, and then Naomi's like in the title picture, right?
Yeah. I'm quite excited for that development actually. Like looking at the two of them, I think they can be quite dominant, man.
Let's talk about the main event. Let's talk about the main event, night 2 right now. So we finally gotten there. What was the energy level like? Because as a wrestling fan, by now you're probably quite tired already. 2 days of wrestling, some more.
Yeah, full energy, honestly. Like there are people that actually even went for stand and deliver and then came after, So like
Which is
they
crazy.
yeah. I'm not even on the level when it comes to like how hardcore or like what. Yeah, there are people that were there, stand and deliver, then straight away came for WrestleMania or that. So that's dedication, man.
Nice.
Like for us, I think no one was tired in the least. Just so energized.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the entrances must have helped though. The entrances was amazing for both.
I saw them setting up like the rocks, like pyro thing.
The rock?
Fire, the Brahma Bull.
You talking about night 1 now?
Yeah, talking about night 1.
Yeah. And then so we saw those kind of stuff as well. Night 2 also, they were, I think was what Roman, what was
The choir. They had the
choir
orchestra.
Yeah, we saw some of those things as well. It's really like the anticipation is just like you can feel it.
I was genuinely surprised by Brandy Rhodes' reaction. Was it as loud in the arena when you saw Brandy Rhodes coming out with Cody?
Small, it was a pop lah, but it wasn't like oh my god, the Queen's back or something.
They're popping for Cody lah. They're really popping.
It's just okay lah, his wife lah. Okay, we respect her also because it's Cody's wife lah. But it wasn't Brandy's back to revolutionize women's. Nothing like that lah.
You saw the AEW fans suddenly coming in like, oh my god, it's Brandy. Right?
But remember recently on Raw, he used Brandy's line and there was no reaction.
Open mic, this is not open mic. I was like, I don't think that was that big of an event, man.
It was just like internet joke. And amongst the smart fans, then we get it. But then when he did it, like the crowd was no reaction.
That wasn't like a mainstream kind of thing, man.
You know why? It wasn't in the right place at the right time. Remember when he had it with The Rock. And then he said it to The Rock, bro. It would be like it doesn't matter, it would be that level.
Yeah, like and not to deviate from the subject, but every time anyone has tried to make an AEW reference, the crowd doesn't get it one. So they're literally living in their little world, AEW over there, thinking that what they do actually matters in a massive scale. It does not.
Yeah.
And it's shown time and time again. I'm sorry I went on a tangent. Let's get back to WrestleMania night 2.
I'm the same actually. Like every week I jump off and on. Like do I like AEW? Do I not? And I'm listening to you guys like talk about it, and I was like, some days like ever since I came back from WrestleMania, honestly I don't care
It's
anymore.
hard. Yeah.
I just want to look at WWE. Because this is the gold standard, and once someone tells me like, hey, you have to. Then we'll look at it. But like, this is the A show, this is the A brand, this is the A company right now. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so let's talk about that main event. And before all the crazy shenanigans, let's talk about the match itself, right? Did you guys get any sort of a feeling during the match? Like, okay, is it going to be clean? Like, there was no way you guys thought it was going to be a clean match, right?
Yeah. We know bloodline rules. I was just trying to figure out like off the start, like what the bloodline rules is gonna happen, right? Like is it gonna design with Roman got that tribal chief, like the thing. Are they gonna put it around the ring? I'm just trying to figure out like how they gonna bloodline fight.
How are you gonna dress it up?
Yeah, like what are you gonna do? Is it gonna be special? Like a chieftain over there or something? Like I don't know what. I was just trying to figure out like what they were gonna do, and then they just started out as like a normal match.
Yeah.
And then whatever Roman says goes, and I was like, oh, okay lah. So bloodline rules. So I was like, okay, I know the rest of the fun stuff is gonna happen later.
Yeah.
And the match as a whole, just remembering, I'll watch it again tonight. But like from what I remember, it was like definitely they were just like extending time. So what was the total run time? Do you all know? I think at least 45 minutes, right?
It was quite long.
45 minutes. Yeah. So
Everything
the first 25 minutes, just like wasting time.
A normal wrestling match lah.
Build anticipation lah, kick out finishers here and there, that sort of thing.
Correct. Yeah.
So then, let's get to the first of many when Jimmy Uso shows up, right? Did you see where he came from? Like
Jimmy, So, Jimmy. No. I saw where Jay came from, but Jimmy, no, actually I didn't.
Okay, so he was
just appeared out of the crowd
from one of the corners of the crowd side.
Correct.
Definitely. And I believe like some of the others there was someone said that there was actually an entrance below the ring as well. Yeah, so I don't know if any of them came. Like sometimes you just like even if you're there, you just focus on the match in that specific. So they're quite good at grabbing your attention even when you're there live.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're not around like scanning. Who's coming out? Who's next or whatever. Yeah.
Like a magic show, they focus your attention. We got Jay coming out from the ramp. Obviously, we saw that whole bit. They speared him off the entranceway and everything. Then Solo. Okay, I am convinced that Solo came out a bit too late. Did you feel that way when you were watching it live?
Like the whole thing, and it's just like it was just too long. Like even that segment with Solo inside was just too long, and then
Cody was holding on to Roman. He had hit the 2 crossroads already, going for the third. And the third one, it felt like he paused. He was waiting for the spike. He looked left, he looked right.
Yeah, so it's like it definitely the timing was off, and then I think he also overstayed his welcome. Until I was like when Cena came, everyone was like, finally.
Thank God.
Oh my God, like you get this guy out of the ring, man. Like it's enough already, like and I think I just recently saw like the Solo's like losing streak, I didn't only after I came back then I realized like what a losing streak is on, but like I realized like the crowd actually was in tune with that, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy's not that much of a threat, or he's gonna lose anyway. Some way, somehow, someone's gonna get him out. So it didn't feel like there was stakes of him coming in.
Right. So people were expecting somebody to neutralize him.
It's like, okay, you come in and you do whatever you need to do, but like someone's gonna come and take you out. Sure enough. And then the crowd almost knew that Cena was coming out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And of course,
they were really chanting already.
Cena comes out, does his thing, and then of course you had The Rock.
Yeah.
Who had the loudest pop? Do you reckon? Like the loudest?
I'd still say The Rock, and then after that Undertaker. Actually, the Shield one was pretty good also, because But let's not jump the gun. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about this because the Shield was the next one, right?
Yeah.
Like when the Shield music started playing, did anybody were you guys like, oh shit, is Moxley here?
I shouted Dean. I just shouted Dean.
Dean.
Yeah. And I was like,
Oh, wait.
I mean, I've seen what he's doing in AEW. I'm not a fan of him anymore, but like I'm just a fan of the nostalgia.
Oh, yeah.
What he used to be.
For sure.
I was like, how did it make this happen? Even though it didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really trying to piece in my head, like, what? Oh, is Tony Khan like actually someone you can negotiate with? And,
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, I'm thinking about this all in my head, and like, not in the least did I was thinking that it was Seth. Meaning, like, even if Seth was coming out, it would be like, hey, look, guys, who I brought.
Yeah.
With someone. He's coming in with reinforcements lah.
Yeah.
Almost.
I honestly thought that was a very nice swerve because legit, like everyone was like, is it really Dean?
Yeah.
And then you realize, wait, that can't be it. Tony Khan's not gonna be so nice. you know?
So like, I think everyone's doing the mental math in their head, like trying to figure out like if it's actually going to happen, right? And
Is that why he took so long?
So he's like limping in the corner of the.
Is it? From
Could
the
you
top-
tell? Could you tell from where you were sitting?
Yeah. So I saw
Oh,
where he was coming from, and he like came and then like tumbled over the side or something like that. And
Yeah.
like, was like
Yeah.
selling his injury, and then his hair. I correct me if I'm wrong. His hair was actually like not that color, right? That night.
He was blonde, I think. I think he
Was it-
did
was
put
it
the
blonde?
hit of blonde.
To me, it felt like he dyed his hair just for this.
Yeah, I think he
Like-
sprayed his hair with one of those, temporary
Yeah,
sprays.
because I think it was dark.
Yes.
And like
Yeah.
at least from my memory of that night,
Yeah.
I was like,
From the first match, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, ooh, wow, he's now he's blonde like the architect.
He sold
Yeah.
the whole package lah. He went full
so it's
cosplay
like,
lah.
He brought back the architect, right? Not
Yeah,
the visionary, not the whoever
Yeah.
he is right now is like the architect. I was like, okay, cool. Limping, whatever, and all that gets in. I was like, okay, how is this gonna play out, right?
Yeah.
This is where I'm really like, okay, how is this gonna play out? What's the swerve? How does he play the role of the Shield?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then
Right.
dong. Okay. Talk
Oh,
to
so
us
he
about that.
gets he gets speared first,
Right,
right?
right. Yeah, he gets he
and then
gets
I'm
taken
like,
out.
okay, this sucks. Like that's how I
Literally did
felt. I was
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this sucks. I was like, that Shield angle, like so much. I mean, it played off in the end. It paid off in the end for me. I felt, but like at that moment, I was so disappointed in the whole flow of it.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, he comes in, he just immediately gets speared, and like, wow,
Yeah.
really took the wind out of my sails.
Because
Yeah.
for us, when we were watching, right, we didn't even see when he came in because
Yeah.
the camera was trained on Roman Reigns. Then Roman Reigns pushed Rock aside and did a Superman punch.
He came through the barricades and was limping and like
Mm.
even like paused for a while on one knee with used the chair to prop him up, something like that.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
selling his injury for sure.
Yeah.
Before
see,
he
I
came
see.
in. And came in and then stood up immediately, kena speared. I was like, oh, this sucks. That's
It
how
felt-
I felt.
Yeah, it felt a bit lackluster. But yes, then after that, of course, was the big dong. And the lights go out.
Yeah.
Obviously, you guys can still see what's going on lah. There's
Yes.
still lights lah.
Yes.
Okay.
So him getting into the ring, I didn't see. I was again. Everybody's habit is just
Look
when
at the
you hear
screen.
a sound or whatever. Look at the screen. Look at the front of the ramp.
Ram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously that's not how he turned up. So he
Yeah.
definitely ran through the crowd or whatever, and then he appeared behind him, did what he did, and then left. But the leaving time was hilarious.
Because the lights go out again and he
Lights
quote
go out
unquote
again, and he got,
disappears.
like, 8 people around him, and then just doing like a mini jog together, really like just jogging.
Everyone could see this.
So these guys, the guys that are jogging with him, like have their phones on, the light on, and they're
Oh.
on the ground. So we just see like 6 or 8 lights around him, and he's just doing like a little uncle jog away.
Well,
Oh my god.
So
I
it's
mean,
like,
yeah, you have
we
to, right?
understand, but it's just at that point when people see, they also just started laughing.
It's funny,
Yeah,
lah.
no,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, immersed in it, but it's like just in this situation, it's just like, yeah, we respect Undertaker, but hilarious, this uncle jogging away. That's how it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need the lights to make sure the uncle doesn't trip and fall.
Yeah,
Don't be so
exactly.
bad.
I think I read or saw some stuff where he said he actually got the closure he wanted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was on his podcast actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, I'm happy for that. I mean, I still want Stone Cold, and I still felt like that was the right decision. Even until now, I still felt like Stone Cold was the missed opportunity.
How crazy is it that apparently they just couldn't come to an agreement? Like, how much money did he want for crying out loud?
Yeah,
You know how Stone Cold is a
I'm
stickler.
disappointed that he didn't love us, the fans, enough to like
Yeah.
come and just do this one time, right? It's WrestleMania 40, you know.
Yeah,
like,
and it's not like they lowballed him. I'm sure they gave him a good enough rate that he's like, oh no,
like, do
I'm
it for us, man. Like,
Yeah.
you know, we truly like grew up with this, right? We you know, these are the kind of things that make it even more epic. It turned out really good.
It's
At the
okay
end
lah.
of the day.
Let's not forget Undertaker has had history with the Anuai family
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah, I just had to
Yokozuna.
like read all that, watch those
Yeah.
videos, and reconcile myself. Like, okay,
Yeah.
that angle like works.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Kopium lah, it's
storyline.
kopium.
Like, okay, I'm not going to be angry about it forever. I think like
Yeah.
now there's just an asterisk at Stone Cold, you know.
Yeah, like,
You,
hey, bro.
you know, there was also talk about how, you know, Stone Cold and The Rock, even though they are friends and stuff like that, they will always be eternal rivals. They always have egos.
Yeah.
So there's this, you know, I'm just giving out rumors at this point in time. Apparently, like Stone Cold didn't have time, of course, to prepare physically, and he didn't want to look bad in front of The Rock. There's also another reason as well.
Maybe, but The Rock looks phenomenal right now.
Yeah.
To be
I've
honest,
never seen him in better shape than right now in this period.
Yeah. But all he had to do was come in, stunner, and leave. What? It's not like he was gonna have a full-on match.
But maybe he lost his knee brace or what. Then
maybe he scared the visual. He's a bit too skinnier than The Rock. And he like, cannot, don't want.
Okay, let the Undertaker chokeslam him. That's it.
It was okay. It was a memorable moment, you know, just to have the Undertaker there. It was just definitely a lot of people are like, why?
Yeah.
And then after that, I guess like me, other fans, they just like reconcile, like, okay, this is how it went and this is why. But yeah, just deep down, I will forever be like, why you didn't, you know, why didn't you do this for us? But yeah, it was great. Then the result, right?
The finish, yeah. So what was the reaction like from the crowd? Like, was it like, oh yes, that final release?
Yeah, so that's where I really like sat down and like told my wife, I was like, oh, so I don't know, I think I said 11 years ago, like Seth broke up the Shield. You remember the one you saw just now when I shouted Dean? Like I was explaining to her while this was happening. Like why this means so much, this exact moment when Roman's like holding the chair and trying to figure out like who he wants to hit. And I said this is like cinema, man. Right now. Like look at the long-term storytelling. I was telling her that, you know. And she's like, oh, okay.
She's just entertaining you, okay.
Whatever.
And I'm like, yeah, you know, if he hits like Seth, right, like this closes the chapter on this forever, you know, like that this is done, like the Shield betrayal, like angle, the long-term storytelling is buttoned up very nicely.
I'm impressed you can explain this whole thing while Roman is just deciding how to hit.
Yeah, still doing it. That's why I was like, I started the moment I saw the chair, I already knew already. So I like had to like speed run through her. So hopefully you can like get the same feels that I was feeling at that moment. Everyone's already like, okay,
understand.
How are you gonna do it? If you hit Cody, the championship is yours. If you hit Seth, like, you know, maybe the championship still yours, you know, but you got your story, your Roman story to finish, right? Technically. Yeah. So it was a cool moment when I saw that. I was like, okay, this is how Cody wins.
Yeah. It's so interesting because everyone in that match finished their story in their own way, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Even to the point of Undertaker finished his story, gotten his closure. The Rock so-called started his story, but it's also, you know, but Seth, Roman, and Cody all three finished the stories in their own way. Amazing, right?
I guess now Solo is like starting his new story, I guess.
Yeah.
Hopefully finishing his losing streak. Was it like what, 58-0 or something like that? Like something really
it's pretty bad, but they're trying to rehab his character.
Yeah.
So I think now it's like with the whole Tama Tonga MFT thing, maybe this is, you know, that culmination of that story. So now he can kind of move on. But yeah, I think everybody got their like just rewards at the end of, you know, this match. And then when it hit that 1, 2, 3, like it wasn't a shock like the Damian Priest like cash in, so you know there wasn't like popcorn flying everywhere and all that. Everyone knew this is what's going to happen, but the emotion, like I think they played the song, like the song had to be looped like 3 times or something like that, and everyone was just singing along the whole time. Nobody wanted to move their seats. So the first night, like 1, 2, 3, okay, cool, we know already. Tomorrow, let's go. Like, you know, and this one is just everyone's just staying there. The pyro is finished, literally, until everybody clears out, you know, and you know, everybody's there. People are in tears. I'm just like feeling all kinds of feels because like I for the longest time, big Roman fan, but I was like, I think Cody needs his time, and then now
Yeah.
it happens, and I'm like very bittersweet about it because I'm like, do we lose Roman forever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, right? He's still dealing with his leukemia, and all that. Like, does he want to retire? And like, do we never? This is the last time we ever see him. So I'm feeling all these feels, and people are just like enjoying the moment with Cody, and then everyone comes up, lifts him up on the shoulder.
So this is one of the few times where they did a post-match interview at WrestleMania. The cameras were still rolling, and from what we could see, everyone was still there while he was doing his speech.
Yeah.
So how was the crowd like feeling at that point? Like they were still on the high.
He could have said anything. He would say put all your money in crypto. Probably people will listen to it. Yeah. Everyone is like all ears, man.
Oh, dear God.
Nice,
You
nice.
say anything, I don't care. Whatever you say, we are gonna listen. We are gonna agree. We're gonna cheer for you. Yeah, it was a beautiful moment, and everyone, right? Because all the people along the journey, right?
Yeah.
The story is like it's the friends we made along the way. Right?
Oh yeah.
It's
So everyone was there.
Everyone was there. It was like amazing. Yeah.
So as it sort of wrapped up and everyone is sort of filing out, obviously on cloud nine, right? Were you still chatting with fellow wrestling fans about the finish?
I was buzzing, buzzing. Like that. This is like the biggest payoff I've ever like felt. Like even watching any of these PLEs or whatever, and what more being there, right?
Yeah.
Then just like and then as we are going out and like heading off, people are still singing the theme song.
Wow.
Yeah, music's done already. They're like the lights are on. They're like, thank you for coming to WrestleMania. We'll see you next year. And I'm like, that's the only part that annoyed me. Like they never announced like where.
Even until now.
Yeah.
And then I already looking at my wife. I was like, how next year? Like for real, I was like,
Wow.
if it's a great city, like if it's a Vegas, I think I would highly consider.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's the rumor, right? Vegas.
Vegas or Minnesota though. So I don't know. I don't know what
Minnesota
is like,
maybe no lah.
Yeah, but Vegas, yes.
Yeah, but I think all things considered, I think WrestleMania 45, I think is almost a guarantee I'm gonna go.
Oh,
But
nice.
why 45? Why specifically?
I think like just to give it the gap, I think these years are the ones that they really try to pull out all the strings.
Bro, 50, bro. 50 is the
50
one.
also. 50 is not a but I think like because of this one, right, I feel like I want to go at least every 5 years.
Wow.
If I can.
This is your first ever WrestleMania experience, right? So I mean, what a great WrestleMania first time Virgin experience.
I know, right?
And can you imagine, like, I didn't even know what was going to happen, right? It's just like blind faith in January, like, okay, Roman Reigns, right? And that's it. Yeah, I was like, I didn't even know what was going to happen, what the bloodline story was going to be.
Yeah.
Rock coming back. And it's like, everyone in my household, when we were watching, when The Rock came back and he did it for the first time, right? With, like the goosebumps thing and all that. Like, all of us got goosebumps also in the household. Like people, like my family members who haven't watched it in years, just seeing The Rock coming back and hearing the theme song, everyone's like, wow.
It's amazing, man.
Yeah, hair standing on the back of the neck and all that. Because like just like seeing him, he's like back for real, right?
And it's also funny because like we all thought in January at least like it was gonna go one way, right? It was gonna be Roman versus Rock, right? And you have already bought your tickets at that point in time. Like when the pivot happened, right, and when he turned heel, did your excitement just skyrocketed in terms of anticipation? Or
the slap, man.
The Vegas slap.
When he slapped Cody for the first time was like, that's when I knew like, oh my god, this is going to go off the rails. Because after that, like the backstage, and then he had a thing with Triple H as well. I was like, my mind's racing. Like, is there another like Ray feud over there? I'm just trying to like fantasy book in my head already, right? Like all the things about potential things. But the slap I think was the thing that really like kicked things off. I was like, okay, we're just going like full on already,
Yeah. That's really, really awesome. And of course, you talk about, wanting to go WrestleMania in 5 years' time. There's also rumors that, maybe WrestleMania will happen overseas, in UK perhaps. And like now that WWE is going on this whole world tour, having shows in multiple countries, do you foresee yourself, hey, maybe one day I might go France holiday, then watch a Backlash, or go Berlin, watch match in Berlin.
Become a world traveler.
I think it has to be like a SummerSlam or a Royal
The Big
Rumble.
Four. The Big Four.
It's gonna be one of the big fours, I think. To really, I think like feel like you're there and experience the stakes.
Yes.
I think all of us are very spoiled now that they're having shows where there's actual storyline developments happening in these major shows. Even if it's not a A-list show, there's big things happening. So it's almost as if, I gotta watch. Like it's not just a random house show anymore. We want to watch the big ones.
Yeah, but if they're nearby, like for example, like if like something like an elimination chamber or something happens in like Aussie and all that, I wouldn't mind honestly. Like us as a kick to the gut like group, right?
Group.
Like
Community,
our whole Discord group like decide we want to go together. Like let's just go.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, that would be
that
cool.
would be fun, especially if it's like a nearby one where we can more or less try to pull more people together.
Yeah. The cool thing is when I went there and I went alone, right, without any plans to like meet up with anyone or whatnot. It just so happened that you just plant yourself there. Hey, I'm here. Random people from Singapore will just find you, bro.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know whether you ran into any other Singaporean fans, but do you see
I
any
wasn't,
like
I
Asian
wasn't
fans?
looking per se. I was like, I would have been happy if they were, but like I didn't look for any per se. But like, it's just people from everywhere. There was of course, a lot of Americans all over, but I met people from the UK, French people, Irish, like everywhere. I didn't get a chance to actually like bump into any other Asians.
Okay, really cool.
Sure, they were there though. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that leads me to the question, which I don't think you answered it at the start, but I think because you had a great tangent about WrestleMania, but like, how did you find out about our podcast and how do you actually keep your fandom going all this while?
I've been on my own, almost like nerding out about wrestling and all that. So I feel like I'm on my own like
Island.
Island or hemisphere, like always like having all these conversations with myself about wrestling and all that. And I listen to a lot of cool podcasts like in from US and all that, mostly like the Joe Rogans and those kind of things. But mostly about like Joe Rogan or some MMA ones and all that. And it's like it never clicked to me to just go out and look for a wrestling podcast.
Even though there are quite a few right now, like
I know there's the What Culture and like those guys, but I always watch videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then it just happened really quickly where this one day I really just was searching for like a wrestling podcast, and then you guys came up, and I was like, okay, let's hear. And then I think I joined like close to like your first few episodes of season 7, I guess, right?
Okay.
This year,
the start of
year.
this year. Yeah.
So I was listening, I was like, like I like how these guys are talking about it, and then like it's like how I would discuss it, right? Like how we've been doing for the past, I think 1 hour plus, but like
2 hours, bro.
2 hours, we've been like really just like getting into it, right? There's a lot to talk about it, and I love the banter you guys have, and then even talking about AEW, and now I'm like starting to be interested to understand what our Singapore culture is. So I'm definitely one of those like like a bit swaku when it comes to like Singapore wrestling. I don't know that. I didn't know that it existed or.
Have you been?
I've never been. So I'd love to come up with a few of y'all, and go and see one of these and like understand how it works. Like obviously, like I don't know if it works like towards like the WWE kind of like stature and all that. They've got a lot of head start in that sense. But
bro, this Saturday, bro, Grapple Max Amplify. Just saying,
okay,
you wanna go see a wrestling show? Check it out.
Yeah, man.
So that's how honestly I just decided one day like, hey, it just clicked my head like, why don't I just look for a wrestling podcast?
And was it like a random search on Spotify or was it just like YouTubing it? What do you do?
Because like wouldn't Jim Cornette pop up? Wouldn't like Vince Russo, all those people, Eric Bischoff, all of them have podcasts?
Yeah. I think it must have been a YouTube, and I think the first time I probably saw you was probably one of like it was like lunchtime. I think it was lunchtime. I was having lunch, and then I think you guys were on a live, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's how I was like, I just wanted to listen to a podcast while having my lunch, and I was like, I was just feeling like listening to wrestling this time. And then you guys were on it, and then I was like, hey, I really like the flow of the conversation, things you guys are talking about and all that. So I was like, immediately I was like, okay, I'm gonna join the Discord, and this is something I can get behind.
Hey, thank you, man. We appreciate that.
We are doing it here in Singapore, and like you guys are also helping to grow the Singapore culture, even though I'm totally out of it and have no clue. But like for me, considered an outsider, now I'm interested in it. And I'm like, okay. As much we talk about WWE, a little bit of AEW, and all NJPW and all these other ones that we know, now that we actually have stuff like back home, right?
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure.
So,
And
yeah,
it's
now we got Dante Chen like out
Yeah.
there, right now
Yeah.
helping Sammy to train and all that. Like, it's now like made people like more interested in understanding like, okay, what's our homegrown talent like? Oh,
It's a completely different experience. Obviously, you cannot expect certain things, right? But sort of to have that local connection, I think, and this is what I learned because like before we started doing the podcast, I also didn't know anything about local wrestling. It wasn't really in my periphery. Only watched WWE, right? And then once you start going to the events, to the SPW, to the Grapple Max events, you realize, there's a lot of like, obviously there's going to be WWE influencers, New Japan influencers, and stuff like that. But there is absolutely a thriving and really fun community and lots of stories to be told lah. A lot of Singaporean stories to be told, which is what makes it different.
Yeah, very local. I think the first time I remember I watched a SPW show, there was this one guy hailing from Pulau Tekong, Sergeant Nick. It's like this kind of nonsense.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I actually go and look. I looked up Ships Ahoy because of you guys. So you guys talking about it, and I was like, oh, what? Like, who is this? Like, yeah, and like, so I'm like, okay. I'm starting to start to explore, and I hear some of the names you guys are talking about. So I go in like just like see
Nice.
and all that. But yeah, if you guys are like organizing like a group thing to go together, I'd love to jump in and
for sure. I think what's cool about the wrestling community in Singapore is it's every year it's growing, and I think thanks to when the industry leader is doing great shit, right? Like WWE is like on a fire right now.
Yeah.
People genuinely are curious to know what's going on closer to home. Is there anything
Yes.
that's closer to home? And I think that just trickles down and benefits like local wrestling. And it's cool because I think it also inspires a generation of people who have no context of wrestling to want to get into it here in Singapore.
Exactly.
Bro, we always say this: high tides raises all boats. Unless you're AEW, then that one you can't.
Now that wrestling is like cool again. It's always been cool to us, but like I think a lot more mainstream. I think this is the time like a lot of our local talents I think can use this opportunity to get eyes on them as well.
And I think the beautiful thing about wrestling too is I think for a lot of us, most of the people we've met, we are not gatekeepers. We are very happy to, teach you about the who's who and we all love talking about this shit, right? And we all love, if any one of our significant others asks us about it, okay, come, sit down. I give you a half an hour dissertation about this storyline, that storyline. So I think that's cool.
Myself, talking to my wife about this in the lead up to WrestleMania, telling all the different stories and all that.
I think you're right. I think wrestling fans are like the opposite of a lot of very so-called exclusive sub-interest group where they're like, you don't understand. I don't want to tell you lah.
Sit down. Let me explain to you.
Well,
to be fair, there are still those type of gatekeeping fans. Let's not say there's none, but by and large, I think we are all pretty cool.
Yeah. It's very cool. And you know what? We really appreciate you, for spending your 2 hours here. And,
man.
For definitely sharing a once in a lifetime experience with all of us. I think most of us whether you're listening to this podcast on Discord or just wrestling fans, I think that's the ultimate goal, right? Going to WrestleMania.
WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's like the craziest thing, right?
Yeah, and you got to live out a dream. From what I haven't been to WrestleMania, so that's why I say I'm targeting WrestleMania 50. I need to save from now.
Let's make it happen, man.
Let's go, bro. Front row, bro. We gotta do front row. Level up, front row VIP package. We go to the SmackDown. We go to the Hall of Fame. Everything went.
Whatever they call it as well. Just everything.
Yeah,
the full experience.
Give us one advice. How much do you have to save? And how long do you have to save to make this shit happen, bro?
You talking about just regular seat or front row, bro? Front row different game already,
Yeah, I know.
Regular seat ticket is like the one that I had is like $700 USD per person.
Ooh.
Okay, 800. Okay.
So I think, but the difference was I bought it in January, right? So if you want to go for the next one, for example, and when it gets announced, go to Ticketmaster. I think you can get the
pre-sale,
the seats that are further down for probably cheaper before the resale guys come and check out the price on it.
I see.
But everything else I guess is just depending on how comfortable, uncomfortable you want to be in the hotels. You can definitely slum it out in terms of your accommodation, etc. and all that, so that you can make that one happen. But for the tickets, I think put aside like 700 to 1,000
per person.
USD per person for tickets. Then just figure everything else out like the way you would. Like if it's like Minnesota and all that, I guess you gotta figure out what that looks like.
Minnesota.
Yeah, Vegas sounds fun, but Vegas sounds expensive, man.
Oh yeah, it's probably very expensive. Like New York also, will be damn expensive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You will plan it based on like which city is comfortable for you to go.
I had a like $100 convention charge on my hotel in Philadelphia.
What do you mean by that? What's
They
the
charge
convention
extra
charge?
There is
$100.
an event or something happening, and people are in town for it.
Uh.
Like the hotels can charge you a convention charge.
So
Wow.
extra money, they're squeezing
Not
extra
only
money out of
the
you lah.
price of the hotel per se
Wow.
that when you're booking, and then they just put like
Damn
a,
smart, yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Bro, can you imagine you are just going to Philly for work and you don't give a shit about wrestling, and then you're like, hey, what the hell? I have to pay extra $100
exactly
for this shit. What?
And then you just see these muscular guys, these muscular Red Lobster guys walking around and like, hey.
Refusing your autograph.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Okay, Justin, thank you so much for joining us, man.
This has been so awesome, guys. Thank you.
No, thank you for spending we're recording this on a Sunday, right? But 2 hours on a Sunday talking wrestling. I'm willing to bet, if we went 5 hours, you still can go.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm willing to bet, bro. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah, whenever you guys want me back, I will immediately jump on, guys.
Awesome,
This is exactly how Foreign and I started our friendship, We literally like, hey, you like wrestling? Yeah, and then we sat there and talked for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I don't know whether you heard the story we told, our older episodes, right? We were literally colleagues and we were just having some workshop together, and then I saw his Brock Lesnar standee outside his office.
Okay, and then that's it.
Yeah, and then that's it, bro. I sat down with him. We were in a group setting, having lunch.
Lunch, yeah.
Completely ignored everyone else in the group. We were just talking to ourselves.
We talked about wrestling for 2 hours plus. Then we're like, hey, we should do something about this shit.
Yeah. It's cool. It's cool.
Me and my one of my close friends, he was saying maybe we can go WrestleMania 45 together, and now so we're going to the gym, and then all the photos that we're taking in the gym, right after the sessions, you want to take a photo, all of us is just we're always raising our ones,
raising the one.
Acknowledge.
What's going on with these two guys, and we're with full confidence,
Yeah, awesome.
I love it,
bro. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you being on Patreon as well, and I hope you share, Kick to the Gut with as much of your wrestling fans as you
Let
have.
them know, yes.
Let them know, we are a whole community, and hey, let's go to a local wrestling show soon together, man.
For sure, man.
Let's
Thanks,
do
man.
it.